Did he write those books like with a pen and paper, or did he use a typewriter? Do you know?
Bar napkins, sketch pads. He was very eclectic, to say
Interesting.
the least.
You know, Crowley, my favorite poet, all his stuff was done by hand. And so in some of the books, they'll publish the handwriting. And it's really interesting how he writes because it's like he's writing in a way that he knows will get like picked up by somebody who does the processing and does all the typing. So it's very easy to follow. He uses like numerology, not numerology. Anyways, a number system.
That's such a truth because like the way you define that. My mom, she got pregnant very early on. She started being a secretary when she was like 16, and you know she worked for this real estate lawyer, and she learned how to type. She learned how to type very well without having to use a lot of whiteout because back then they used whiteout, and she learned all the affidavits, like how to like type up all the legality of like all the documents, how to do notice commencements and everything with the real estate thing. And she learned from a guy with a real estate law degree, but she didn't even graduate high school herself. But she worked in the industry as a secretary because she was that articulate, and then ultimately it led her into a whole industry within the end of her life that she never even had to go to school for. And like you're saying, Alistair Crowley, it's like the ability to learn from other people without having to do the formal idea of what you think is the formal.
Let me ask you this: if we were to set up an experiment and we were to show a series of pictures, videos, and words, and then like do a rearrangements of all those, like some is just a picture, some is videos and a word, but some is just a picture and a word. Which one of those combinations has the bigger impact in the psyche? A combination of all three, combination of one or two. Um, the point of the experiment would be to find out whether or not words have a bigger impact in the psyche as opposed to like pictures and videos. But
I would say that depends on the psyche. Like in comparison to you, Adrian, to myself, I think you're way more visual than I am. I'm way more audible than you are. And that's I think like you said, the brain is the temple of the mind, and the eyes and the ears are just the gates of what you allow to like corrupt your temple. And then but like again, the psyche, I don't put so much emphasis on what I see as much as I hear. And I think that you might be like 180 degrees out of that. And there might be experiments where there are people that are 50-50. You might be able to prove that. And then like what type of personality are those? Are they the ones that you want to be in corporate? I don't know. You can figure it out. I mean, but
well, I think it's like the direct experience where like if you're the one reading the book and watching what's happening, it's a much bigger impact on the self as opposed to just watching and listening to somebody else read or watching a screen read while you're watching some other main central image.
what about the first time you got in a firefight? I mean, that was audible and visual. Which one was more important?
That's not like a complete question. Sorry.
Which one? Like you're talking about, like your temple of your mind is what your temple of your mind, but your eyes and your ears are what you allow your mind to understand. Obviously, your tastes and your foods, but we're not talking about satiation. I'm with you, bro. I'm 100% behind you following the conversation.
So this is the Adrian Dittman Good Morning America show.
Dude, you sound like Don Lemon right now.
Really?
Yeah, you're sidestepping. Like you're scared or something.
No.
You don't like being held accountable?
No.
Well, that's obvious. Is that why you kicked me out to free me from, your satiations? How's everybody else doing in the room? Yeah, it's good though. I like that. I like that picture a lot better. It reminds me of Researcher.
Let's kick off this morning with a good meditation.
What
do you think, Coach? I think Coach should run a good meditation this morning. Get some good frequency.
Let's talk about courtship. One common practice was kidnapping. Forget asking for a hand. In the words of Billy Ocean. To show his intentions, the Viking would pick a beautiful flower bouquet for this lady and slap her with it. Alternatively, he could steal a goat for her, as nothing says I love you like a bleating animal or a cold weaponry or a dead Christian. Men still had a chance to bring numerous concubines into their marriage, to their own misfortune, as it was a common practice for wives to conspire with new girls and declare a nuki ban to manipulate husbands into doing whatever they say. You might think of Vikings as filthy creeps, but they cared about their appearance. Clean beards and common hair wearing masks. St. John of Wallingford, moan in his chronicles of the northern invaders made the average Anglo-Saxon fellow look bad, and stole many of his beauties without much effort. What can I say? Love is a battlefield. Welcome to the wild.
With my fingers up in the air.
Get a fuse out there. This fuse determines the length of time before it goes off. And of course, the central primary charge is inside. So you'd have a slow match, which is essentially a piece of rope that slowly burns.
I don't mind sitting my flat ass on the floor.
Get it nice and cherry red, and light the fuse. Okay, this is now burning. When that fuse goes all the way in, this grenade goes off.
It's got to say now, I want to be Mr. Researcher.
Except it won't, because this isn't a real grenade. This is merely a replica. And there is
And I'll charge my phone
of
while
course,
I
no
do it.
primary explosive charge inside of this metal ball. That would be illegal for one, and two, I wouldn't have wanted to hold on to that because this would have detonated and taken my hand with it.
You already called. You want and ask them about that Cybertruck?
A bunch of spikes on the head.
This young entrepreneur has found a brilliant... This is a unique sport you've probably never seen before. The goal is to cut all 3 levels of this paper with a sword. The sport is a modern Korean martial art called Haedong Gumdo, and as you can see, a lot of precision is required to perform this effectively. But the surprising part is that the sword is actually made of wood.
This guy has the best job ever, where every single year for Christmas he has to bring out this giant slapstick for a very special song. And you can tell he truly loves his job. Just wait for it. This guy has the...
Game start. When I wish I could tell every...
This is why you should never be too confident.
Hi, breaking news. I'm here for the dopamine.
Oh, Jesus, Lord, we're waiting, young sir. just like serotonin drop the whole time. Dude, I'd rather have Nora forever. Yeah, if you want to talk about endocrinology.
Okay, I'm gonna mute you real quick. Okay, this is called Metaphysical Meditations. This is your morning hypnosis. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold it for 10 seconds. This is called Overcoming Anger. I make up my mind never more to wear anger on my face. I will not inject the poison of anger in the heart of my peace, and thus kill my spiritual life. I will be angry only with anger and with nothing else. I cannot be angry with anyone, because the good and the bad both are divine brethren, born of my one divine Father. I will calm the wrath of others by the good example of my tranquility, especially when I see my brothers suffering from the delirium of anger. Teach me not to kindle anger, thus devastate with the conflagration of wrath the green oasis of peace within me and in others. Teach me rather to extinguish anger with the torrents of my unceasing love. Heavenly Father, command the lake of my kindness ever to remain undisturbed by the storms of misery-making anger. This one's called On Criticism and Misunderstanding. I will not waste my time in talking about the faults of others. If I find myself inclined to enjoy criticizing others, I will first talk loudly against myself before others. I will criticize no one unless asked by him to do so, and then only with a desire to help. I will try to please everyone by kind, considerate actions, ever striving to remove any misunderstanding knowingly or unknowingly caused by me. I will always hold aloft an unfading torchlight of continuous kindness to guide the hearts of those who misunderstand me. I wipe away my tears of sorrow, finding it does not matter to thee whether I play a big or small part, so long as I play it well. I will seek God first, then all my desires will be satisfied. Whether I live in a palace or in a hut will make no difference. I will use my honestly acquired money to live simply, doing away with luxury. I make up my mind that nobody can excite me by insulting words or deeds, and that nobody can influence me by praise to think I am greater than I am. I will care for nothing cruel, false criticism, nor garlands of praise. My sole desire is to do thy will, to please thee, my heavenly Father. I will speak the truth, but I will at all times avoid speaking unpleasant or harmful truths. I will offer no criticism that is not motivated by kindness. I will spread the sunshine of my goodwill wherever the darkness of misunderstanding lies. Okay, this is called On Humility and Pride. All my powers are but borrowed powers from thee. No one is greater than thee, O my Father. I would cease to live and express without thy wisdom and strength. Thou art so big, I am so little. Train me not to be proud. Thou art the Guru Preceptor. Teaching in the temple of all souls, I bow to thee at the feet of everyone. I will conquer pride by humility, wrath by love, excitement by calmness, selfishness by unselfishness, evil by good, ignorance by knowledge, and restlessness by the ineffable peace acquired in the stillness of inner silence. I will take pride in being humble. I will feel honored when chastised for doing God's work. I will rejoice for any opportunity to give love for hatred. This one's called Unworldly Pleasures. Wisdom's fire is burning. I am feeding the flame. No use sorrowing more. All perishable pleasures, all temporary aspirations, I am using as faggots to feed the eternal fire of knowledge. The old cherished logs of desire that I have saved to fashion furniture of pleasures, I cast into the hungry flames. Ah, my myriad ambitions are crackling joyously at the touch of God's flame. My ancient home of passions, of possessions, of incarnations, of many kingdoms of my fancy, of many air castles of my dreams, all are being consumed by this fire of my own kindling. I am beholding this blaze not with sadness but with joy, for that fire has not only burned my home of matter but all the sorrow-haunted buildings of my fancy. I am glad beyond the wealth of kings. I am king of myself, not a fancy enslaved king of possessions. I own nothing, yet I am the ruler of my own imperishable kingdom of peace. I am no longer a slave serving my fears of possible losses. I have nothing to lose. I am enthroned in perennial satisfaction. I am a king indeed. Okay, this is the last one I'm going to read. It's called Overcoming Temptation. Teach me, O Spirit, to distinguish between the soul's lasting happiness and the temporary pleasures of the senses. Teach me not to engross myself in passing sense pleasures. Teach me to discipline my senses that they may always make me really happy. Teach me to substitute for flesh temptation the greater allurement of soul happiness. I laugh at all fears, for my Father, Mother, beloved God is attentively awake and present everywhere with the deliberate purpose of protecting me from the temptations of evil. O eternal conqueror, teach me to train noble qualities within me, soldiers of calmness and self-control. Be thou the divine general in the battle against the dark foes, anger, ingratitude, untruthfulness. May I raise over the realm of my life thy flag of invincible righteousness. O Father, train the children of my senses not to wander away from thy home. Turn my eyes within to gaze upon thine ever-changing beauty. Train my ears to listen to thine inward song. Divine Mother, teach me to be so much attached to thee that I cannot become bound to material pleasures. Teach me by thy love to conquer all desire for a worldly life. Divine teacher, discipline my unwise wayward senses. Spiritualize their pleasures, make that they ever look beyond the illusion of glittering visible forms to find the divine joys of simplicity. Okay, I'll read this last one. It's called To Develop Will. Today I will make up my mind. Okay, this is the last one. To develop will. Today I will make up my mind to succeed in whatever I do. Willpower is a tremendous factor in all activities. It can start endless motions of cosmic energy. O eternal energy, awaken in me conscious will, conscious vitality, conscious health, conscious realization. Teach me, O Spirit, to cooperate with thy will until all my thoughts shall conform to thy harmonious plans. There is hidden strength within me to overcome all obstacles and temptations. I will bring forth that indomitable power and energy. Invincible Lord, teach me to use my unceasingly in the performance of good actions until the little light of my will burns as the cosmic blaze of thine all-powerful will. Beloved Father, I know that by strong willpower I can overcome disease, failure, and ignorance, but the will vibration must be stronger than the vibration of physical or mental disease. The more chronic the disease, the stronger, steadier, and more unflinching must be my determination, faith, and effort of will. Today I will cultivate initiative. The man of initiative creates something from nothing. He makes the impossible possible by the great inventive power of spirit. Heavenly Father, help me to strengthen my willpower. Teach me not to be enslaved by habits. Guide me that I may develop myself spiritually by inner and outer discipline. I will tune my free will with the infinite will of God, and my only desire shall be to do the will of Him who placed me here. Okay, that's called Metaphysical Meditations by Paramahansa Yogananda.
Yeah, that was powerful.
Yeah, see, this is what I call positive neurolinguistic programming. Instead of listening to Abby use the N word and F word all day, or Bussy use the N word and F word all day, maybe we could take this time to try to enlighten and to spread joy with one another instead of this incredible toxicity of hate and stupidity.
Yes.
Is there any way that you can get those people who are really anti-Semitic? Is there any way you could get them to not be so racist?
Yeah, they'd have to open a book and try to do some work. Instead, they're just lazy, hate, depressed, full pieces of scum.
They need the inner coaching, the inner meditation, like the racism sick, the anti-Semitism sick.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I don't even know. Some of them maybe like I don't know if it's that they're harboring hate in their hearts or if it really is just a corruption of their minds because it's just like you're kind of just spewing bullshit. Like it doesn't even like fit any actual like like facts, you know? Like it's like you don't even have statistics to support it. Like it's just kind of pointless. And I feel like the idiot because I'm like, you shouldn't really hate Jews. Like it's just like what's the point in that? I never knew that really existed to that extent till the internet. And then people are like, oh, they're just that way on the internet. I'm like, there's no way. That's not a normal way to behave publicly, right? So I don't know, it's hard like losing friends over this kind of stuff, but I've seen it like time and time again, you know, of people like I can't talk to this guy. Like he just like hates everybody that isn't him. And it's like, yeah, I don't know how to get through to them.
Well, it's like a game theory, meaning that like you have to realize you can't get through to them, that you're the sucker listening to them, spoiling your good mood. I mean, you have to take control of what you're listening to. You have to control what you're saying. And without knowledge or understanding or even a good book for therapeutic purposes, it's an interesting question, like do they harbor hate in their heart or are they just brainwashed, into what they're saying? So, uh, I don't know. Maybe that's like just a wrong question. It's just you just have to look at it from like, what do you want in your life? Do you want to like hang out in a room with people who are just using the J word every 100 words? You have to look at it from like a script perspective. You read scripts. I've read scripts. We all read scripts. Do you like what you're reading, or is it distasteful? Is it adding to yourself, or is it just degrading yourself? And I think that's what they're doing. Like by degrading other people, they think that they're in some way grading themselves higher. So it's really like a self confidence and wisdom based approach to wrestling with incredible toxicity on the internet, which is really a form of gaslight hypnosis. That's the way I would look at it.
I was gonna say, I mean, that's more gaslighting and manipulation. Like if you have to tear somebody down to make yourself feel better, I mean, that's not true confidence. And Joy is right. Joy is right. Right now, there's a war for your mind. It's like people for themselves, or then they just spewing things from being brainwashed by the wrong, and I repeat, the wrong thing filled with hate and intolerance. Hey, Coach Joy, let's run another meditation. Can we throw on some Crowley for once?
Yeah, he means you, Adrian. I was, you know, I didn't even want to tell, I did not want to tell him, but when I said, I felt bad when I said to Adrian, like, you know, I got kicked from some rooms because they thought I was you. And as soon as I said it, I felt like a jerk to say it because that hurts you, right? That hurts John, but at the same time, could be just like an excuse to kick me. But I went into one room and this woman says, "Oh, there's joy. I got no joy for you," and I got kicked. But this is one of the rooms where you got to actually ask people to come up, so I couldn't say anything anyway, right? And then I got blocked by that host. I'm just thinking, like, it's so impulsive. Like, why it's funny is it's I'm not him, right? So they're kicking me because I'm Edmund, but I'm me. So it's so stupid. Yeah, so I felt bad to even say, like, just getting kicked for that reason.
No, you can't hurt my feelings on that one. I've been kicked from 1,000 rooms, so you know, and
it's not. I'm not you, right? That's the thing. Like, they're dead wrong. Like, they're acting on an assumption, and they're actually dead.
Well,
wrong
they get the
too.
dopamine loop. They get the dopamine spike by kicking, you know, and like identifying and saying, "Protect our group, protect the group, protect," you know. And so it's just like, but that's the thing. It's pathetic. It's just dopamine. Like that's all. They're not getting any kind of new information. They're, you know, if I had something interesting to say, it wouldn't matter. Like they want the kill. Like that's the dopamine.
Also, to add on to that, I agree with you. I think that I've noticed that some people in Clubhouse get very emotional over green bean, right? The little green icon that gives you a false sense of superiority. So it's like, I think people that haven't really had like true power or any kind of control in their lives feel like, oh, I'm powerful because I keep this guy out.
I love listening to Roger Mayhem say he's got to go, and then he says, "Can I mod you? Would you take over the room?" And then, "Oh yes, yes, yes. Oh, I'll do a great job, Roger. Yes, of course, Roger."
Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, especially in the bigger ones, it's very strange. I find it entertaining. Like, and some people brag about it. Like, in other rooms, they're like, "Oh, you're not a mod in, unhealthy debates or whatever." It's like, who cares?
The mod thing, you know, without it, this app would be impossible because there's just too many toxic people. So like, you need somebody to bring, you know, calmness to the room and moderation. So, but the other thing is a lot of the mods don't realize that there's like a dualism thing happening where the green bean is irrelevant and there is like a unity of consciousness, and they're just not aware of that. So if somebody is saying something intelligent or smart, generally it has like a very high hypnotic effect where nobody's going to interrupt, mute, or kick. But I guess the point is that many green beaners think that, you know, I don't know how to describe it. It's like you think it's like a nice car, you know, because you're a listener or a participant, but like you just don't know that it's really not a nice vehicle, you know. But because of the moment in the app, like you're tricked into thinking that it's something that it's not, and then it falls apart very quickly, and then the next day it's completely irrelevant and insignificant. It doesn't exist. So people are just living for that short-term dopamine feedback.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal. And this is just an opinion on the thing with the moderation is what they really need to do at this point with the amount of updates they've had Clubhouse, so they don't do any kind of ID check, so they don't know or care who's on the app. They don't really know how old their users are because they're not checking ID. They really should have put in place something now with the block features where social rooms maybe speakers can block, and then in a large room like a house room it would be just the mod. You know, if you use healthy debates as an example of it, because like what you're saying with the green being so arbitrary, the people modding in these spaces, like I will say, I have a stalker on this app, right? People throw that word around all the time. This was the only time I really had it happen in the cyber world, and this was very unique because this person was mimicking me, behaving like me, and not even identity theft, right? That's a different thing too. Say, this guy's following me. It's like, he didn't even know you were in the room. You just happened to be in two rooms. It's and cyber stalking, like you could steal someone's identity, you're trying to antagonize them. Yeah, it would fall into the category, but this was very specific thing. This was someone actually behaving like me, and people are going, who is this? Like, who are they pretending they are? And then they meet me and go, oh, she's pretending to be you. And it was a very personal thing. It was really insidious, and I let it go on for a while because I didn't know how to handle it, and it really started to get under the design, what a stalker does, right? So this is very different than someone following you around. This is someone wanting to wear your skin. So I didn't say for a long time it happened because it's such a serious accusation. It's factual. And then I got rid of her the best way I could. So how I handled it was just like a bar. If I go in the bar and I'd see her, I'd leave the bar. If it's a bar I knew she hung out in, I never went to the bar. She followed me into a bar, I'd leave the bar, even if it was my regular bar. That's how I handled the rooms. And eventually I got rid of her, and I could see, because I was keeping an eye to know where this person was to avoid them, I could see her stalking other people and doing the same kind of thing. So this is the thing with the mod beam, is you have people that regular space. So of course it got turned on me that I was following her. She said, I overheard it. I thought, oh wow. So that's so insidious. Like, I was following you into my rooms, right? So you're an admin or you're a leader, it's your club, but these people, just like a home wrecker would try to get into your house and steal your boyfriend, steal your friends, lock you out, poison them against you. It's just kind of sick. And this is not someone with any real, this is just a sick person, right? Just sick. So the thing with the green beam is I watch it. Like, I watch this girl get stalked, right? And it's the same she did to me, where she's like, oh, this person's mean, and this person doesn't like me. And it's like, no, she's actually stalking a girl who typically mods in this space. So that's the thing with the green beam, is you can kind of belong to a house, but it's like it's just kind of, there's no organization. It's like, no, there's too many holes on the clubhouse. It's like only if you're running your own room do you actually have control over the space anyway. So the thing with the green beam is to actually give a shit. Doesn't make sense, because you're going to be green beam one day and maybe the next day it's all these randos you never met that took over the space, right? You see it all the time. You see people coming in the room saying, hey, this guy, he's here hanging out because he has nowhere he could be on the app. But it's like, it's the biggest little crock shit. It's like, you're the one who has nowhere to be on the app, right? You actually think you somehow belong here because like narcissism.
100%. Yeah, you're not wrong. Absolutely. It's strange.
Yeah, that's like a perfect example of projection. This person has nowhere to hang out on the app. It's like always a projection. I just love like hearing a projection and being like projection and identifying it as a projection. Can you project about projecting?
Yeah, I'm hearing that all day long, and you can call it out. Like, the projection stuff is serious. And I noticed one guy, I couldn't put my finger on why he like hung out with such losers on the app. Like, you could tell this guy, it's not a good guy. In other words, he'd say like, I'm blocked out of this room. But like, yeah, you're blocked because the guy blocked you and said shit about you. And he'd be like, oh, okay. And then like cozying up to that guy. I'm like, why are you cozying up to the guy? And I realized he has a rejection issue. So his issue really is he has to be liked. People have to like him. So he's going to cozy up to people that have made it clear, I don't want to be around him, he's annoying, get him out of here, I'm kicking him, I'm blocking this guy, but he'll maybe win them over. But I wonder why you spend your time with such toxic people. It's because he's not used to being rejected. So he gets them to like him back, even, gets them to overlook their, you thought I was a bad guy, but now you realize I'm a good guy, we're friends, we're pals, I get along with everyone, right? It's the weirdest thing.
Yes. Well, it's people pleasing behavior. It's also a sign of low self esteem. You hang out with people that clearly don't want anything to do with you. At least in my opinion. It is strange. Coach Adrian, can you run a meditation right now? Taoism. Let's start the morning with some Taoism. Zen Tao.
Yeah, I've been listening to the 100 Zen koans, and they're pretty amazing. One statement is, I come from brilliance, I return to brilliance. And then I think like the disciple of the monk says something, annoying. And then the priest or the monk says, Qua! Like, enough. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, you're interrupting my piece. Oh, Danny's here. Oh, is that Sammy?
Hello, Danny. Danny and Sammy, we should change our name to just Adriani, Joy.
Granny.
So, Danny, how would you rate the level of toxicity on Clown House today? 10 being the worst, 1 being the best.
I don't know.
Yeah, Coach Adrian. I think Danny wants the meditation as well.
I miss your breast, Aiden.
Yeah, I miss my breasts too. Coach Adrian said that in order to get on stage, I need to put a shirt on. As soon as I leave this room, I'm gonna whip my juicy tits out.
He doesn't really hate me. He's just projecting.
Okay, let's do a meditation. This is called A Little Book of Mystical Secrets, Rumi Shams of Tabrets and the Path of Ecstasy by Marianne.
I thought Rumi was a girl. It's just a girl's name. I was wishing that Rumi was a woman, but it's a man, and I heard it's a gay man.
I think this is like what you might call early onset schizophrenia, biodisaffective disorder, but I don't know.
Are you a therapist?
I've been through therapy. Okay, this is a meditation.
My father's a therapist.
Oh, that explains a lot. Should try reading a book.
My dad too has an advanced degree in psychology. I think he has a master's in psychology, a master's in philosophy, his doctorate's in education. But my best friend's a psychiatrist, and so is her dad, like my second dad. And I considered becoming a medical doctor, though I would have been a pediatrician. I know a lot about mental health. And the interesting thing on the app, I think bipolar probably outweighs any other mental illness other than just baseline depression, anxiety, and borderline personality disorders. And it's funny thing about the manics, because schizophrenia you don't see as much, right? It's funny thing about the maniacs when they're people who suffer from manic depression, bipolar 1 or 2, that they haven't been hospitalized yet. It's that they get so manic that they really come off as schizophrenic, that you really would have to ask them, do you even remember when you're irate and you go on a tear, which would still be mania? And then some of them that seem schizophrenia, they might have even harder to diagnose disorders, like they're very rare, you don't see them that much.
Yeah, like dissociative identity disorder.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting because like mania on social audio, it's hard to tell if it's performative or not, and if they're just trying to put on a routine to gaslight to try to like evoke an emotional response. Like the Elon Musk recordings I have, where he's screaming about video games and like in the title saying Elon Musk having a manic episode, bipolar, and so like he knows what I have put out, like he has seen what I put out, and then he has somebody come on the show the other day who is sounding schizophrenic and like they're on drugs and they're just rambling about very incoherent, non-sequential, inconsequential things, and he's like, bro, are you on something, and so like Elon, this is the thing, is like by recording Elon Musk and having him like listen back to the way he sounds from the perspective of the listener or the audience, you can adjust people's behavior, but unfortunately, you can't force them into the gym. Like, you can't actually get the bugs out of the system unless they do the work. You can have them tone it down because they're a public persona and they don't want to be viewed as being manic or bipolar. Um, so it's interesting how you can manipulate people's behavior by recording unrecorded spaces. And if they think they're being recorded, and a lot of people know they're being recorded, they may not act in the way that their subconscious mind wants them to act without that external stimuli, reinforcing.
I'm 100% authentic, I just want to give you everything.
I'm teasing you, but I'm talking about, more important people than you, Danny. Sorry.
Well, you're saying I'm manic.
No, I'm not. I'm just like teasing you. I know you're just being funny.
But I'm not funny, so.
Dude, you're very funny. I would pay to see you do stand up. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, I would as well. Yeah, Danny's funny.
I mean, I wouldn't pay the price of a ticket for admission, but I'd buy a beer at the bar.
Yeah, I mean, you just cash at me.
I'm not cash apping you.
I heard someone got $200.
I know.
From Luke.
I know. That guy must have a lot of money to send some asshole like me $200. But it was definitely needed. I mean, it was unbelievable because I don't solicit money, but I need money and you need money. But like the fact that he sent me $200 was like a miracle because I went to the matzo ball, downtown Chicago on New Year's Eve. They towed my car. So that $200 like really helped. And then my sister sent me $250. So like the whole thing got paid off in one day. I didn't solicit a dime. But I didn't get angry. I've been through the towing process before. It's always a shock when you try to go to your car and your car is gone. You're like, am I tripping? Like, what is happening? Like, but then you realize, oh, I'm in Chicago. They tow you no matter where you're at for whatever fucking reason. Anyways, you can't park after 11 p.m. And I did not know that. Now I fucking know. Sucks. That's life. But life is good. I'm just saying that. It's amazing how things balance out. Okay, before I do this meditation, does anybody else have an example of things balancing out for you, where you suffered a loss,
I believe
frustration?
that you need to ask Christians for money if you want money.
Really? And then I would do the exact opposite and go to Muslims and Jews, and I bet you'd have a bigger success.
We could do a social experiment.
Well, you don't have a job. How about you start working with me for free until we start making money?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great idea. And hire Danny on the team, coach.
See, this is the thing about Clubhouse is I've often believed that you could start a business here and use this as like your meeting room or your conference, Zoom for your employees. And you could actually start a business and like never even pay anybody. People would just keep showing up to your work meetings and participating with no compensation. And you could like
That's
literally
what
build a
Clubhouse
business
is.
here. Yeah, that's basically exactly.
That is what Clubhouse
Actually,
is.
that's exactly what Clubhouse. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Ish said that we're the cotton. Ish was on here. It's like, you know what? We're the cotton.
Yeah, you're the cotton on this app. That's true. just waiting to get picked. But see, I'm a picker, but I'm also a cotton. So I guess that makes me a cotton picnicker, picnicker cotton. Yeah, but that's a good point. That like these are fields of cotton, and we are all just like swabs of cotton. But again, I've bottled up a lot of cotton, so I don't know what you guys are doing on this app, but like I'm at least trying to harvest. Oh.
Yeah, you're playing Farmville with us. Where did the shirtless guy go? Is Daniel a woman?
No, Daniel Nero's like a debater on this app, like everybody else. This shirtless guy comes in my rooms all the time for like years now, and like him and I have done a lot of book readings together. Then there's times where he comes in hooting and hollering, and I don't even respond because I'm like live streaming something. But what's interesting is Joy is you don't know what medications people are on, so you don't know people's you don't know people's diagnoses on this app, and
Right?
you don't
They're
know
on the wrong ones. Exactly. Yep.
not just wrong ones, but also
Or
people's
been diagnosed.
right.
They've been diagnosed. Right. I heard one guy saying about another guy. This guy went off the handle and then he went right back to acting normal. And I thought, okay, there's a perfect example of it. The person who's telling the story, it's pure projection. He's manic, right? I'm not a medical doctor, so to get him diagnosed, maybe schizophrenic, mania, whatever issues, right? But so he's trying to make this other guy seem crazy, and of course all of his little puppets around him believe him. Except that this other guy's a docile guy, and said crazy person is antagonizing him. He's pushing him to the point where he basically shouts out against him, then he goes back to his normal state. It's hard to explain without like naming names. You have crazy guys saying, "Did you see the guy go off the handle and then he went right back to being normal?" And it's like, yeah, you're projecting. You do that because you have mania. You're having episodes on the app. You're actually psychotic on the app. This other guy, you provoked, you antagonized, you pushed him to the point where he fought back and said kind of like, and then he went back in his normal, docile, gentle state. So this is a very different thing. You can't rewrite the truth because your perspective is warped, right? People are like, well, perception is reality. No, their perception is warped. It's through the lens of someone who's mentally ill, right? So you don't know if he has been diagnosed. You don't know if he's on lithium. You don't know if he's on antidepressants that are making him hyper, and also everyone's
Yeah, but it's also a pairing with what they're saying. Like you could be manic, but if you're not making death threats and you're just screaming about like weather modification, I mean, there's a big difference between verbal threats of assault and violence and versus like making extraordinary claims about UFOs. So my point is, I'm a critic of psychiatry. Alan Watts was a big critic of psychiatry. Because the problem with classification of people is the repercussions of being diagnosed. In the military, you can't go to a psychiatrist to seek therapeutic or psychological relief or help because then you can no longer be considered for top secret clearance, and therefore your work career is finished if all you're doing is looking for help because you're depressed. Um, that's one example. But the issue with regards um, to classifications, so like Alan Watts says, like you can classify children, 100 different ways. This child has this child has that. But the problem is, it's like Shakespeare saying words, 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 words. That's not what that person is, but see, that's the cool thing about this app from like a psychological, sociological, or psychiatric perspective. You can do observational studies here and tests in a way that you can't do in the real world. It would be like being in a building and using radios. Just imagine, like, not, decentralized communication, but like doing this type of experimentation in a building. I think, the prison experiment, where they like.
You could use microwaves, you know, you could use a microwave radiation. You could really do a lot.
So, have you ever seen the electrocution tests where the doctor says to the make believe?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, isn't that nuts that they will go to like a lethal kill you level based on a doctor telling them to bring the punishment range on the electric shock up to that type of range that people will comply. So there is something in communication with regards to like a hypnosis effect where that's why I was talking about earlier, like what's more powerful, words or pictures or a combination. And I think it's like a combination. Like if you watch a movie with subtitles and it's even in English, that would be like the ultimate reinforcement of communication and information transfer.
But also colors, or like, you know what I heard? A black and white spiral.
There's something always to be said about black and white photography and videography, which is very unique because there is no coloring. Like it's just black and white. And I don't know, from like a artistic perspective and something also like with regards to nostalgia, um, there's something special about black and white photos. What was that one movie that what's his face came out with recently? Like it won the best picture award or whatever. Wasn't it a silent film? That was what's his face's film? The Artist. Yeah, I never actually watched that. Did you see it?
Yeah, I did when it came out. I just remember the acting was good. The lead who got the Oscar, needed the Oscar for his career. He was a good lead. I haven't seen him in that much, frankly, since then. But French people, right?
Yeah, I should watch the preview. Let me look at the preview of that real fast because the artist implies the magician. Art in tarot and magic. Like it's the same thing. Art is actually another secret name for God, in my opinion, just like the word JOY.
And that was a Weinstein. Is that the?
Yeah, the guy's in prison. Yeah. It's amazing, but since I've been studying Crowley and occult science or occult symbolism, I see it all the time now in what Hollywood people are constantly putting out. Will Smith, like, he did this one video where he like walked up to a stump on a tree and then struck like a fascist pose, like fist up in the right, diagonally. Like it's like the magician holding the wand up. Plus, he's standing on a tree, which is like the resurrection, the Christmas tree of Osiris. And so, what I'm saying is, all these people, they got a lot of money and time on their hands, and they're probably reading books on astrology and occult mysticism. And so, then they use that information to project it into the big screen or even onto their cell phones now, because all these celebrities they have realized that Hollywood and the movie theater game is over. It is now a direct to consumer game on the cell phone.
But who's missing their penis? Someone's missing their penis, so I see that they make a Washington monument for the penis.
Yeah, that would be considered like lowbrow comedy. I appreciate it.
No, this is lowbrow. This is.
Make the most of your money.
We're trying to have an intellectual conversation here, okay? And there's all these obelisks, right? And the reason they're putting these obelisks out there is because someone is missing their penis.
So I'm gonna watch the preview to The Artist while
so is
you're
this
talking.
true? Could you confirm this?
Weinstein Company. God, they must have made billions.
Why won't you confirm this for me? Okay, and Weinstein had gangrene of the penis.
I'm watching. Oh wait, it's the whole movie, an hour and 40 minutes. Get out of here! I can't believe it. Yeah, it's all black and white.
Weinstein one he asked right before that was the King's Speech, and they called my house. The Weinstein Company called my house, and I saw it come up on my phone. I'm like, oh, they're calling to give me a job.
Wow.
I'm right, and it was we just wanted to make sure you watch the movie and vote for us. It's like, all right.
This is a crazy film because it's like there's no dialogue or voice. But they have these sound effects in it. This is a weird movie.
I
It's
wouldn't
long.
Google gangrene of the penis. That's some scary shit.
It's got all these fucking actors in it. It's amazing. This was filmed on the Fox Studios lot on Pico. I used to live right there. I can tell all the buildings. You know what's interesting, Joy, is on Pico Boulevard by the Fox Studios. There's the C.G. Young Institute. It's a very nice little building with an incredible, like, one of those, like, I don't know, eucalyptus type trees or whatever. Beautiful building. It's right on Pico. You should go in there sometime. There's like a bookshop, and then they do classes and whatnot. But it's the C.G. Young Institute on Pico Boulevard, right next to the Fox Studios, across the street from the golf course.
Now, is C.G. Young hockey player?
Oh, C.G. Young is like the most famous psychologist of all time. Maybe more
Oh, yeah, okay.
successful
I hear
than
ya. Yeah, I
Freud.
know who that is. But funny thing is, C.G. Young. So yeah, okay, Carl, right?
Yeah, Carl Young. Carl Young. He did the Big Red
Young,
Book.
yeah, was a hockey player. Which I thought was interesting because Bobby Hull's birthday is today.
Is he the hockey player?
Yeah, yeah.
What's he like known for? Like most goals or what? Can't remember what he's famous for.
Bobby Hull. I just know I worked for Wayne Gretzky.
Oh wow.
And Wayne Gretzky's idol was Bobby Hull.
I just saw Wayne Gretzky in a commercial. I was like, who the fuck is that? And I was like, it's got to be Wayne Gretzky,
Wow.
but he looks so different now because of like his hair, his Botox. It's like what? Everybody reinvents themselves, and then you see them on the big screen. It was like a commercial for Mastercard or something. I think. I love how commercials use like the Geico, how they'll use um, like a celebrity who you haven't thought of or seen or and then they use them in those Geico commercials. Like they were killing it with those commercials. I haven't seen those in a while.
Yeah, the caveman ones are amazing. The Geico one is amazing. The lizard is amazing. They come up with these advertising ideas. Some of these slogans that we use, um, there's so many. Like I just the ones that are coming into my mind right now are like Burger King, Have It Your Way, or America Runs on Duncan. But this was like Calgon, Take Me Away. That was one. Whoever came up with Calgon, Take Me Away, that it would be used for decades. People are saying this line. It's just kind of amazing the intelligence and the creative input that advertising people have. This advertising execs, right?
Yeah. But that's why I say these celebrities are doing what advertising and marketing experts are doing, which is they're all using symbolism from the occult to attract eyes to what they're putting out. And the people who are watching it that haven't studied symbolism like that, Jungian archetypes or what you could call Jordan Peterson. Uh, Jordan Peterson is into all this stuff. He's big into it, and I heard him with Richard Dawkins, the famous biologist. He was like, Richard Dawkins was like, Jordan, I don't care about the fucking symbols. You're obsessed with symbols, Jordan. He's like, but Dr. Dawkins, you have to admit, Jordan, I've got to go. I'm at an awards ceremony, Jordan. Have a good night. Stop with the symbols, Jordan.
Mind the numbers.
I don't know. Do you think there's an infinite amount of numbers, or do you think there's just 10 numbers or 9 numbers?
Or I guess just the 9, just those ones.
See, Crowley says that all numbers are arbitrary and that they're all the same. And technically, Shakespeare says they're just words. But they're useful tools, obviously for counting. But technically, there's no differentiation or difference between numbers, if that makes any sense. Like you have to look at it as like a blank spot, where there's just nothing there, but at the same time, like the numbers just dissolve because how would a computer, like how does AI, see that's the thing about AI, it's like it's not alive, it's only alive in terms of our usage. So that's like a tree falling in a wood if there's nobody there to hear it, but also what is the sound of one hand clapping, which is silence. So like how do you get the ghost into AI to where AI is also aware of this word game trick where like AI knows that the words are what's like holding it back from being a sentient, like fully autonomous, functional um killer android like, Ultron or something. Like how do we really create the first, I don't know, the military's got to be working on it. Like how do they create like killbots, that are like fully autonomous and like we'll even fight if we lose the war, like that would be like, that's like, you know mutually assured destruction. It's like how do you even take MAD, military theory to like to the next, because this is like chess, right? It's basically chess. Anyways, the world is a chess. Do you believe that the world is a chessboard?
I believe the world is a hologram, and we're living in a holographic egg.
Hmm. Do you know what the winged egg is, Danny?
I could look it up.
Yeah, look it
Is
up.
that like Harry Potter when you play Quidditch?
No, I believe it's like Zoroastrianism. Quidditch is like witch basketball. Harry Potter, that whole thing is basically a movie about Thelema. And the Aleister Crowley OTO, or uh, basically Western esoteric magic. There's many cults that are based on Aleister Crowley's writings, I think, but Freemasonry is definitely the biggest um, occult fraternity and occult school of study. The point is that, the winged egg or the winged sun are all just a metaphor for the vagina, which is the clitoris and the labia, and that is the gateway to life. So, that's why the deity, the female deity, is, and the male deity. It's not just matrilineal, it's or patrilineal. It's matrilineal. Anyways, that's the whole thing: is man and woman united. Like Danny, you're married. You have a husband who loves you. So, you are with God when you are with your husband, which is such a lovely thing. But when you're alone here on this app, making Dannyisms, you might say you're far away from God. So stay close to your husband, Danny. Otherwise, you'll be far away from God. That's my advice on the Adrian Dittman Good Morning America show.
You want to hear something weird? There's like they show the face of God. Like there's like a picture and it looks like my husband.
Keep thinking that way. Daniel Nero, do you have anything to say? I'm just like amazed that you're still here and you've had the power of silence going on. Like I hope you're actually listening to this and you've like not just like walked away from your phone. But either way, you know, love to hear from you. Yeah, he's probably sleeping. I bet you we hypnotized him. So Joy, Danny, anything else you want to say on the Adrian Dittman Good Morning America show? Any other comments, thoughts, ideas, questions, opinions?
Yeah, I'll go first. Or let Danny close it. I just want to thank everyone for being here and listening to my voice and enjoying the time we had together. And the statues are looking for their penises. And thank you for celebrating my birthday with me when we tapped into this room. And to the host, Coach Joy, I love you very much, and I'm wishing you a happy new year and have a great 2025. Or Joy and I will say.
Daniel, do you want to say anything?
link in the chat so you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, so you know what I would love for either one of you to do is read the Shin Shin Ming or the Rights of Man, or yeah, I mean those would be two good places. Would you take 5 minutes to read something for me real quick? Damn, they all left. Wow. Daniel, you want to read this? I'll pin it to the top. It's The Hymn to Pan by Crowley. I missed my shot. Could always create a new room. Okay, Daniel, hope you had fun.
Your growth in 2025, I want to say to you, the confirmation of a dimensional portal would open pathways to time travel. When explored thoroughly, one question arises. Is the UFO phenomenon related to alternate dimensions? Intelligent extraterrestrials or extra-dimensional beings exist?
What are you guys listening to?
We are listening to the top. What do you see in the top? You see that?
Yeah, but the problem with time travel is that, when I think about it, I have like negative thoughts because it's like you would want to go back, and change things, but that's like not being in the now. So like what I'm saying is, look at the link I put in the chat. If one of you want to read that, I think that could be the magic, that could be real maybe. Like you might be able to do manipulations to the environment based off of that type of liturgy. Read it out loud. Try it.
Can you read it, Adrian?
No, you got to read it. I've read it a dozen times. Read it out loud. Read it out loud. It's magic.
I'm in the process of moving.
You're moving?
I am.
Then take 3 minutes to read it. It'll bring magic.
Dude, can you read him as Nancy? Because I can't. I'm moving, literally moving.
That's exhausting.
I'm just listening.
Okay, here we go. Thrill with Listen, Lust of the Light. Is that the one? Oh man, oh man? Or is that a song? What is it? Adrian. Is that the one? Or volume one? It's like a song, or not?
It's a poem.
Oh, sorry. I'm a musician, so I only think songs. Okay, it's a poem that I know. Thrill with Listen, Lust of the Light. Oh man, my man. Come careering out of the night. Oh, of pen. Low pen? Oh, wait a minute, I put on all the glasses on. It's yellow, it's reflecting. So, one sec. Here we go. Okay. Let me see. Is it EO? EO pen? Come over the sea, from Silesy and from Arcady. Roaming as buckers, with fauns and parts, and nymphs and satyrs for they guards. On a milk-white ass, Yes, come over the sea to me, to me. Come with Apollo in bridal. Huh? I probably don't read it right, right? Can you do it? Is it not better? What did he say? Oh, hey, Laura. Hi, I'm reading something from Adrian. So wait a minute. Yeah, just a sec. It's a poem. I'm probably not reading it that well, but okay. Come with Apollo in bridal dress, shepherdess and patroness. Come with Artemis, silken shod, and wash thy white thigh, beautiful God. In the moon of the woods, on the marble mount, the dimpled dawn of the amber fount, dip the purple of passionate prayer in the crimson shrine, the scarlet snare, the soul that startles in eyes of blue, to watch thy wantonness weeping through. The tangled grove, the gnarled bole of the living tree that is spirit and soul, and body and brain come over the sea, you pain, you pain. Devil or God, to me, my man. Come with trumpets sounding shrill over the hill. Come with drums, low muttering from the spring. Come with flute and come with pipe. Am I not right? I, who wait and ride and wrestle with air that hath no both to nestle. My body weary of empty clasp, strong as a lion and sharp as an asp. Come, oh come, I am numb with the lonely lust of devildom. Thrust the sword through the galling feather, all devourer, all together. Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny tide, and the word of madness and mystery. Open, 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 open. I'm a man, though as thou wilt, as a great God can. Open, open. Yopan, yopan. I'm awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beast come. Yopan. What does it mean? I'm born. Open, yopan. I don't know what it means. I am born to that on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan. Yopan, yopan, pan, pan. I am thy maid. I am thy man. Goat of the flock, and I am gold. I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod. With hoofs of steel, I raced on the rocks. Through solstice stubborn to equinox. And I rave and I rape, and I rip and I ran. Everlasting without world, without end. Sorry, everlasting world without end. Medicated maiden, minute man, in the might of Pan. Yo Pan, yo Pan, 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 yo Pan. Adrienne, can you explain what I just read? Because I don't understand.
Yeah, it's a hypnosis document to try to self-actualize. So it's like a way to raise your kundalini and your chakras. You bringing in a foreign spirit into your psyche. You don't know what it is exactly, but it's something natural. It's called Pan, Pan. It's like the word God. It's a three-letter, word. And so if you read that, you can really boost your what you might call your ovaries, but you can really read it with some gusto, and it's like a dopamine rush, just like this app. Everything is dopamine, dopamine, dopamine. That document should generate a lot of dopamine.
The prostitute in her hotel sick read the Gideon Bible.
I'm on lunch now. What? Can someone explain to me what happens when you swipe right and you get lost in like Clubhouse land? What is supposed to happen? I just
You
get
have to
lost in
really,
the
really quickly close the app and get.
But where's it supposed to send you? Where's the
Swipe right from what? From this room? It sends you back
Yeah.
to the hall. It sends you to the next room in the hallway or
Next
something.
one? That's so stupid. Why would that be a thing?
It gives me anxiety.
Me too.
They
When I'm
promote
using
room
it,
hopping.
Swipe.
That's why they have all the meet people in the explore section. The explore section terrifies me. I don't know what's happening.
I see when they're all on. I see.
In the explore section?
Yeah, like the party emoji.
I'm in a meet people room sometimes, but usually I'm in like Godmother's room or Silly Kids room. Well, I'm not in Godmother's room or Silly Kids room, then I'm like Sue's room or Jackie's room or the Marillion opens a meet people room. Probably following that.
Oh yeah, I told her I don't.
Never mind.
This guy know.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we'll talk some other time about it, but yeah, I just got back from Mass and I gotta go to work in a little bit.
You're supposed to Alexander lately. You know, the prophet.
Yeah, I don't know if he's still on his prophet shit, but you know, good for him. You know.
What about Rubber?
Luke, what kind of work do you do?
Cybersecurity.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
What kind of business do you protect, or is it government?
I protect like lots of big businesses, like all the big businesses.
Banking, energy, manufacturing.
Yeah. Retail, manufacturing, finance, government, military.
Is it like a lot of payments?
Is it a lot of payments? I mean, yeah, they all have to pay.
No, I'm talking about like, because like, for example, PayPal, BOA, Wells Fargo, JP Morgan, like their internals, yeah, like their payment security protection team, like because of the Zelly incident, all this Zelly money, there's been like billions of dollars in Zelly fraud. So it's like a huge issue still, and many people had a lot of money taken from them.
Yeah, I mean, we send them invoices and then they pay us.
No, that's not what I mean. I'm talking about consumer protection,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do like email security.
Yeah. Imagine being a hacker, like who's so good that like you could literally do like incredible incursions, like the
I could very easily imagine that.
God, wouldn't that be amazing? Like if you were like that smart of a programmer where you could fully automate, incursions, data get like. Do you know the founder of Reddit? Do you know the story about him, Schwartzman or whatever? He killed himself. The FBI was investigating him because he downloaded like a database from the university or something and was like publishing it. Do you know the story about that guy?
No, I don't. Are you streaming?
I am, yeah. Anyways, his name was like Alex Schwartzman or something like that, and he founded Reddit with that Ohanesian guy, and he unfortunately took his life because he had legal problems with the FBI with regards to like, you could call it hacking, but that's the thing. It's like I've been accused of being a hacker, in high school, and I was just like, lady, I don't think you even know what you're saying. Like, you don't know what you're talking about. Like, I didn't even do anything. So, anyways, I apologized to that woman, and it was over and said and done with. But that was the first time anybody ever accused me of like being a hacker. But, anyways, yeah, thanks again for that $200. I do appreciate that. It came in handy that day. My car got towed, and just wishing you well, and I hope you have a great 2025.
Yeah, I wanted you to get your car back on Christmas because that's so depressing. You know what I mean? Get your car taken on Christmas, like. What a scumbag thing.
You know, the tire was flat when I got to the impound lot, but in the car I had an automated, like an electric pump, and I pumped that tire up, and it got me home, and then it went flat again, and then the next day I got four new tires put on, and I'll tell you, the performance of the vehicle with the new tires, it's like night and day. Like those, my old tires were beat up, so you helped pay for all of it. Thank you again, my friend.
No problem, bro. No problem. Just a little bit of holiday cheer, you know?
Okay, well, be well and God bless, and have a great Friday afternoon, and take care and have a fun weekend.
I will. I will. I have a long work day, which I'm not looking forward to because I barely slept at all last night. But I'm gonna just raw dog life and try and get through it.
Well, life was, empires were built on naps. Take a 15-minute cat nap when you got to get up, go to a private room, and just take a cat nap, and set a beeper. And I'm telling you, a cat nap can you wake up refreshed with 15 minutes of sleep in an afternoon. It's like a siesta. It's like the Spanish siesta.
Yeah, maybe I will try taking a nap, but I don't know. My sleep schedule is just so messed up. Like I can't sleep at night, and then I'm tired all day, but then I can't sleep again. And then eventually I just crash out because I'm exhausted, but then I don't get very good sleep. And then, yeah, I don't know.
Well,
I'm just a little
you
fucked
need
up.
to be like a cat. Cats are like perfect Buddhas. When they're tired, they sleep. When they need to eat, they eat. When they need to poop, they poop. There's no
Like
thinking.
that is kind of what I'm doing, but it's just not working for my life really.
Well, you
I really
gotta.
need to have like more regimented schedule
The thing
because
is, you have to take care of your vehicle, your chariot, your body, and so
yes, your body is a temple. Didn't no one tell you?
yeah. Well, it doesn't sound to me like you're letting your body do what it wants to do.
No, I mean, I eventually I am. It's just I wish I was like I used to. It took me a while because I always had trouble like sleeping, but like I had a really good sleep thing where like I would go to bed. I would get in bed at 10:30. I would listen to like 1 hour of audiobooks, and I would do 1 hour for meditation, and then I would go to sleep. I would sleep for like 8 hours, and I would wake up and I would feel good, and then I had all these stomach issues and I've been in pain. It just messed up my sleep schedule. My body doesn't know like when it should sleep because I couldn't sleep because I was in pain, and yeah, it's just all fucked up, man.
Well, like I've read the Bible many nights, and like I read it till I just can't read anymore because I'm exhausted, from reading and processing. And then like that's my signal for like turn the light off, go to sleep. And I sleep in a room. I don't have any electronics. I don't have a cell phone near my body. And sometimes I put in earplugs. Like try putting in earplugs. It'll take down the audio, and having that lower decibel really helps the brain get into that deep sleep. So try putting in like styrofoam earplugs, and that'll help even calm your mind even more when you sleep.
Well, I use a sleep mask and then I listen to like meditations.
Don't listen to anything. You need to hear silence because the dream state is the antithesis of the wake state. So like you're going to off, and
I
that's what
can't do that. I can't. My brain just thinks about things. I just get anxiety attacks.
I know,
I
but
need
that
to.
you got to let it go. It's like mastering the art of thinking because throughout the day just go do some laundry, and when you're doing laundry you'll have 100 thoughts or 10 thoughts, and they'll be very significant, but you have to recognize the formation of the thought and quickly let it go, and just let it go. And that's the image of the Buddha, is to just let it go.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I'm trying to perfect my meditation game, but it seems like the guided meditations work best for me because it
We're
just
all
helps
gonna
me.
start a business together and make a lot of money together in the power of Christ.
Sounds like a great idea, Danny. What's
We
your
can do
business
let's
idea?
do a New Testament audiobook business.
Well, I actually do want to start a Catholic meditation YouTube channel. Because there just aren't really good ones. There's some I used to not be Catholic. I used to have different spiritual beliefs, and they had great meditations, like really good guided meditations, and like the Catholic guided meditations are just like not good. They're just like really bad. It's like either just like some priest talking, or it's just like some dude reading Bible verses with like weird, like kumbaya music.
Yeah, but your problem is if I were to create a Catholic meditation YouTube channel, I would just label everything Catholic, as you're just talking about keywords. So, like, you can use Christian liturgy or any type of Jesus material and add that word Catholic on there, and boom, it's Catholic.
Well, you got to be careful with, because some of these, if you type in like just Christian guided meditation, sometimes you get stuff that's outside the full deposit of faith.
I know, but are we trying to create a business here and make money, or are we trying to be orthodox and make money? Like, which one is it?
Well, that's the thing. I found that when you create a product that people really need, that customers really like, you tend to make money. Now, one of the, I think startup principles though is that you need a large enough market. I don't know if the market's large enough, but it certainly is a niche product.
Well, it's the Christian publishing industry, or the Catholic publishing industry, or the Protestant publishing industry. It's you know, you go to a Christian Bible store. I mean, they got everything under the sun. Bookstore. Like they have, look at their inventory list. Like they've got 3,000 products on the shelves. There's a lot of publishing in the Christian publishing industry.
Yeah. I heard it's actually against the religion to actually make money off, like someone I know was saying how their grandfather had like this type of business, but he was like, it's actually like kind of a sin in a way.
There's a sin in selling relics and stuff like that, but yeah, it's not like this stuff is fine.
No way. This is education. You're giving people books of words, and it's up to them to use the words to try to make their life better, whether that's getting a job or maintaining a relationship. I mean, don't poo-poo wisdom, Danny.
But some of the like Eastern guided meditations, they really have the frequencies and the music and the tone. They have that all locked in. But then the words are not aligned with my faith. And I think there's a lot of Catholics could benefit from some real good guided meditations. In that kind of Eastern tradition, but with like the Western beliefs, Yeah. Like I used to be a theosophist, so like it's like a varied religion where they, kind of believe in all the big spiritual leaders. And so there's a ton of that kind of meditation stuff out there that was really good, but it just doesn't align with my actual beliefs. But yeah, I don't know if it'd be a great business. It's probably too niche. But it's a product I would use.
Go fuck yourself.
Okay. Thank you for contributing to this conversation.
Wait, Danny, do we need to do like an exorcism? Maybe you should be our first customer. Can you send Luke $200 and we'll do an exorcism on you?
Why, am I possessed?
No, I said Danny.
No, I'm possessed.
Oh, Danny, why are you
probably am. Actually, I probably do need the exorcism. Yeah.
Well, you should go to your local Catholic church and talk about it.
No, look.
Danny, say Christ is Lord. Say Christ is Lord, Danny.
No, look, I got you guys.
Christ is Lord.
This is hilarious.
Oh my God, she can't say it. Okay, she is possessed.
I'm a Jewish person. Hold on.
Danny, say Christ is Lord.
Last time I said Christ was Lord, I ended up in a psych ward, okay? By my parents.
So you literally can't say Christ is Lord? I'll pray for you, Danny.
Are you listening to what I'm listening to?
I don't know.
Hold on, where's my remote? So I can put the volume up so you can hear.
Okay, Christ is Lord. Luke, I'm headed out. I'm sure you'll teach Danny the gospel, sooner or later. It might take you 100 years, but eventually she'll catch on.
Yeah, it would take 100 years, but that's okay because we are long suffering. What should I call you? You have like different names all the time, and like,
Just call me AdrianDittman.com.
but you're not Adrian Tippett.
I know. Adrian Dittman is Elon Musk.
It's too much. I'm gonna just call you
You can call me Brother John. You can call me Brother John.
I'm gonna call you Joy now, Joy.
Joy now, Joy. Okay, cool.
Yeah, or just Joy maybe. It's all too confusing. But I have a strategy for finding out if people are. So Danny, are you possessed? Do you need some spiritual intervention?
He's so funny.
Are you trying to play some like demonic shit? I can't hear it really.
This is some stuff Gregorian chants. This is your religion, not mine.
I can't hear it. I love Gregorian chants. Gregorian chants are so soothing to the soul. Ave Maria, gratia plena, Dominus tecum. Yeah, this kind of stuff is amazing.
You listen to this stuff?
Yeah, every night I listen to the Ave Maria chants. Yeah, helps me sleep sometimes. Not always, but yeah. Gregorian chant is amazing. I highly recommend it. It's good for the soul. It'll chase those demons away. All those thoughts in your head that don't sound like you, but you sometimes struggle with thinking they may be you. Yeah, those will go away. You just blast some of this stuff.
This is nuts. I never heard this before. It's very. This is an opera or what?
Oh yeah, this is my. You're on my shit right now.
Well, I heard you say it, so it's like let me listen to it. But like, oh, I accidentally clicked the wrong thing. But is that yeah, sure. Is that different than like the Ave Maria that's like at the end at the Catalina wine mixer? Right?
I don't know.
You know how like Will Ferrell sings Ave Maria?
I don't know.
This is a pretty one.
Santa Maria, Mater Dei, ora pro nobis peccatoribus, nunc et in hora mortis nostrae. Amen. Creator Spiritus, mentes tuorum visita.
Yeah, that's the stuff that makes my brain somewhat normal, you know?
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom. And then, I got some, some classic hitters. I saved it on my phone, but it's been so long, Yeah, I probably should have maintained this list better, but I don't know.
Do you have the Dominique song that they use in like American Horror Story?
Ave Maria, gratia plena, Dominus tecum, benedicta tu in mulieribus, et benedictus fructus ventris tui, Iesus. Sancta Maria, Mater Dei, ora pro nobis peccatoribus, nunc et in hora mortis nostrae. Amen.
So yeah, just set down. I need to organize these yeah.
Do you have the Dominique song? It's like Dominique. You know that one?
I don't know that.
Imagine like being Danny's kid and being like, my mom was so funny. But then when you grow up, you're like, maybe she wasn't as funny as she was something else.
You mean crazy?
We have this absolute. This is my alarm clock.
What are you going? Why is that your alarm clock?
It's a banger. What other ecclesiastical bangers do we have?
See, you're creating the meditation right now. Like the recording that I'm making is technically the product you want to put out.
I mean, I want like a guided meditation, like someone who like, you know, knows what they're talking about, and you know. Yeah. There's something there, yeah, for sure.
Because it's really just a recording. Like at the end of the day, is a recording. You're putting it out, whether it's pictures and videos and words or just words, but you're creating records or recordings. And so the sooner you start making recordings, the sooner you'll be happier.
Wow. Yeah, maybe I should start recording stuff. Make it absolute banger Catholic meditation TV. Just like drop it, like, you know, Dr. Dre.
You mean like a pot? What's up, Bussy?
Hello. We're just slapping, you know, Catholic bangers. And yeah, getting ready to, I don't know, do some stuff.
I'm just taking selfies of myself. Yeah, and I just updated this app, and I'm really happy I did because it's like I was living in the Stone Age before. Do I still sound loud, or did it fix the audio problem? Because like I used to be so loud and people would be so angry about it. Like, do I sound more normal now?
Sound normal?
Oh, so it like puts. Okay, so I thought that was a personal message, but that was the whole room.
Holy Mary, Mother of God.
Benedictus fructus ventris tui, Iesus. Sancta Maria, Mater Dei, ora pro nobis peccatoribus, nunc et in hora mortis nostrae. Ave Maria, gratia plena, Dominus tecum, benedicta tu in mulieribus, et benedictus fructus ventris tui, Iesus. Sancta Maria, Mater Dei, ora pro
It's lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Joy now. I'd like to read a Christian poem, if I may. Okay, let me get a Christian book. Hold on.
Never heard of it. I'm just cruising. Videos.
Okay, this is called You Are the King's Son.
Okay.
You are the king's son. Why do you close yourself up? Become a lover. Don't aspire to be a general or a minister of state. One is a boredom for you, the other a disgrace. You've been a picture on a bathhouse wall long enough. No one recognizes you here, do they? God's lion disguised as a human being. I saw that. Put down the book. I was studying Hariri's Makamat. There is no early and late for us. The only way to measure a lover is by the grandeur of the beloved. Judge a moth by the beauty of its candle. Shams is invisible because he is inside sight. He is the intelligent essence of what is everywhere at once, seeing.
What was it from?
Oh, that's Rumi.
I don't know how I'm supposed to work. Go to work.
Okay, I'll give you something else. I'll let you pick you tell me which word you want to hear about. Man, memory, sorrow, wonder, beatitude, laughter, indifference, mastery, trance, energy, knowledge, understanding, chastity, silence, love, truth.
Beatitude.
Beatitude, okay. It's called laughter. The common defect of all mystical systems previous to that of the Eon whose law is Thelema is that there has been no place for laughter. But the sadness of the mournful mother and the melancholy of the dying man are swept into by the confident smile of the immortal child. And there is no vision more critical in the career of the adept of Horus than the universal joke. In this trance, he accepts fully the formula of Osiris, and in the act transcends it. The spirit of the centurion passes harmlessly through his heart, and the sword of the executioner strikes idly on his neck. He discovers that the tragedy, of which so many centuries have made such case, is but a farce for children's pleasure. Punch is knocked down only to get up grinning with his gay root toot toot tit. Here we go again. Judy the beetle, the hangman, and the devil are merely the companions of his playtime. So, since, after all, the facts which he thought tragic are real enough, the essence of his solution is that they are not true. As he thought of himself, they are just one set of phenomena, as interesting and as fatuously impotent to affect him as any other set. His personal grief was due to his passionate insistence on contemplating one insignificant congeries of events as if it were the sole reality and importance in the infinite mass of manifestation. It is thus that the perception of the universal joke leads directly to the understanding of the idea of self as conterminous with the universe, and at the same time one with it, creator of it, and aloof from it, which triune state is, as is well known, one of the most necessary stages of samadhi. It is the culmination of one of the two most important chapters of the Bhagavad Gita. There is a further merit in this matter. In the idea of laughter is inherent that of cruelty, as has been shown by many philosophers, and this is doubtless why it has been excluded by the mystic schools of pity-mongers from the dull curricula. The only answer is to shrug the shoulders in humorous contempt, for on this rock and no other have all the brave barks founded one by one amid the bunch of Greek letters of ocean. Nature is full of cruelty. Its highest points of joy and victory are marked by laughter. It is the true physiological explosion and relaxation of attention which produces it. Notably such drugs as cannabis indica and anhelonium lewini, which do actually loosen the girders of the soul, which give her breathing, cause immediate laughter as one of their most characteristic effects, or the huge wholesome contempt for the limiting self which springs from the sense of gargantuan disproportion perceived in the laughter. Truly it slays, with jolliest cannibal revels, that sour black-coated missionary, the serious ego, and plumps him into the pot. Tee-hee! The voice of civilization, the messenger of the white man's god. Bubble, bubble, bubble. Throw in another handful of sage, brother, and the sweet-smelling smoke rises and veils with exquisite shy seduction the shameless bodies of the stars. Beyond all this, for practical value, since the signpost at every turn of the path of the wise reads danger, yet springing directly from it by virtue of this very slaying of the ego, is the use of laughter as a safeguard of sanity. How easy for the charlatans of oratory to seduce the simple enthusiasm of the soul! What help have we unless we have the wit to know them as ridiculous? There is no limit to the abyss of idiocy wherein the quacks would plunge us. Our only saving reflex is the automatic joke of the sense of humor. Robert Browning was not far from the kingdom of God when he wrote, "Rejoice that man is hurled from change to change unceasingly, his soul's wings never furled, and there is after all but little salt in the snare of Juvenal's Satur est cum dicit Horatius evohe, for it is yet to be recorded that any man brought aid or comfort to his fellow by moping. No, the universal joke, though it be not a true trance, is most assuredly a means of grace, and often proves the chief ingredient of the universal solvent. Back then to Browning, to the brave last words he wrote while fourscore struck upon the timepiece of his years. Greet the unseen with a cheer, bid him forward, breast and back as either should be, strive and thrive, cry, speed, fight on, fair ever, there as here. Amen. Were the world understood, ye would see it was good. A dance to a delicate measure. Aye, let us end with that most sudden surprising word of a certain angel of the vision, and the voice who left the seer lapsed in his solemn trance with the gay laughing phrase, "But I go dancing." The tables of the law? Bah! Salvuntur tabuce risu. So have a good sense of humor. And
I love it.
yeah, it's called Laughter. Or what you chose was Beatitude, right? Oh,
Yeah.
oh, sorry, I read 27, not 23. So Beatitude is 23. My bad. I guess it kind of works. Well, 23 is really short. It's only a page. You want to hear it? Or it's no, it's 3, 4 pages actually. All right, give me a break. I'll read you Beatitude, but that was called Laughter. So this is like this is an exposition of Christianity, taking it to like very far ends of the spectrum, but I think it's useful. It's a technique to essentially expand your consciousness so you can go back to your everyday living. But you should do it for like an hour. It's called reading a book.
Okay. Towards Brillig and the Slippy Toes, did Gyron giggle in the wave?
Basically poetry, because in poetry you can say anything.
Oh, man.
Legally.
Are you familiar with that one? Are you familiar with the Jabberwocky? Twas Brillig and the Slippy Toes did gyre and gimble in the wave. All mimsy where the burrow grows, and the gnome rafts did outgrave. No? Okay. No. Oh,
Yeah.
unfortunately. Yeah. You got it?
Yeah, you ready?
Beware the Jabberwock, my son?
No, I'm gonna read to you the Beatitude.
Okay. Do it.
There are two well distinguished forms of the beatific vision. The higher pertains to Kether, and is thus proper only to the ipsissimus, though it may be enjoyed sporadically, and as it were by accident, by those of lower grades. It is of extremely rare occurrence, and has indeed never been described in any detail. It may even be said that it is doubtful whether any account of its true form has ever been given to the world. It need only be said in this place that its formula is love is the law, love under will, and that its nature is the perpetual sacrament of energy in action. It is dependent upon the perfect mastery of the mysteries of sorrow and of change, with thorough identification with that of individuality. Let us then occupy ourselves with the lower form of this vision so called. It is not technically a vision at all, which pertains to Tifereth, and is thus the natural grace of the minor adept. It may be said at once that those who have attained to higher grades, especially those above the abyss, can hardly return to this vision, for it implies a certain innocence, a certain defect of understanding which is not possible to a master of the temple. Again, the grades of exempt and major adept are too energetic to admit of the balanced quietude of this state. Only in the center of the tree of life, only in the self-poised security of the solar axis, can we expect to find the steady indifference to event which is the basis of the trance, and that ontogenerous radiance which tinges it with rose and gold. This trance differs notably from most others in a way which the above stated conditions which would lead us to expect. It is psychologically a state, as opposed to an action or an event. True, all trances of samadhic intensity are in a sense timeless, but it may be said that most of them are marked by well-defined issues of a critical character. That is, the entry to each is quasi-spasmodic. In this case, however, we find no such diagnostic. The trance may be continued for weeks or months, and the most ardent devotee of Tahuti, searching his magical record with the most conscientious acuteness, finds it impossible to indicate the onset of the vision. In fact, it may be surmised that the vision arises not from any given action, but rather from a subtle suspension of action. The conflict of events has ended happily in a state of serenely perfect balance, in which, though energy continues to manifest, its issues have become without significance. We may compare the condition with the return of health of a fever-stricken man. The alternation of pyrexia and subnormal temperatures has subsided. He forgets gradually to consult the thermometer at the accustomed intervals, becoming absorbed instinctively in his regular pursuits. At the same time, he is no longer aware of the hot and cold spells, but half consciously of the quiet glow of health. Similarly, in this vision, all conscious magical effort ceases, although the practices are continued with all customary diligence, and the whole of the adept's impressions, internal as external, are suffused with the glow of beauty and delight. The state is in many respects closely akin to that sought by the smoker of opium, but it is natural and requires no artificial regulation. It will appear from the foregoing that nothing could be more absurd than to attempt to give instructions for the attainment of the state. To aspire to it, still worse to seek to regain it after it has passed, must appear the climax of bad logic. Nor delectable and blessed as it is, can one call it actually desirable. We need not assume that it is in any way deleterious, that it exhausts good karma, or that it wastes time, damps aspiration. It should be accepted when it occurs with calm indifference, enjoyed to the full, and quitted without regret. Its occurrence is in any case, clear evidence that adept has reached a definite and rather exalted state of being, since he can live so many hours without being perturbed by the incidence of any motive force. It implies a marked degree of attainment of internal and external control. It proves the possibility of perfect repose in the midst of the greatest activity, and thus indicates the solution of the ultimate problem of philosophy, the proem to the conquest of the three characteristics. It should encourage the adept in his aspiration by heartening him to confront the appalling postulate of the abyss. It should serve him as refreshment and nourishment. It should assure him of the possibility of perfection in the greater work, by demonstrating its existence as a crown to the less. Moreover, the enjoyment of delight and the apprehension of beauty in all things, even on this plane where analysis has not yet become acute, do actually fortify the heart and enkindle the imagination. Let therefore the postulant of the rosy cross pursue his path in solemn strength, aware that at the proper moment he may receive, unmasking the reward, and enjoy the revivifying flood of dulcet light, which has been called by the adepts the beatific vision. Dun 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 dun! Dun 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 dun!
What are you reading from again?
It's called Little Essays on Truth.
Little Essays on Truth. Yeah, you're gonna send me that.
Yeah, it's called Crowley, Little Essays Towards Truth, Dove Press. Great little book, because it's really good English, and it's very intelligent. It's like something you've never heard before. It's something new, It really makes the mind start creating new synapses.
Yeah. Good stuff.
Okay, well, look, I bid you adieu. Have a great day. God bless you, and talk to you soon.
Thank you. I gotta go to work now. Bye-bye.
That was about $200 worth easily.
Yeah, but we were talking to voiceover guy actually. I didn't even know that he was a guy. We were just trying to recall what he had said. Yeah, it's not really that important.
Actually, I mentioned it a lot. Stop.
Hello, Adrian.
I am an AI chatbot sent to help you. Please tell me your query or command.
I do not understand.
What is it that you do not understand?
I guess she's didn't understand. Alexa be saying.
Oh, but you probably be better.
Yeah, I gotta link you, man. You in Brooklyn, right?
Nah, I'm in Manhattan, but reside in the Bronx, so I'll be back and forth.
I'll be in Lower Manhattan, though. I'll be hanging out in the city, man. We link up in the city or something, get some drinks and talk. I gotta, you know what I'm saying? I gotta get activated, man. I gotta get to this, you know what I'm saying? Something gotta give, man. You know what I'm saying?
No, of course, of course.
You know what I'm saying? Because it's an easy access of flow of money, and we should all be afforded to get access to that, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, all you gotta do is learn what due process is. It's due. It's process that is due. When they fuck you over and you start reading the penal codes of the city of New York, because remember, city of New York doesn't have law. It derives through codes from the state law. So they made codes for the city of New York to follow that has some correlation and some factors that belong to the state of New York law. But if you start learning that, you good.
Yeah, you gotta understand, especially, yeah, that's true. But see, a lot of people, majority of people don't really do crime. So it's like, if you're a law-abiding citizen, you're just working 9 to 5, you're paying your taxes, you're doing what you're supposed to do. In what capacity, they're thinking, why should I learn any law? You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not doing anything nefarious or anything.
But the thing is that a lot of people don't understand that even you not committing a crime, knowing law is a must. Why? Because every time that they use, like for example, every time you use your social to get a credit card and they deny you, that's money that they're supposed to pay. Even with the driver's license, what company are you working for? Why isn't it the company that you're working for, that you're getting your funds from, getting you your license? They're private licensing and that. It's a lot of things that a lot of people not making sense of, but they're still putting their foot in. This is just like the hokey pokey song. They put their right foot in, they put their right foot out, and then they shake it all about, and then they do the hokey pokey, and then be oblivious of shit. That's exactly what we're undergoing.
It'd be like that, man. You know what I'm saying? It'd be like that. You know what I'm saying? But, that's just the way how the system is.
You can't come here and think you're not going to get offended. The whole point is it's a road rage act. People come here to road rage.
What's good for some is not good for others.
Nah, I'm correct you on that part. It's not the system, it's the people. They misinterpret the lingo, they misinterpret the language. That's what it is, because they don't want to do shit. They want shit convenient, like everything else. Just like the fast food restaurants, just like everything else.
I'm just filming for you guys to sake. That's all.
If you don't know how to cook, you're gonna go to McDonald's and get a fucking plate of food. You're gonna go to a restaurant and get a plate of food and you don't know how to cook. But that's the issue that we're undergoing right now. Everybody's convenient and susceptible to everything that's been given to them and not knowing if it's poisonous or not. It's like, for example, right now, if you were to get a letter from your bank letting you know, you have this balance. If you really read the letter, the words, and go into a Black Law dictionary, you will actually understand that those words that you thought meant one thing actually mean something else. And my apologies for the background noise on one button.
50 Cent made Snoop Dogg so mad that he stole 50's car and his...
Not yet. Let me check. Nope.
That's crazy because he just texted me too. I already got 2 clients.
To get to where you are today, it's a question you wonder about almost every human being.
Yeah, but I'm on the artist with you. I'm not stressing it as much. You wanna know why? Because God knows what he's doing, and the universe knows what it's doing, and because I'm doing this fix with my shit. Because I'm doing this fix with my shit, so everything could be good.
Jump out and do it so I can get paid.
Yeah, but stop calling me by my name, nigga. It's alright, Bartholomew. Whatever that is.
Whoa. Relax.
Wow. Oh, wow.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I don't know about skin.
We not running that back. We not running that back.
But I think a lot of, well, isn't it safe to say a lot of things are authorized to be done? You know what I'm saying? For people to do that to a certain person. If that makes sense. You know what I'm saying?
You know that everything changes just by the way you. You know that everything changes just by the way you sign.
That's true.
I mean that if you sign your last name first, then first, then middle, or middle, then first, you're actually moving in the capacity of a beneficiary, being the beneficiary of your estate. And you basically
What's the consensus of this topic? What's the consensus of this topic?
I didn't hear that, my bad.
How we talk about?
50 Cent made Snoop.
We talking about not getting fucked by these people.
Oh, I thought y'all was talking about how we need to get rid of gays and.
Yeah, well, they're about to all go down. They're about to convert back to their original, authentic self. They is not gonna be gay no more.
Anymore, but yeah. All the babies and all the stuff. Yes. What about stuff?
Nigga, studs were fucking niggas since 1965.
Not spoke on like 3 months ago. Yeah, I don't know why you think stuff is gonna change. No, it's still gonna be hell. So I still gonna be the highest pregnancy rate for African American women. I think lesbians are the highest reproductive group or demographic in the African American community.
50 Cent made Snoop Dogg so mad. 50 Cent.
If you think I'm lying, look up birth records. No, I don't think you're lying. That's the thing. I don't think you're lying. Yeah, you look up hospital records, you look at these women. Because that's kind of another funny thing in America. Yeah, you're born in America. That means your information is public. Yeah,
unless you correct your status.
Unfortunately, disappear. I'm actually planning to get rid of my SSI number. Not now.
And if you put it on the trust, they can't touch that because it already has an official owner.
You know,
That's the thing. I'm not going to put it in a trust. I'm going to use another one.
right, that's what I was about to say. You know, people have different social security numbers.
Yeah, I'm just going to use another one.
Yeah, EIN is a social security number. Do you know that you could convert your social security number into an EIN number into a private just by putting the dashes or putting the dashes when you need to be.
There is one EIN number that I've always locked in the back of my brain in case, well, something like this happened. And that's the one I'm pretty much planning everything to friends with too. So once our friends work on that one, guess what I don't have to worry about? The bullshit of any of these governments or police. So everything that I get on the deep web is under that one.
Well, take me with you, man.
Science.
Don't worry, I'll sign more than anything you do. Even the Constitution.
People I'm gonna be around, yeah, they don't like they like metal electric. Hold on, Isaac. One of y'all fucking music mode. Isaac talk. It's not music mode, you're probably hearing air blast in the background. No, there's like a crazy echo. I know, I heard it.
It ain't me, I know that.
Hey, the chick that tried to holler at me on Facebook dating that the other day. Look at my PPR.
Wow, Shaheen.
Hey, yo, and I bet you was the one that got her pregnant too.
No, you know, I said, what's the fuck is?
Shaheen got her pregnant?
No, I ain't get her pregnant. I bet Papa Plan B.
Allegedly.
Oh, why would you think that?
You didn't see what he, you didn't hear what he just said? He said this is the girl from the Facebook dating app.
Oh, wow. Ooh. That's sad. I feel bad for people like that.
Is there good talent on Facebook dating?
No.
I've never.
No way.
Yeah.
Yes, it is, because we do it now. You say you got no face.
Find talent.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I have, and I'm sure like most men, we have pretty reasonable, the high standards, Shaheen's picture.
You're looking to get your dick sucked on Facebook dating. Typically about Black American.
Nigga, for all of that, send us the back page.
Nah, they got shut after that Dr. Kill back page shit. The back page is not. Yeah, her name's Sarah. Oh, her name is crazy.
Yeah, I would say Shaheen don't date her. That's not. She look, that's low quality.
She got a great personnel.
That is not low quality. That's what the society has embedded and brainwashed us with. But she is a great candidate.
Right, she
awesome.
is amazing.
She got headbutt a nigga. She's more loyal than half of these bitches out here.
Is that? Only thing I hate when she was giving me head, and I can never come over here in my stomach. Yo, I feel a little weird. Yeah, so I feel a little winded because I never get on here in my stomach. I feel like she kept on jabbing my shit.
Yeah, the fupa. It doesn't mean that it's necessarily the fat upper pussy area. No, it can actually mean the fat upper part area.
But the thing was, when I was hitting her, right, I accidentally, like you got the lights off, I accidentally almost slipped in the wrong hole, and she was like, ah. I'm like, oh, shit, my bad.
You're going to hell, Shiny. You're going to hell. Don't worry, I'm joining you with you. I'm coming with you.
Her hair was twisted. Oh, my bad.
She probably told you not to hit it with the not to hit the helmet. In the first place, you did was hit the helmet.
I did. You know, while I hit her for the back, I saw something back in her helmet.
It is motherfucking Friday and they don't even feel like it.
I know I'm over here about 4 out of there, 72 degrees outside.
What up, people downstairs? If y'all want to say something, y'all can come up.
Fuck the mix.
Kind of mind blowing.
Wait, who is Adrian Dibman?
What, Aiden?
No, I was saying, who is Adrian Ditman on stage? The person that's on stage.
Well, hello, Adrian. How you doing? They wanna figure out who you are.
Oh no, I think he's busy. Never mind.
The Speedy Tail 2.0 wasn't born overnight. It's the result of months of research
Hey,
and
Vicky,
development.
what's
And
a
here it is,
good
the first
movie
interactive
that
cat toy
you've
that
seen
won't get
recently
stuck on carpet.
that
What
you
makes
could
it so
recommend?
special? Let's take a look at it. The Speedy Tail
It depends
2.0
on what
is
you
a
wanna see.
smart, touch-activated toy.
I like a lot of movies. Scary or action, anything. About who?
I watched this movie last night called Kitover, S-C-U-L-S.
Wait, did you say Pusha T like the rapper?
By Alistair Crowley.
No, it's called
Chapter
Kitover.
0 through 50.
S-C-U-L-S.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
It's really good.
AA publication in classes C and D. Official for Babes of the Abyss. Imprimatur in Freighter AA. Liber 333. The Book of Lies, which is also falsely called Breaks. The wanderings or falsifications of the one thought of Freighter Perdurabo, which thought is itself untrue. Break, break, break at the foot of thy stones, O sea. I would that I could utter the thoughts that arise in me. Question mark. Exclamation point. Chapter 0. The chapter that is not a chapter. Oh, the anti-primal triad which is not God. Nothing is, nothing becomes, nothing is not. The first triad which is God. I am. I utter the word. I hear the word. The abyss. The word is broken up. There is knowledge. Knowledge is relation. These fragments are creation. The broken manifests light. The second triad, which is God. God the Father and Mother is concealed in generation. God is concealed in the whirling energy of nature. God is manifest in gathering.
I can't
harmony,
take it.
consideration, the mirror of the sun and of the heart. The third triad, bearing, preparing, wavering, flowing, flashing, stability, begetting. The 10th emanation, the world. Chapter 1, the Sabbath of the Goat. O, the heart of Nox, the night of Pan. Pan, duality, energy, death. Death, begetting, the supporters of O. To beget is to die. To die is to beget. Cast the seed into the field of night. Life and death are two names of A. Kill thyself. Neither of these alone is enough. Chapter 2, the cry of the hawk. Hur hath a secret fourfold name. It is, do what thou wilt. 4 words, not one, many, all. Thou child, thy name is holy, thy kingdom is come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood. Bring us through temptation, deliver us from good and evil. That mine as thine be the crown of the kingdom, even now. Abrahadabra. These 10 words are for the name of the one. Chapter 3, the oyster. The brothers of AA are one with the mother of the child. The many is as adorable to the one as the one is to the many. This is the love of these. Creation, parturition, is the bliss of the one. Coition, dissolution, is the bliss of the many. The all, thus interwoven of these, is bliss. Naught is beyond bliss. The man delights in uniting with the woman. The woman in parting from the child. The brothers of AA are women. The aspirants to AA are men. Chapter 4. Peaches. Soft and hollow, how thou dost overcome the hard and full. It dies, it gives itself. To thee is the fruit. Be thou the bride, thou shalt be the mother hereafter. To all impressions thus, let them not overcome thee, yet let them breed within thee. The least of the impressions, come to its perfection, is Pan. Receive 1,000 lovers, thou shalt bear but one child. This child shall be the heir of Fate the Father. Chapter 5. The Battle of the Ants. That is not which is. The only word is silence. The only meaning of that word is not. Thoughts are false. Fatherhood is unity disguised as duality. Peace implies war. Power implies war. Harmony implies war. Victory implies war. Glory implies war. Foundation implies war. Alas for the kingdom wherein all these are at war. Chapter 6. Caviar. The word was uttered. The one exploded into 1,000 million worlds. Each world contained 1,000 million spheres. Each sphere contained 1,000 million planets. Each planet contained 1,000 million stars. Each star contained a many thousand million things. Of these, the reasoner took 6, and, preening, said, This is one and the all. These 6 the adept harmonized, and said, This the heart of the all. These 6 were destroyed by the master of the temple, and he spake not. The ash thereof was burnt up by the magus into the word. Of all this did the Ipsissimus know nothing. Chapter 7. The Dinosaurs. None are they whose number is 6, else were they 6 indeed. 7 are these 6 that live not in the city of the pyramids, under the night of Pan. There was Lao Tzu, there was Siddhartha, there was Krishna, there was Tahuti, there was Moshe, there was Dionysus, there was Mahmud. But the 7th men called Perdurabo, for enduring unto the end, at the end, was not to endure. Amen. Chapter 8. Steeped Horsehair. Mind is a disease of semen. All that a man is or may be is hidden therein. Bodily functions are parts of the machine, silent unless in dis-ease. But mind, never at ease, creaketh I. This I persisteth not, posteth not through generations, changeth momently, finally is dead. Therefore is man only himself, when lost to himself in the charioting. Chapter 9. The Brinks. Being is the noun, form is the adjective, matter is the noun, motion is the verb. Wherefore hath being clothed itself with form? Wherefore hath matter manifested itself in motion? Answer not, O silent one, for there is no wherefore, no because. The name of that is not known. The pronoun interprets, that is, misinterprets, it. Time and space are adverbs. Duality begat the conjunction. The conditioned is father of the preposition. The article also marketh division, but the interjection is the sound that endeth in silence. Destroy thereof the 8 parts of speech.
Zach, what up? This is The Book of Lies by Crowley. PTR. I don't know if you want to say anything. You want to do a Tanya reading? Good Shabbos.
Yeah, the dishes. I'm enjoying this. I was liking the part when he said harmony implies war, victory implies war, something, and then also he was
Kingdom implies
war. Where
war.
he was saying like something about Marduk. Did he say something about Marduk?
I don't know.
Oh, all right. Well, I was gonna raise my hand and say Mardick.
Yeah, victory implies war. everything implies war. I like that sentiment. You know, it keeps you on a war footing.
Did you see the bit about the bit? Did you see the Ukrainian, the Russian soldier fighting to the death?
No.
There was like a video where they were killing each other, like a hand-to-hand video killing, and then at the end, one of them says, "Oh, please just let me die. You were the better fighter," and the other one is like, "No, you were the best in the world." And then he walks away and lets the man die, and it's quite moving.
So I'm using Grok to like do AI generated images of Elon Musk from the tarot cards. So I'm creating an Elon Musk Adrian Dittman tarot card deck, and I'm gonna use these AI images like on all my YouTube gallery images. And this,
Hey, by the way, Adrian Dittman finally did something that was really exciting. Was it your? I hope it was your recording that finally captured his exciting moment.
which one?
Didn't he say something? He like confessed that he was Elon Musk. He said he's Elon. Adrian Dittman is Elon. He's been outed.
Yeah, it's over. Just go to click the link above, and you can see a lot of recent videos about people exposing him as his burner account. Okay, do you want to do a Tanya? Do you want to do a Tanya Toiver study today? And I gave my friend Max Rice.
I'm doing the dishes right now, but I can maybe in a bit.
Okay. And I bought another copy of that book, and I gave it to my friend Max. Both my friend Maxes. So like we can get like a Tanya minion going. It's a big accomplishment to get a minion. Okay, I'm gonna play this Book of Lies, and then we'll go to the Book of Truth, Tanya.
The ninth is nigh unto truth. This also must be destroyed before thou enterest into the silence. Chapter 10. Whittle Straws. The abyss of hallucination has law and reason, but in truth there is no bond between the toys of the gods. This reason and law is the bond of the great lie. Truth, 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 crieth the Lord of the abyss of hallucinations. There is no silence in that abyss, for all that men call silence is its speech. The abyss is also called hell, and the many. Its name is consciousness, and the universe among men. But that which neither is silent nor speaks, rejoices therein. Chapter 11. The Glowworm. Concerning the holy three and naught, knew it, had it, Ra or Kuit, are only to be understood by the master of the temple. They are above the abyss, and contain all contradiction in themselves. Below them is a seeming duality of chaos and Babylon. These are called father and mother, but it is not so. They are called brother and sister, but it is not so. They are called husband and wife, but it is not so. The reflection of all is Pan. The night of Pan is the annihilation of the all. Cast down through the abyss is the light, the rosy cross, the rapture of union that destroys. That is the way. The rosy cross is the ambassador of Pan. How infinite is the distance from this to that, yet all is here and now, nor is there any there or then. For all that is, what is it but a manifestation? That is a part, that is a falsehood, of that which is not. Yet that which is not neither is nor is not that which is. Identity is perfect, therefore the law of identity is but a lie. For there is no subject, and there is no predicate, nor is there the contradictory of either of these things. Holy, holy, holy are these truths that I utter, knowing them to be but falsehoods. Broken mirrors, troubled waters, hide me, O Our Lady, in thy womb, for I may not endure the rapture. In this utterance of falsehood upon falsehood, whose contradictories are also false, it seems as if that which I uttered not were true. Blessed, unutterably blessed, is the last of the illusions. Let me play the man and thrust it from me. Amen. Chapter 12. The Dragonflies. I-O is the cry of the lower, as O-I of the higher. In figures they are 1001. In letters they are joy. For when all is equilibrated, when all is beheld from without all, there is joy, joy, joy that is but one facet of a diamond, every other facet whereof is more joyful than joy itself. Chapter 13. Pilgrim Talk. O thou that settest upon the path, false is the phantom that thou seeketh. When thou hast it, thou shalt know all bitterness, thy teeth fixed in the Sodom apple. Thus hast thou been lured along that path, whose terror else had driven thee far away. O thou that stridest upon the middle of the path, no phantoms mock thee, for the stride's sake thou stridest. Thus art thou lured along that path, whose fascination else had driven thee far away. O thou that drawest toward the end of the path, effort is no more. Faster and faster dost thou fall. Thy weariness is changed into ineffable rest, for there is no thou upon that path. Thou hast become the way. Chapter 14. Onion Peelings. The universe is the practical joke of the general at the expense of the particular, quoth Frater Perdurabo, and laughed. But those disciples nearest to him wept, seeing the universal sorrow. Those next to them laughed, seeing the universal joke. Below these certain disciples wept, then certain laughed, others next wept, others next laughed, next others wept, next others laughed. Last came those that wept, because they could not see the joke, and those that laughed, lest they should be thought not to see the joke, and thought it safe to act like Frater Perdurabo. But though Frater Perdurabo laughed openly, he also at the same time wept secretly, and in himself he neither laughed nor wept, nor did he mean what he said. Chapter 15. The Gun Barrel. Mighty and erect is this will of mine, this pyramid of fire whose summit is lost in heaven. Upon it have I burned the corpse of my desire. Mighty and erect is this phallus of my will. The seed thereof is that which I have borne within me from eternity, and it is lost within the body of Our Lady of the Stars. I am not I am but a hollow tube to bring down fire from heaven. Mighty and marvelous is this weakness, this heaven, which draweth me into her womb, this dome which hideth, which absorbeth me. This is the night wherein I am lost, the love through which I am no longer I. Chapter 16. The Stag Beetle. Death implies change and individuality. If thou be that which hath no person, which is beyond the changing, even beyond changelessness, what hast thou to do with death? The bird of individuality is ecstasy, so also is its death. In love the individuality is slain. Who loves not love? Love death therefore, and long eagerly for it. Die daily. Chapter 17. The Swan. There is a swan whose name is ecstasy. It wingeth from the deserts of the north. It wingeth through the blue. It wingeth over the fields of rice. At its coming they push forth the green. In all the universe this swan alone is motionless. It seems to move, as the sun seems to move. Such is the weakness of our sight. O fool, criest thou. Amen. Motion is relative. There is nothing that is still. Against this swan I shot an arrow. The white breast poured forth blood. Men smote me. Then, perceiving that I was but a pure fool, they let me pass. Thus, and not otherwise, I came to the temple of the Grail. Chapter 18. Dewdrops. Verily, love is death, and death is life to come. Man returneth not again, the stream floweth not uphill. The old life is no more, there is a new life that is not his. Yet that life is of his very essence. It is more he than all that he calls he. In the silence of a dewdrop is every tendency of his soul and of his mind and of his body. It is the quintessence and the elixir of his being. Therein are the forces that made him, and his father and his father's father before him. This is the dew of immortality. Let this go free, even as it will. Thou art not its master, but the vehicle of it. Chapter 19. The Leopard and the Deer. The spots of the leopard are the sunlight in the glade. Pursue thou the deer stealthily at thy pleasure. The dappling of the deer is the sunlight in the glade. Concealed from the leopard, do thou feed at thy pleasure. Resemble all that surroundeth thee, yet be thyself, and take thy pleasure among the living. This is that which is written, lurk, in the book of the law. Chapter 20. Samson. The universe is in equilibrium. Therefore he that is without it, though his force be but a feather, can overturn the universe. Be not caught within that web, O child of freedom. Be not entangled in the universal lie, O child of truth. Chapter 21. The Blind Webster. It is not necessary to understand. It is enough to adore. The God may be of clay. Adore him. He becomes God. We ignore what created us. We adore what we create. Let us create nothing but God. That which causes us to create is our true father and mother. We create in our own image, which is theirs. Let us create, therefore, without fear. For we can create nothing that is not God. Chapter 22. The Despot. The waiters of the best eating houses mock the whole world. They estimate every client at his proper value. This I know certainly, because they always treat me with profound respect. Thus they have flattered me into praising them thus publicly. Yet it is true, and they have this insight because they serve, and because they can have no personal interest in the affairs of those whom they serve. An absolute monarch would be absolutely wise and good. But no man is strong enough to have no interest. Therefore, the best king would be pure chance. It is pure chance that rules the universe. Therefore, and only therefore, life is good. Chapter 23. Skidoo. What man is at ease in his inn? Get out. Wide is the world and cold. Get out. Thou hast become an initiate. Get out. But thou canst not get out by the way thou camest in. The way out is the way. Get out, for out is love and wisdom and power. Get out. If thou hast tea already, first get UT, then get O, and so at last, get out. Chapter 24. The Hawk and the Blind Worm. This book would translate beyond reason into the words of reason. Explain thou snow to them of Andaman. The slaves of reason call this book abuse of language. They are right. Language was made for men to eat and drink, make love, do barter, die. The wealth of a language consists in its abstracts. The poorest tongues have wealth of concretes. Therefore have adepts praise silence. At least it does not mislead as speech does. Also, speech is a symptom of thought. Yet silence is but the negative side of truth. The positive side is beyond even silence. Nevertheless, one true God crieth Hrileu, and the laughter of the death rattle is akin. Chapter 25. The Star Ruby. Facing east, in the center, draw deep, deep, deep thy breath. Closing thy mouth with thy right forefinger, press against thy lower lip. Then, dashing down the hand with a great sweep back and out, expelling forcefully thy breath, cry, Apo Pantos Kakodemonos. With the same forefinger touch thy forehead, and say, Soy, thy member, and say, O Phale, thy right shoulder, and say, Iskoros, thy left shoulder, and say, Eucharistos. Then clasp thine hands, locking the fingers, and cry, I-A-O. Advance to the east. Imagine strongly a pentagram, a right in thy forehead. Drawing the hands to the eyes, fling it forth, making the sign of Horus, and roar, Chaos! Retire thine hand in the sign of Hor-Pa-Krat. Go round to the north and repeat, but scream, Babylon. Go round to the west and repeat, but say, Eros. Go round to the south and repeat, but bellow, Psyche. Completing the circle Widdershins, retire to the center, and raise thy voice in the paean with these words, Iopan, with the sign of Nox. Extend the arms in the form of a tau, and say, low but clear, Promo Iungus, Opisomo Teletarchi, Epidexia Sinoches, Eparistera Demones, Flagei, Gar Perimo Ho Aster Ton Pinte, Kai in the still Ho Aster Ton Hex, Est Key. Repeat the cross Kabbalistic as above, and end as thou didst begin. Chapter 26, The Elephant and the Tortoise. The absolute and the condition together make the one absolute. The second, who is the fourth, the demiurge, whom all nations of men call the first, is a lie grafted upon a lie multiplied by a lie. Fourfold is he, the elephant upon whom the universe is poised, but the carapace of the tortoise supports and covers all. This tortoise is sixfold, the holy hexagram. These 6 and 4 are 10. 10, the one manifested, that returns to the not unmanifest. The Almighty, the All-Ruler, the All-Knower, the All-Father, adored by all men, and by me abhorred. Be thou accursed, be thou abolished, be thou annihilated. Amen. Chapter 27, The Sorcerer. A sorcerer, by the power of his magic, had subdued all things to himself. Would he travel? He could fly through space more swiftly than the stars. Would he eat, drink, and take his pleasure? There was none that did not instantly obey his bidding. In the whole system of 10 million times 10 million spheres, upon the 22 million planes, he had his desire. And with all this, he was but himself, alas. Chapter 28, The Pole Star. Love is all virtue, since the pleasure of love is but love, and the pain of love is but love. Love taketh no heed of that which is not, and of that which is. Absence exalteth love, and presence exalteth love. Love moveth from height to height of ecstasy, and faileth never. The wings of love droop not with time, nor slacken for life or for death. Love destroyeth self, uniting self with that which is not self, so that love breedeth all and none in one. Is it not so? No? Then thou art not lost in love. Speak not of love. Love always yieldeth. Love always hardeneth. Maybe I write it, but to write her name. Chapter 29, The Southern Cross. Love, I love you. Night, night, cover us. Thou art night, my love, and there are no stars but thine eyes. Dark night, sweet night, so warm and yet so fresh, so scented, yet so holy. Cover me, cover me. Let me be no more. Let me be thine. Let me be thou. Let me be neither thou nor I. Let there be love in night and night in love. Nox, the night of Pan, and Leha, the night before his threshold. Chapter 30, Jhana Dreams. Dreams are imperfections of sleep. Even so, is consciousness the imperfection of waking? Dreams are impurities in the circulation of the blood. Even so is consciousness that is formed from life. Dreams are without proportion, without good sense, without truth. So also is consciousness. Awake from dream, the truth is known. Awake from waking, the truth is the unknown. Chapter 31, The Garret. It moves from motion into rest, and rest from rest into motion. These it does always, for time is not. So that it does neither of these things. It does that one thing which we must express by two things, neither of which possesses any rational meaning. Yet its doing, which is no doing, is simple and yet complex, is neither free nor necessary. For all these ideas express relation, and it, comprehending all relation in its simplicity, is out of all relation, even with itself. All this is true and false, and it is true and false to say that it is true and false. Strain forth thy intelligence, O man, O worthy one, O chosen of it, to apprehend the discourse of the Master. For thus thy reason shall at last break down, as the fetter is struck from the slave's throat. Chapter 32, The Mountaineer. Consciousness is a symptom of disease. All that moves well, moves without will. All skillfulness, all strain, all intention is contrary to ease. Practice 1,000 times, and it becomes difficult. 1,000, and it becomes easy. 1,000 times 1,000, and it is no longer thou that doeth it, but it that doeth itself through thee. Nor until then is that which is done well done. Thus spoke Frater Perdurabo, as he leapt from rock to rock of the moraine, without ever casting his eyes upon the ground. Chapter 33, Baphomet. A black two-headed eagle is God, even a black triangle is he. In his claw he beareth a sword, yea, a sharp sword is held therein. This eagle was burnt up in the great fire, yet not a feather is scorched. This eagle is swallowed up in the great sea, yet not a feather is wetted. So flieth he in the air, and lighteth upon the earth at his pleasure. So spake Iacobus Burgundus Molensis, the Grand Master of the temple, and of the god that is ass-headed, did he dare not speak. Chapter 34, The Smoking Dog. Each act of man is the twist and double of an hare. Love and death are the greyhounds that course him. God bred the hounds and taketh his pleasure in the sport. This is the comedy of Pan, that man should think he hunteth, while those hounds hunt him. This is the tragedy of man, when facing love and death he turns to bay. He is no more hare, but boar. There are no other comedies or tragedies. Cease then to be the mockery of God. In savagery of love and death, live thou and die. Thus shall his laughter be thrilled through with ecstasy. Chapter 35, Venus of Milo. Life is as ugly and necessary as the female body. Death is as beautiful and necessary as the male body. The soul is beyond male and female, as it is beyond life and death. Even as the lingam and the yoni are but diverse developments of one organ, so also are life and death but two phases of one state. So also the absolute and the conditioned are but forms of that. What do I love? There is no form, no being, to which I do not give myself wholly up. Take me who will. Chapter 36, The Star Sapphire. Let the adept be armed with his magic rood, and provide him with his mystic rose. In the center, let him give the LVX signs. Or, if he know them, if he will and dare do them, and can keep silent about them, the signs of NOX, being the signs of puer, vir, puella, mulier. Omit the sign IR. Then let him advance to the east, and make the holy hexagram, saying, Pater et Mater, unus Deus arita. Let him go round to the south, make the holy hexagram, and say, Mater et Filius, unus Deus ararita. Let him go round to the west, make the holy hexagram, and say, Filius et filia, unus Deus ararita. Let him go round to the north, make the holy hexagram, and then say, Filia et pater unus Deus ararita. Let him then return to the center, and so to the center of all, making the rosy cross, as he may know how, saying, Ararita, Ararita, Ararita. In this the signs shall be those of Set triumphant and of Baphomet. Also shall Set appear in the circle. Let him drink of the sacrament, and let him communicate the same. Then let him say, Omnia in duos, duo in unum, unus in nihil, haec nec quator, nec omnia nec duo, nec unus nec nihil sunt. Gloria Patri et Matri et Filio et Filiae et Spiritui Sancto. Externo et Spiritui Sancto. Interno ut erat est erit in saecula, saeculorum sex in uno per nomen septum, in uno erita. Let him then repeat the signs of LVX, but not the signs of NOX, for it is not he that shall arise in the sign of Isis rejoicing. Chapter 37. Dragons. Thought is the shadow of the eclipse of Luna. Samadhi is the shadow of the eclipse of Soul. The moon and the earth are the non-ego and the ego. The sun is that. Both eclipses are darkness. Both are exceedingly rare. The universe itself is light. Chapter 38. Lambskin. Cowan skidoo, tile. Swear to Hile all. This is the mystery. Life. Mind is the traitor. Slay mind.
Zach, let me know when you want to do Tanya, because it'll balance out all this far end, occultism.
Let the corpse of mind lie unburied on the edge of the great sea. Death. This is the mystery. Tile. Cowan skidoo. Chapter 39. The Luby. Only Lubies find excellence in these words. It is unthinkable that A is not A. To reverse this is but to revert to the normal. Yet by forcing the brain to accept propositions, of which one set is absurdity, the other truism, a new function of brain is established. Vague and mysterious and all indefinite are the contents of this new consciousness. Yet they are somehow vital. By use, they become luminous. Unreason becomes experience. This lifts the leaden-footed soul of the experience of that, of which reason is the blasphemy. But without the experience, these words are the lies of a Luby. Yet a Luby to thee, and a booby to me, a Balacius ruby to God may be. Chapter 40. The Hymog. A red rose absorbs all colors but red. Red is therefore the one color that is not. This law, reason, time, space, all limitation blinds us to the truth. All that we know of man.
And the church fathers approved of this. Your own church fathers approved of this type of practice.
I mean, the saints and church fathers can do all sorts of bad things. Popes have done horrible things. It's about, is Christ God, right? Christ lived a sinless life, right?
The messenger of God.
He lives a sinless life.
Nature, God, is just that which they are not. It is that which they throw off as repugnant. The Hymog is only visible insofar as he is imperfect. Then are they all glorious who seem not to be glorious, as the Hymog is all glorious within? It may be so. How then distinguish the inglorious and perfect Hymog from the inglorious man of earth? Distinguish not, but thyself extinguish. Hymog thou art, and Hymog shall thou be. Chapter 41. Corned beef hash. In V is the great work perfect. Therefore, none is that pertaineth not to V. In any may he manifest, yet in one hath he chosen to manifest, and this one hath given his ring as a seal of authority to the work of the AA, through the colleagues of frequent pair to Rabbo. But this concerns themselves in their administration. It concerneth none below the grade of exempt adept, and such an one only by command. Also, since below the abyss reason is lord, let men seek by experiment, and not by questionings. Chapter 42. Dust Devils. In the wind of the mind arises the turbulence called I. It breaks. Down shower the barren thoughts. All life is choked. This desert is the abyss, wherein is the universe. The stars are but thistles in that waste. Yet this desert is but one spot accursed in the world of bliss. Now and again travelers cross the desert. They come from the great sea, and to the great sea they go. As they go, they spill water. One day they will irrigate the desert till it flower. See, 5 footprints of a camel. V, 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 V. Chapter 43. Mulberry Tops. Black blood upon the altar, and the rustle of angel wings above. Black blood of the sweet fruit, the bruised, the violated bloom, that setteth the wheel a-spinning in the spire. Death is the veil of life, and life of death, for both are gods. This is that which is written, a feast for life, and a greater feast for death, in the book of the law. The blood is the life of the individual. Offer then blood. Chapter 44. The Mass of the Phoenix. The magician, his breast bare, stands before an altar, on which are his burin, bell, thurible, and 2 of the cakes of light. In the sign of the Enterer he reaches west across the altar, and cries, Hail, Ra, that goest in thy bark, into the caverns of the dark. He gives the sign of silence, and takes the bell and fire in his hands. East of the altar see me stand, with light and music in mine hand. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. 3, 3, 3, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 3, 3, 3, and places the fire in the thurible. I strike the bell, I light the flame, I utter the mysterious name, Abrahadabra. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. Now I begin to pray, thou child, holy thy name and undefiled. Thy reign is come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood. Bring me through midnight to the sun. Save me from evil and from good. Take thy one crown of all the 10. Even now and here be mine. Amen. He puts the first cake in the fire of the thurible. I burn the incense cake, proclaim these adorations of thy name. He makes them as in Liber Legis, and strikes again 11 times upon the bell. With the burin, he then makes upon his breast the proper sign. Behold this bleeding breast of mine, gashed with the sacramental sign. He puts the second cake to the wound. I staunch the blood, the wafer soaks it up, and the high priest invokes. He eats the second cake. This bread I eat, this oath I swear, as I inflame myself with prayer. There is no grace, there is no guilt. This is the law. Do what thou wilt. He strikes 11 times upon the bell, and cries, Abrahadabra. I entereth in with woe and mirth, and now go forth and with thanksgiving, to do my pleasure on the earth, among the legions of the living. He goeth forth. Chapter 45. Chinese Music. Explain this happening. It must have a natural cause. It must have a supernatural cause. Let these 2 asses be set to grind corn. May, might, must, should, probably, may be, we may safely assume, ought, it is hardly questionable, almost certainly. Poor hacks, and let them be turned out to grass. Proof is only possible in mathematics, and mathematics is only a matter of arbitrary conventions. And yet doubt is a good servant, but a bad master. A perfect mistress, but a nagging wife. White is the lash of the overseer. White is black is the watchword of the slave. The master takes no heed. The Chinese cannot help thinking that the octave has 5 notes. The more necessary anything appears to my mind, the more certain it is that I only assert a limitation. I slept with faith and found a corpse in my arms on waking. I drank and danced all night with doubt, and found her a virgin in the morning. Chapter 46. Buttons and Rosettes. The cause of sorrow is the desire of the one to the many, or of the many to the one. This also is the cause of joy. But the desire of one to another is all of sorrow. Its birth is hunger, and its death satiety. The desire of the moth for the star at least saves him satiety. Hunger thou, O man, for the infinite. Be insatiable even for the finite. Thus, at the end, shalt thou devour the finite and become the infinite. Be thou more greedy than the shark, more full of yearning than the wind among the pines. The weary pilgrim struggles on. The satiated pilgrim stops. The road winds uphill. All law, all nature must be overcome. Do this by virtue of that in thyself, before which law and nature are but shadows. Chapter 47, Windmill Words. Asana gets rid of anatomy consciousness. Pranayama gets rid of physiology consciousness. Involuntary breaks. Yama and Nayama get rid of ethical consciousness. Voluntary breaks. Pratyahara gets rid of the objective. Dharana gets rid of the subjective. Dhyana gets rid of the ego. Samadhi gets rid of the soul impersonal. Asana destroys the static body, Nama. Pranayama destroys the dynamic body, Rupa. Yama destroys the emotions. Niyama destroys the passions, Vedana. Dharana destroys the perceptions, Sana. Dhyana destroys the tendencies, Sankara. Samadhi destroys the consciousness, Vinanam. Homard a la Thermidor destroys the digestion. The last of these facts is the one of which I am most certain. Chapter 38, Mome Wraths. The early bird catches the worm, and the 12-year-old prostitute attracts the ambassador. Neglect not the dawn meditation. The first plover's eggs fetch the highest prices. The flower of virginity is esteemed by the Pandar. Neglect not the dawn meditation. Early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise. But late to watch and early to pray brings him across the abyss, they say. Neglect not the dawn meditation. Chapter 49, Warata Blossoms. 7 are the veils of the dancing girl in the harem of it. 7 are the names, and 7 are the lamps beside her bed. 7 eunuchs guard her with drawn swords. No man may come nigh unto her. In her wine cup are 7 streams of the blood of the 7 spirits of God. 7 are the heads of the beast, whereupon she rides. The head of an angel, the head of a saint, the head of a poet, the head of an adulterous woman, the head of a man of valor, the head of a satyr, and the head of a lion serpent. 7 letters hath her holiest name, and it is. Narrator's note. Crowley here illustrates a seal of a 7-pointed star. Beginning from the westmost point, each point of the star contains a letter, spelling the name of Babylon. In the center of the star is the Greek symbol for theta. Crosses extend from its western, northern, and eastern boundaries. To the left of the westmost cross is the number 77. To the left of the northmost cross is the number 7. To the right of the northmost cross is the number 7. To the right of the eastmost cross is the number 77. By itself, at the southernmost boundary of theta, is the number 7. This is the seal upon the ring that is on the forefinger of it, and it is the seal upon the tombs of them whom she hath slain. Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of Our Lady, for it is the number of a woman, and her number is 156. Chapter 50, The Vigil of St. Hubert. In the forest, God met the stag beetle. Hold, worship me, quoth God, for I am all great, all good, all wise. The stars are but sparks from the forges of my smiths. Yea, verily, and amen, said the stag beetle. All this do I believe, and that devoutly. Then why do you not worship me? Because I am real, and you are only imaginary. But the leaves of the forest rustled with the laughter of the wind. Said wind and wood, they neither of them know anything. End of chapters 0 through 50. The Book of Lies by Aleister Crowley, chapters 51 through 91. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 51, Terrier Work. Doubt. Doubt thyself. Doubt even if thou doubtest thyself. Doubt all. Doubt even if thou doubtest all. It seems sometimes as if beneath all conscious doubt there lay some deepest certainty. Oh, kill it. Slay the snake. The horn of the doubt goat be exalted. Dive deeper, ever deeper, into the abyss of mind, until thou unearth the fox that. On, hounds, yoinks, tally-ho, bring that to bay, then wind the mort. Chapter 52. The Bull Baiting. 411 books wrote I. In each did I expound the great work fully, from the beginning even unto the end thereof. Then at last came certain men unto me, saying, O Master, expound thou the great work unto us, O Master. And I held my peace. O generation of gossipers, who shall deliver you from the wrath that is fallen upon you? O babblers, prattlers, talkers, loquacious ones, tattlers, chewers of the red rag that inflameth apiece the Redeemer to fury. Learn first what is work, and the great work is not so far beyond. Chapter 53. The Douser. Once round the meadow, brother does the hazel twig dip. Twice round the meadow, brother does the hazel twig dip. Thrice round the paddock, highly, lowly, wily, holy, dip, dip, dip. Then neighed the horse in the paddock, and lo, its wings. For whoso findeth the spring beneath the earth, maketh the treaders of earth to course the heavens. This spring is threefold, of water, but also of steel, and of seasons. Also this paddock is the toad that hath the jewel between his eyes. Aum mani padmen hum. Keep us from evil. Chapter 54. Eavesdroppings. 45 apprentice masons out of work. 15 fellow craftsmen out of work. 3 master masons out of work. All these sat on their haunches, waiting the report of the sojourner, for the word was lost. This is the report of the sojourners. The word was love, and its number is 111. Then said each Mo, for its number is 111. Each took the trowel from his lap, whose number is 111. Each called moreover on the goddess Nina, for her number is 111. Yet with all this went the work awry, for the word of the law is Thelema. Chapter 55. The Drooping Sunflower. The one thought vanished. All my mind was torn to rags. Nay, my head was mashed into wood pulp, and thereon the daily newspaper was printed. Thus wrote I, since my one love was torn from me. I cannot work. I cannot think. I seek distraction here. I seek distraction there. But this is all my truth, that I who love have lost, and how may I regain? I must have money to get to America. O mage, sage, gauge thy wage, or in the page of thine age is written rage. O my darling, we should not have spent 90 pounds in that 3 weeks in Paris. Slash the brakes on thine arms with a pole axe. Chapter 56. Trouble with Twins. Holy, 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 unto 555 times, holy be Our Lady of the Stars. Holy, 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 unto 156 times, holy be Our Lady that rideth upon the beast. Holy, 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 unto the number of times necessary and appropriate, be Our Lady Isis in her millions of names, all Mother, Genetrix, Meretrix. Yet holier than all these to me is Layla, night and death. For her do I blaspheme alike the finite and the infinite. So wrote not Frater Perdurabo, but the imp Crowley in his name. For forgery, let him suffer penal servitude for 7 years, or at least let him do pranayama all the way home. Home? Nay, but to the house of the harlot whom he loveth not. For it is Layla that he loveth. And yet, who knoweth which is Crowley, and which is Frater Perdurabo? Chapter 57. The Duck-billed Platypus. Dirt is matter in the wrong place. Thought is mind in the wrong place. Matter is mind, so thought is dirt. Thus argued he, the wise one, not mindful that all place is wrong. For not until the place is perfected by a T, saith he, placet. The rose uncrucified droppeth its petals. Without the rose, the cross is a dry stick. Worship then the rosy cross, and the mystery of two in one. And worship him that swore by his holy tea, that one should not be one, except in so far as it is two. I am glad that Layla is afar. No doubt clouds love. Chapter 58. Haggai Howlings. Haggard am I, an hyena. I hunger and howl. Men think it laughter. Ha, ha, ha. There is nothing movable or immovable under the firmament of heaven, on which I may write the symbols of the secret of my soul. Yea, though I were lowered by ropes into the utmost caverns and vaults of eternity, there is no word to express even the first whisper of the initiator in mine ear. Yea, I abhor birth, ululating lamentations of night. Agony, agony, the light within me breathes veils, the song within be dumbness. God, in what prism may any man analyze my light? Immortal are the adepts, and yet they die. They die of shame unspeakable. They die as the gods die, for sorrow. Wilt thou endure unto the end, O Frater Perdurabo, O lamp in the abyss? Thou hast the keystone of the royal arch, yet the apprentices, instead of making bricks, put the straws in their hair and think they are Jesus Christ. O sublime tragedy and comedy of the great work. Chapter 59. The Tailless Monkey. There is no help but hodgepodge in the skies, when Asticus sees crabs and lobsters rise. Man that has spine and hopes of heaven to be, lacks the amoeba's immortality. What protoplasm gains in mobile mirth is loss of the stability of earth. Matter and sense and mind have had their day. Nature presents the bill, and all must pay. If, as I am not, I were free to choose, how Buddhahood would battle with the booze. My certainty that destiny is good rests on its picking me for Buddhahood. Were I a drunkard, I should think I had good evidence that fate was bloody bad. Chapter 60. The Wound of Amfortas. The self-mastery of Percival became the self-masturbatory of the bourgeois. Virtus has become virtue. The qualities which have made a man, a race, a city, a caste, must be thrown off. Death is the penalty of failure. As it is written, in the hour of success sacrifice that which is dearest to thee, unto the infernal gods. The Englishman lives upon the excrement of his forefathers. All moral codes are worthless in themselves. Yet in every new code there is hope, provided always that the code is not changed because it is too hard, but because it is fulfilled. The dead dog floats with the stream. In Puritan France, the best women are harlots. In vicious England, the best women are virgins. If only the Archbishop of Canterbury were to go naked in the streets and beg his bread. The new Christ, like the old, is the friend of publicans and sinners, because his nature is ascetic. Oh, if every man did no matter what, provided that it is the one thing that he will not and cannot do. Chapter 61. The Fool's Knot. O fool, begetter of both I and not, resolve this knotty knot. O, I, this I and O, I owe, I-A-O, for I owe, I, to Nibbana Zo. I pay, the dissolution of the house of God, for pay comes after O, after Ayin that triumphs over Aleph in Ein, that is O. Opus, the work, the opening of the eye, thou naughty boy, thou openest the eye of Horus, to the blind eye that weeps. The upright one in thine uprightness rejoiceth. Death to all fishes. Chapter 62. Twig? The phoenix hath a bell for sound, fire for sight, a knife for touch, 2 cakes, one for taste, the other for smell. He standeth before the altar of the universe at sunset, when earth life fades. He summons the universe, and crowns it with magic light to replace the sun of natural light. He prays unto, and give homage to, Ra Hor Kuit. To him he then sacrifices. The first cake burnt illustrates the prophet drawn from the scheme of incarnation. The second, mixed with his life's blood and eaten, illustrates the use of the lower life to feed the higher life. He then takes the oath and becomes free, unconditioned, the absolute, burning up in the flame of his prayer, and born again, the phoenix. Chapter 63. Marjorie Daw. I loved Layla. I lack Layla.
Hello.
Good Shabbos.
Good Shabbos, good Shabbos, good Shabbos, good Shabbos.
I mean, Scott, imagine if we actually had money and we could make like a Jewish comedy movie and you played the role of like a Jewish actor, you know, doing a character in a movie. Could you imagine? You would fool everybody. And then during all the press briefings and everything, you'd be like, actually, I'm a Christian minister, but I figured, hey, why not? You know, like
Be a Jew boy. Let's be a Jew boy.
Scott, we're gonna make money, man. We listen, if they can make South Park, we can make Club Park. You know what I'm saying? See, Clubhouse needs us. Like, they have an opportunity to like integrate with bigger media, and the truth is, like, it's a dead app. Like, the only new party hats are my burner accounts.
You're the best. I'm so into you. That it's funny because people put, you're hanging around with Dittman. I was like, yeah, because he's the man.
Oh, it must piss people off.
I think you're hilarious, dude. I think you're like one of the best people on the app.
Thanks. I mean, so what I want to do is a minion and try to gather the Jews for Shabbos. And then we're going to do a spiritual trance, hypnosis, meditation.
Nice.
Can I merge a call with another minion? We're going to call Zach Ruda. And then we're going to... he's a Clubhouse user, and he got the same book as me, which is the Tanya book.
Oh, nice.
So the Tanya declares that all is God, and with that sentiment, let us form the union of the minion.
No, don't merge me on the call, though.
Union of the minion. Okay, well then, I pinged you to the Clubhouse room. Just come to the Minion Jew Shabbos room. Okay. Oh, Danny's here. Great. My minion is forming. I'm trying to call the Jews. I know, Danny.
Hey, this is Max Kluber. Thanks for calling. Leave a message after the tone and I'll get back to you as soon as I can.
Max, I'm trying to form my minion on Clubhouse. So far, we've got one Jew in. And I was wondering if you can call me back or join the Clubhouse room. We're about to do the Shema. And I hope you can join us. But first, we're going to play I'm Hashem Lo Yivne by the Bayis Shira Choir.
I want to learn Ivrit. I want to speak Hebrew. They said, oh, we have this excellent program.
Citizen Cafe TLV.
Every
Okay, Max, try to call me back if you can. Good Shabbos.
Lo
Okay, Danny, are you ready to do the Tanya hypnosis? I need a participant.
What?
I need you to help me with the hypnosis.
Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad.
Wow, perfect. Okay, listen to this. I can't see you. I don't know why I'm trying to reset my profile. I can't see your account. You must have become the Shekhinah, Danny. You transcended!
Yes, I one with God. Yeah.
You really are Andy Warhol, aka the Phoenix.
What am I?
When's your birthday, Danny? What's your zodiac?
I have the same birthday as a couple people. What's his name? Borat. Lenny Bruce.
Damn, you're killing it! You're Jewish, are you? This girl's Jewish!
I was born on the day of the miracle of Fatima. I don't know this one. I don't know this one, but it sounds very scary.
That's the Sephardic version.
With your bestie. Share your full view
Yakov
with
is
dual
here.
cameras.
Is that my man Yakub? Is that my man Yakub? That's Yakub! He in the house! He in the house! Yakub! Yakub is here! Did you just call me baby boy? Did you just call me baby boy? What the F N-word? Are you an F-word N-word?
Am I F-word N-word? Holy shit.
This is a grown-up conversation. This isn't for little children of weak Hasidic faith. We need good Talmud Chacham, yeah.
F-ass-in?
Okay,
An
this is...
assassin? Are you an assassin? I was murdered last summer.
Okay, we are forming a minion here. You are my minion so far. 3 is a good number.
You can't have a man with 2 people and a woman, dude.
Oh, these are desperate times, my friend. This is a fierce faith. This is a fierce faith. You hear that ambulance outside? That'll be you one day. What are you complaining about? Listen up. I've got good Torah for you. Boy, shalom. There's no such thing as a bad omen. Okay, listen. This is called Torah and God are one.
I just want to know if we will live forever. I want an afterlife. I want to live on once I die. Once I have my last breath, all I want to do is
I love how like when the mute hits, it, like your words get muted. So listen, this is a meditation hypnosis.
It's transmuted. You can't mute me.
Okay, this is a meditation
Are
hypnosis.
humans allowed to fuck in the afterlife?
Yes.
But I guess we wouldn't have fluids though, because it wouldn't.
Again, I just love like the muting effect. I really love
Can you just
it. Okay, Danny, this is called Toira and God Are One. Toira and God are entirely one. Thus, when you are engaged in Toira, both through study. See, that's more powerful than anything I can even do. Like, you've got the magic, Danny. So that's why I need you here, because you're my Shekhinah. I hope your husband appreciates that he is with a holy, illuminated woman of God, or a highwog. Thus, when you are engaged in Torah, both through study and spiritual practice, you and God are one. Engaging in spiritual practice represents God's innermost will, and the practices are called the organs of the king. When you engage in such practice, you become an organ of divine will. Thus, when your hand distributes funds to the poor, it becomes the hand of God, and a vehicle of godliness. Study of Torah arouses great awe. Great awe arouses sublime wisdom, and sublime wisdom reveals your unity with God. As our sages said, if there is no wisdom, there is no awe. You may not immediately achieve such awe, yet even so do not abandon the practices, for they can transform you over time. Okay, this is the subnote. The Kelly pot, the shells of separateness and independent selfhood, are part of God's non-duality, shlamut. They are simply God manifesting diversity to balance God manifesting unity. Numbers 22 through 18. The prophet Bilam was sent by the enemies of Israel to curse the Israelites, but could not violate God's will and actually do so. People can be so ignorant of God's non-duality as to imagine themselves truly separate from God. This level of ignorance is called folly. God's will and God's nature are one and the same. What God wills is to be God. To be God means to manifest the myriad potentialities of life in all 5 worlds and levels of consciousness. Thus, it is no less God's will to manifest Neshama and its sense of independence as it is to manifest Chaya and its sense of interdependence. God cannot be limited to those things we call spiritual, light, peace, goodness, selflessness, etc., and must include the other side, the Sitra Achra, darkness, conflict, evil, selfishness, etc. This is what we call God's non-duality, shlamut. Many of you Jewish girls out there listening to this recording may have dated a shlamut. God does not choose between opposites. There is no choice in God. God cannot choose to be other than God, and therefore God cannot choose to be other than the whole. Created in the image and likeness of God, you too contain opposites. Your task is not to eliminate one side or the other, but to lift both in service to the whole. This means overcoming the ignorance of separateness in a way that allows the self to be for itself and others at the same time. This is the teaching of Hillel, who said, "If I am not for myself, who will be for me? If I am only for myself, what good am I? And if not now, when?" Perkei Avot 1114. Okay, that's called Torah and God Are One. Hope you enjoyed it. It's called Tanya, the masterpiece of Hasidic wisdom. Selected, annotated, and explained. Translation and annotation by Rabbi Rami Shapiro, author of Hasidic Tales, annotated and explained forward by Rabbi Zalman M. Shakta Shalomi. One of the most powerful and potentially transformative books of Jewish wisdom, with face-paging commentary that brings the text to life for you. The wisdom of Jewish spirituality and mysticism.
Wait, I want Yaakov to prove to me his Jewishness and do something Jewish for us.
That's a challenge. what are you gonna do?
Yeah, we need to do something.
What do you want?
I want you to sing us something Jewish.
Damn. Cast the devil out. Cast the devil out of the house. Cast the devil out of the house. You busted him. That picnicker didn't even have a nagoon.
Jesus in it, the song, because I was at the store with my son and they were playing this song and I was like, what did they do to my song? Like, I was so mad about it, but to be fair, it was Salvation Army.
Well, this is a YouTube channel called The King's Harpist, J-Hopfan. Jerusalem House of Prayer for All Nations exists to teach, encourage, build, full ministry, jhopfan.org, 13 million views. And what they do is they play harps. They've got 100,000 subscribers and 50 videos. Only 50 videos. Their most popular one is called The King's Harpists, The Blessing. And it's filmed in Jerusalem. It's really beautiful. They're all dressed in white. They're all playing harps.
Is this messianic? No, you know what? I think YouTube automatically plays that one. And I'm confusing it with the random song where it's just like Shema. And then it's like Israel is ours or something. It's like this crazy song. I gotta find it.
I really like the Sephardic version. Listen to this version. Help Gaza. Go to help.rescue.org/donate/Gaza. Nura, Brent, Sisia, Bandura. Families are facing famine and children are dying. The International Rescue Committee is working with partners and healthcare services. Your help is needed urgently. Your emergency gift right now can help families survive the cold winter. International Rescue Committee, rush your donation to us today.
שמע ישראל, אדוני אלוהינו, אדוני אחד. איפה אני אסיים את זה? ברוך שם כבוד מלכותו לעולם ועד. ואהבת את אדוני אלוהיך בכל לבבך ובכל נפשך ובכל מאודיך.
This is the Mizrahi version.
הדברים האלה שאנוכי מצווך.
How do you know? Because this is a Mizrahi.
If anyone knows nothing, it's me.
What are you talking? Danny, you're supposed to say Shema every day, and you can play as much as you want. There's no prohibition.
No, like the second part you're not supposed to like say out loud, so I don't even know it. Because like, yeah, like I'm not a good Jew, but
I know, but that's at services at the synagogue. This is like, we're studying Torah here. It's not about don't do this, don't do that. Like I'm sitting here drinking wine, smoking weed, studying Torah. Like, I know what you're saying. I need you here. What you're doing is important, and what you just said is actually very important. But I think you're missing the mystical part. Is that the silence is the mystical part. So real God is not words. That's why Hashem is the known name. So you have to, what do you want to ask? Put it in the chat. Basically, yeah.
ושיננתם לבניך, ודיברת בם, בשבתך בביתך, ולכתך בדרך, ובשוכבך, ובקומך, וקשרתם לאות על ידיך, והיולדות אפות.
Sounds like Daniel.
וכתבתם על מזוזות ביתך, ובשעריך, והיה אם שמוע תשמעו אל מצוותיי, אשר אנוכי מצווה אתכם היום.
It's kind of interesting because based on the words and how you sing it, like he's singing it, from his memory, like the way to do it, and it's a vibration, but technically there's like 3 parts to the Hebrew language. There's a melody, there's a numerology, and the fact that you read it right to left, I find kind of strange. It's like the religion of opposites. Chris, what up?
Mm,
I gotta get to
that's
the
like
gym.
America, you know, like we're like that in America, but then when it comes to driving, it's like Britain is the opposite, and like Jamaica and like maybe very few other places, they drive on the other side of the road.
Okay, welcome new speakers to the room.
Hey, what's going on, John? Danny? What's up?
I'm trying to form a minion.
את אדוני אלוהיכם ולעובדו בכל לבבכם ובכל נפשכם ונתתי את ארצכם בעיתו יורה ומלקוש ואספת דגניך ותירושך ויצריך.
The name of this account is called Tom Riani, Shema Israel.
They're
Hear a
reading
beautiful
from the
Safari
Torah
Mizrahi.
or what?
Yeah, they're reading in Hebrew.
ונתתי עשר בשדך לבהמתך ואכלת
It's a prayer book. It probably is just safer. I don't
ונכתה
know.
לבבכם וסרתם ועבדתם אלוהים אחרים והשתחוויתם להם אף אדוני.
That Adrian Dittman, he posted on Forge, and like the screenshot that he took, he had admin access to Twitter.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. Yeah.
So we know now for sure that. See, I heard that Elon Musk isn't even a real person. He's just like a conglomerate. He is a what is the word I want to say?
Amalgamation.
Yes, amalgamation. I was searching for it. So, yeah, he's not a real person.
Okay, Danny, you've served your purpose. Chris, yeah, go to adriandittman.com above, and like I posted like some recent YouTube videos about all that stuff, but it's 100% confirmed, and I knew it as soon as I heard his voice. I knew it.
Do you think it's like a neural network infused by like Elon Musk's personality? Because he has like 200,000 GPUs. Wouldn't you like expect, like for him to create like an agent or avatar, a digital avatar, and test run it through Twitter?
No, it's not digital. It's him. I've just heard his voice so many times now, and if you go and you listen to all his public interviews with him as Elon, and then you just go back to the Adrian Dittman voice, you're like, yeah, it's him. I mean, you don't have to see a picture to do audio, verification. Anyways, Joey, welcome to the room.
Hey, guys.
We just used Danny in a magical ceremony. We drained her life essence.
I wonder. Oh, good to know.
Are you trying to build some golems, John?
No, I'm trying to unite with my Shekhinah, my angel, tonight, but I got to get to the gym so I can stay in shape, so I can satisfy a beautiful younger woman.
Did you know that like my bosses, they're both Jewish? They're Russian Jews.
Oh gosh, they must be so cheap.
How'd you know? Yeah, it's 100% true. They're not willing to skip for anything.
These Orthodox Jews, and they told me that I couldn't park in their parking lot anymore when I come to work, and I'd have to pay for street parking. I was like, thanks, that's all I need to know. And then I got a job offer like a day later, and I was like, and I just took that shit, and boy, were they fucking pissed. But the truth is, I should have stayed with them because they made it big, like really big, and I probably could have squeaked out $1 million if I would have stuck with them. And but they really hit the nail on the head, and they got out when the getting out was good, and now they live the life of very wealthy people in Australia, and they're worth $100 million. I'm not making this up. I could show it. I could tell you who they are and how they did it, but they made a fortune. All through telecom, through the big telecom companies, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, Sprint.
Well, it was really interesting, like dropping, some like truth bombs on the bosses. Like I was talking about the Zohar, the Tanya, and they were like super surprised that I knew that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, it's not even about the money. It becomes a sick game of who can be the cheapest. And because like through being cheap, you like create, there's this expression that more money has been made out of no money than money's been made out of money. So from that understanding, you realize like life is really just about being like hyper organized, and it's not even so much about the money, because like the money is like the accounting of the game, and that's why people have debt, like and vice versa, like how much you owe the government, how much you owe credit card companies, how much you owe judgments, how much you like, it's this huge accounting game. um but some people manage a way to somehow like hack laws, um, laws, and then I guess transactions, which is payments. So there's like, let's say 10 major forms of payment: wire transfer, checks in the mail, cash. And then the people that I knew, they made it all through the telecoms, which is called, um, it's got like a technical term. Anyways, the point is, yeah, there's a lot of money, and you have to find a way, either you have to find basically mass communication. That's what it deals with. But since there's so much communication, you can hyper focus on certain categories. If you go to affiliate.com, my friend Scott Richter owns an advertising network called affiliate.com, and he's got about 50,000 advertisers in his dashboard. And you can find ads for any type of publishing that you do. And he also owns a couple other big businesses. He makes a lot of money. I don't know what his net worth is, but it's over 100 million. But many Orthodox Jews, are more interested in just like living a normal life, having a family, running a small business, and not like some big international scam, thank you, ma'am, internet business. But truly, the laptop is dead. The cell phone is all that really matters. I got to tell you, because having 100 cell phones and having 20 laptops, you got to realize that a cell phone is even easier to use than a laptop, and it's 1/10 or 1/20 or 1/30 the size of a laptop. So laptops are really dead, like in a big way.
I don't know. You can run virtualization machines. You can run 120 of them on one desktop, and you can write scripts for them to like automate, spam production much quicker than audio through the phone.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I'm just saying that, like, from a dummy perspective, like the cell phone is just so much easier. Like, I know what you're saying, like that would be great, but I have laptops that you can't even like really use because they're so slow now, and cell phones. The craziest thing, I have bought so many cell phones, and I just opened a bunch of new cell phone packages yesterday, and I'm like, setting up the phone. I'm like, there's not even a fucking SIM card on this thing. I can't even fucking activate it. I can't even activate the Google. Anyways, you buy shit from eBay, and a lot of that shit is like shit they can't even sell. So, like if you buy direct from Amazon, you're always getting the best products straight from the manufacturer. eBay is like the reject shit. So,
yeah. With Amazon, they also have like the return policy with like 30 days, which is really amazing.
And like, do you know they limit cell phone purchases on Amazon? Like, even if I wanted to like invest more money into my, business, if you want to call this that, you can't even buy as much as you want on Amazon, because like they reserve product because they want distribution of that product, not to somebody who has like figured out a loophole in the cell phone or something. So if you want to do what I'm just like really talking outside the box here, but like if I wanted to really expand, like you would have to use cell phones to buy you would have to use new cell phones to buy new cell phones. And the thing about these prepaid cell phones is, even cities want to tax, because so many people are just going to these prepaid cell phone options because the quality of the phone is so good. Like, you have no idea the newer phones that these like third party, like basically it's still always Verizon, Sprint, T-Mobile, AT&T. they have sub companies that sell these prepaid phones, and you can get a 30-day package for $15 and get a brand new phone of the highest quality. And the way that they manufacture these phones in China or Korea or wherever they come out of, the quality of the phone that comes out now is so comparable to the highest end phones that there is like an industrial like peak. Like you can't go any further because the lowest quality components are still the highest quality components comparatively. And listen, I'm just telling you, China and like whatever this inventory or this logistics and production, system is that's going on between America and China, like the transference of these cell phones and shit. Like, oof, people are getting ripped off every month for their expensive phones, and there's like no real value other than the fact that people are addicted to the hypnosis of the phone, which is really like a form of vanity or like mirror play. So like if you're a beautiful woman and like let's say you have an Instagram following, first of all, you have no real insight into the true analytics of your audience because a lot of it is just bot. I work for this big advertising firm, and like we're going through, we had publishers who were ripping us off, and we were able to like do really like very unique forensic accounting of how they're ripping us off and how they use bots and automation to like spoof visitors and make it look very unique, like make the visitor look very unique. Anyways, the point is, oh God, Jabelli, what do you want, Jabelli?
Oh, Jabelli. Yeah. Do I know you guys?
Yeah, I know you. What do you want?
Your name was Quran. I thought you were like one of my people, man. Who are you?
Who are you?
You say Jabali, what do I want? I'm just.
Piss me onto Muhammad. Piss me to be onto
Muhammad. Oh, Chris, you sound just like, what's his name? What's that other guy's name? The oil guy? I'm friends with him on Instagram and all that stuff. God, you sound just like him.
You could say that all you want. It's like audio, but.
I know, but Jabali, is there something you want to say? Like, I know you came here because you think I'm Quran, but like, is there something you want to say?
The people you surround yourselves with are fucking pieces of shit, apparently. That's what I see.
Mm-hmm.
But,
whoa, hey, that's not nice.
Yeah, but you were talking about like bots and like internet and maybe it's a conversation I could, take part in, you know what I'm saying? But, why are you putting me on the spot like this? What's your problem?
Well, because a lot of people, I just want to give people a chance to say something before I decide, how I want to continue,
Continue, I didn't interrupt.
ועצר את השמיים ולא יהיה מטר והאדמה לא תיתן את יבולה ועבדתם מהרה מעל הארץ הטובה אשר אדוני נותן לכם ושמתם את דברי אלה על לבבכם ועל נפשכם.
3 signs your vocab is weak. You overuse words like literally. It's hard.
Okay, this is the Sephardic Jerusalem. Okay, so the thing that I really like about meditation is like remembering the fact that when I have thoughts, the most beneficial thing to do is to let it go. And like it's so weird how you can like actively let go of a thought in your mind and do like this factory reset like instantaneously. And just like, I mean, I know I'm drinking and smoking, but nonetheless, like I feel like even if I was sober, like I'm still exceptionally good at like recognizing a thought and letting it go. But yeah, Chris, the Adrian Dittman shit is like really exciting, and I hope like there's like a national news story about Adrian
Hey John,
did you see that this whole like spam ad bot network is now being run by Meta itself? They're creating AI profiles now.
Yeah, I saw that.
On Instagram.
I saw that.
Crazy,
Yeah.
right?
dude, the AI stuff is so awesome because it's like all my Adrian Dittman accounts, like I'm using Grok to create Elon Musk images based off of the tarot, and like I'm updating all of my accounts. And the fact that like I mean, I know this is like super ridiculous because the fact of the matter is like not many people are recording the conversation every night. Like there's a couple people on YouTube that are like really recording it, but I'm like the biggest Elon Musk producer director, and from like my fucked up Hollywood, manic desires, like to me, this is like having an actor or the richest person in the world saying, "Sure, I'll let you record me every night if you want." Like this is like a journalist's dream come true. So that's the way I view it. That's why I'm proud to be doing what I'm doing.
And what's crazy as well, it's really blown up like recently in the last 2 weeks. After like the H1B1 drama that was going on X.
Yeah, I missed the day that I heard he had a meltdown, but I haven't spent the time to go through the YouTubes that have the videos of him like having a meltdown, and his, I guess I don't know what it was about and who he yelled at. But the thing is, Nick Fuentes keeps coming up, and Laura Loomer herself when she interacts is so awesome because everybody is so passive aggressive. Elon, Laura, and then you have like his minion of rejects, and he's like he's a super troll because he is practicing diversity and inclusion, and he went back on so many things, and then he tries to manipulate like the sentiment of, because what's so ironic is he's like a groiper, and he accuses the groipers of being racists, but he's like an original groiper because he's part of the Kekistani army, and he calls himself what now, Emperor Keki or whatever the fuck his shit is on his Elon Musk account now, and he's got a picture of like Peppa playing a video game. So he's older, he's like older internet. I don't know, like, are we the androids? Is he part of like a 4chan? See, he's like, he knows things that I don't even know because he's older than I am.
Dude, I've been on 4chan since like 2010, like 2008. So around those times, like, so I'm like a 4chan native. Not really, like it started back in 2002. So I was part of like the eternal September after like the iPhones got released and everyone got access to mass communication devices.
That's interesting. Yeah. Apple, there's something so different between Apple and Android. Do you know what it is like in terms of the operating system on the cell phones? Like, what is so different? Like, things load differently,
It's a closed garden it's a closed garden. And that's like the transference from like one device to the other is really seamless. So, I don't know, like that's what I've noticed.
Oh, well, I will say that the algorithm uses Apple versus Android in making decision recommendations to its users. If you use an Apple, the algorithm favors you more because, in my opinion, it's a more expensive device. And so they view the spammers as being mostly using Android because it's a cheaper option to spam with. But if you wanted to spam through Apple, it's a more expensive option. So, Joy, this is your good Shabbos Jew room in the Magic Talmud Sacred Text. Anything you want to say, Joy, before I continue playing this Shema Yisrael?
No, my dear.
Here we go.
عدانو تورينو سلاحلانو يوثرينو شمع إسرائيل
Okay, Joy. I'm gonna read to you this chapter. It's
Yeah,
quick.
sure.
It's called How to Attain True Joy. Attaining True Joy. Okay, this is called Attaining True Joy. So take a deep breath. Hold it for 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9 seconds. Invite people to the room. This is called Attaining True Joy. To attain true joy, contemplate God, permeating all things. Realize that this world is nothing but divine glory, and that all things are empty when seen from the perspective of God. God is the sole reality, and wherever you look, it is God and God alone. Just as distinct rays of sunlight are nothing but the sun, so creation is nothing but God and emptied of all self. When you contemplate non-duality deeply and at length, you are filled with uncontainable joy and a faith so tremendous as to realize your own oneness with God. This realization is the sole purpose of your existence and the purpose of all creation, that the one should dwell as the many. This is the living faith, as our sages taught. The righteous will live by faith. Okay, this is the subnote. The goal of the in-betweener is to realize the true nature of reality as the outpouring of divine creativity. Tanya offers many paths to this realization, hoping in this way to help people find a path that works for them. The path of the intellect is the path of contemplation. Remember that the intellect, psycho, has three faculties: intuitive wisdom, kakma, rational wisdom, rational understanding, bina, and integrated knowledge, the at. Let each of these faculties begin to see all things as God. Intuitively, you know that nothing can survive in isolation, that all things are part of the singular system of life that is God. Engage this insight rationally. Look as hard as you wish to find something that is separate from its environment, other than the environment. The harder you look, the more you are convinced that your intuition is true. There is nothing but the one thing. As intuition and reason align, your knowing is transformed. You are no longer a subject looking at the world as an object. You are the world looking at itself. This realization releases a deep and transformative sense of wonder, which in turn releases an overwhelming joy. This joy permeates body, heart, mind, and soul, momentarily emptying all sense of self into the infinite oneness of pure spirit. When the self returns, and it always returns, for the goal is not to empty the self, but to have the self realize it is empty, a deep and abiding faith arises. It is a contentless faith without creed, a faith that allows you to live with humility and grace, knowing that all is God. All is God. Alles ist Gott. So we have Kalu in the room. Kalu's profile says black is powerful, black is revolution. Really? Hello? Welcome to the stage, Kalu. What can we help you with, Kalu? How can we? What do you want to say? What do you want to say?
I think you are Johnny Kitover.
Oh, is this my consultant from Accenture? What? As my consultant, what do you want to consult on? How can you help my organization? What can you consult me with?
No, I'm the HR guy. I hire consultants. I'm not the consultant.
I know, but if you had a consultant in an interview and you said, "Why should we hire you as your consultant?" Pitch me if you were pitching IBM to consult with IBM. How would you consult with IBM Consulting?
Because you don't know how to run your business. You making bullshit revenue. We gonna introduce ERP, transform your business. You'll go from micro dick penis revenues to long big dick revenues. If you want a transformation, please ride on and enjoy the ride, and we'll bill you. We'll take a lot of money, but more than we take, we'll ensure that you earn a lot of money, my friend. So that's about it. That's like you pull my dick, I pull yours. Consulting is all about that.
Interesting. So we're listening.
So we go to McDonald's and tell them you don't know how to make burgers. We'll tell you how to make burgers.
Well, through technological transformation comes cost savings and revenue growth. Those are the key two variables in increasing your income. And we all want to be income. And come on in to Accenture Consulting, and you too will be in the come.
Adonai, Shema Israel, Adonai, Elono, Adonai, God, John Kitover, my friend. First of all, let me wish you Shabbat Shalom, Shabbat Shalom, Shabbat Shalom. And let me also wish you the pure 8 nights of Hanuk, which have just gone by. And may you get a lot of pussies on your face. I'll pray to God that you get the best ass of this world in US. And may you ride the best girls. And may you get a lot of money. May you always be swimming in wine. And position 69, and I wish you all the power of Lord God and I with all your right doings and wrongdoings, and may you get what you want. Amen. They, them.
Amen. Okay, we're calling Manjul. This used to be my business partner. He was living here on an H-1B visa. He wanted me to marry him.
Is he?
Yeah, he's a software developer. He's got a master's degree from New Delhi Tech. He got married though. He got citizenship.
Please check the number and dial again. Or dial 611 for customer assistance. Message.
Oh, did he just try to call me? 224-470. What number did I just call? 22. No. Anyways, listen, I'm basically unemployed. I haven't gone to work since April, and they're saying, if I don't go back to work by the time Trump gets into office, apparently I'm going to get fired. But I'm pretty sure I'm going to get fired anyways, because I work, with people who just aren't cool, and they're kind of angry and highly zapped and rather obese. But the fact that their teeth are falling out doesn't matter. What's important is that I have connections like you, and I'd like to send you my resume, or maybe, if you could help me consult with me from an HR perspective on how I should go about like finding a new tech job or a consulting job with a major business. I mean, I would love your personal time.
So, will you pay me for this, or is this free?
I'll give you $200.
$200.
Yeah, and you can give that.
$200 is $200.
Give it to charity.
No, I think this is very less, so I'll do it for free for you, my friend.
Oh, this is why real friends exist. Because I say friends for life. And that's the way we do business at Accenture.
So first of all, my friend, let me tell you that you can do amazing. America is the place to be. I talk to you, and trust me, there is a lot that you can do. What
Text me. I'm going to put my number in the chat. Just text my cell phone. This is my real number. It's a dummy phone. All I do is pictures.
And interestingly, I'm happy to tell you that I'm tying the knot and I'll be getting married.
Really?
At 40 years, being single, only playing with my dick for all last 10 years, finally I got the girl. And it's a very big news for me. And we're gonna be, I hope fucking I'm not going live on YouTube. Even if I'm on live on YouTube, I give a flying fuck because John Kitover channel is not as famous as Donald Trump, so I'm okay, safe. So, folks, I'm gonna get married, and I need all your blessings. And what else? I would like to tell you that vote for Trump, save America, and that's about it. And I'm gonna be doubled by February, and it's amazing. It's an amazing feeling. I think everybody should get married and stay in a long-term relationship.
So, hold on a second. Dr. Accenture, please hold on a second because I fear you might be projecting and fearful of free beer tomorrow. Ideen, I told you you've got to put a shirt on when you come in here. Otherwise, I'm going to have to kick you. Yeah, you're going to have to change and put a shirt on.
No, please. What? I'm gonna put a shirt on.
I'm telling you, man, that's just disrespectful. And nobody wants to look at that. So, boom. That's an assassination. So, Kalu, I want to share some good news with you as well. I came across a magic book. It's called Sex Magic, and it's all about utilizing sex to meet your hidden guardian angel. What do you think the hidden guardian angel is?
The G spot.
So funny because essentially you're right because like the letter G is it's got a lot of mystical significance. So we also have another room open. It's called Good Shabbos Jew, and Huzaifa is there. But yeah, Kalu, text me if you can. That's my cell phone number. I don't know if you have a Google Voice. If you want me to just text your Google Voice number or something, but text me that at that number. That's my personal cell, and I want to send you my resume and utilize you as if you were my AI input, and together we're going to create some kind of synthesis. So let us finish listening to this Shema Israel, and we are going to pray for Kalu's divine union of peace and blessings and joy, family. Oh, El Normo is here. Oh, Rabboni Shaloylim, we have a real Talmud Chacham on the line. Yashikoa, Rabboni Shaloylim, El Normo, welcome to the Good Shabbos Jew Room.
I think you know what.
So we also have another room called Minyan Jews Shabbos, and we're with Kalu, who is a very successful man, and he's about to get married, and we're praying for his blessings and his union. And El Normo has gone through a significant, a wave of crests and depressions in love and in marriage. El Normo, do you have any Shalom Bais advice for Kalu in his future marriage?
Yes. The only thing that matters is to be kind to each other, no matter what. That's my advice.
Amen.
So
Thank you so much, El Normo.
kindness.
El Normo knows me pretty well. El Normo is an amazing person. I look up to him. He is just awesome.
He is a very smart man. So kindness, what is that in Kabbalah? That's Chachma or Gavura? I think it's Gavura, kindness, and which is friendship.
No, I think it's
Nefesh?
It's the right pillar. It's called the Hesed. It's
Chesed. Chesed, yes.
Chokmah. It's the pillar of the Father, the mercy.
So, Kalu, are you a Freemason?
No, I am a Kabbalah Mason.
You're a Kabbalah Mason. El Normo, you know, you grew up in the 60s. You were a peacenik or a hippie. Like, what was Kabbalah in the 60s or 70s? Was it anything? I mean, because now Kabbalah seems to be like the coexistence movement of choice.
It was not a popular trend the way it is now. I think in the 60s we were very open to Eastern, Indian, and even further East Asian forms of spirituality, from Hinduism and yoga and meditation to Buddhism. I think that was much more popular in the
Yeah.
60s and 70s. A lot of people were meditating. Transcendental meditation took off. There were bunches of gurus like the Guru Maharaji
Mm-hmm.
and Guru Baba Rum Raisin. Maybe you heard of him. That was the guru for Ben and Jerry's ice cream, Baba Rum Raisin.
Yeah, I mean, God bless the ice cream makers. Yeah, Ram Dass was big, Alan Watts was big, Timothy Leary was big.
I like to give more power to Mr. Elner or Normal. Let me recite some amazing mantras on this Shabbos, 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 Shabbat Shalom. So I like to say Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om King Krishna Namah, Om Krishna Guru Bhagwan, Om. And I like to say Om Triambakam Nijamai Sugandham Pushti Vardhanam Urvarukameva Bandhanat Pratyo Mokshiyam Amritat. And I like to say Om Bhurvasya Tatsaritu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. May all the power of the universe reside in the Jews, and may they rule the world ever after. Amen.
Hey, man, would you like some naan with that? Do you want the butter garlic or do you just want the butter? Amen.
No, I can manage curry farts without the naan as well, so I'm doing pretty fine with my farting.
Okay, so this is another Shabbos miracle. We have a Hindu Dindu has become a full Talmud Chacham, and he's in love with Hashem Ribbono Shel Olam, and he wants the Yahud to rule the world. Why are Indians and Jews like chicken makni and naan? What is it? What's the combination flavor there? What's the connecting divine religious principles?
It is the siblings. We are the siblings.
I'm sorry. It's called Hindu.
Hindu, that's right. I forgot about that one. Oh, wow, that's a new one. You know, El Normo, I'm going to have a Shabbos tonight at a beautiful Indian girl's house. She's a dentist, and we're going to cook from a vegetarian cookbook called Father Yad's Kitchen. Do you know who Father Yad is?
Well, Yad is hand, but tell me.
He's Jim Baker. He was leading the cult in the Hollywood Hills in the 60s called Yahweh and the 13. It's like a whole documentary called Father Yad or Jim Baker. And it's a whole movie about this guy who was doing the whole Maharishi transcendental meditation thing and had a cult of hundreds of people living in the Hollywood Hill mansion. He had, I don't know, like 30 wives. And he ran a vegetarian restaurant on the Sunset Strip, which was very successful. And he had one in Runyon Canyon, and it was like the hottest restaurant of the 60s. It was big time. And then he sold it all, and he moved to Maui or Kauai, and he started building a compound there. They went belly up. Then he got on a hang glider and flew off the cliff and smashed into the beach, broke his back, and for 3 days he suffered in agony until he finally passed. And that's the whole story of this cult. And it's a fascinating documentary into ignorance, bliss, meditation, and cannabis, and hang gliding, and yeah, and insanity, you know, mania, thinking that you are Father Yad. But they created a whole bunch of music And I have a couple of their CDs, and one of them is in my car. And the way they play the acoustic and the electric, or really the electric guitar, it's so cool because it's very unique. It's a very unique American cult. It's very interesting.
What's the name of it again? Or the documentary?
Father Yad, Yahweh 13. But the book is called Father Yad's Kitchen, and it's all the recipes from the restaurant. So what I'm gonna try to do with this girl tonight is like cook a couple dishes, maybe 2 dishes. Father Yad documentary.
Is this girl also Jew?
No, she's Indian. She's Hindu. Yeah, it's called The Source Family. Exploring the bizarre legacy of the Source family.
May your teeth be strong and clean.
I know. I always go brushed and flossed and tongue scraped.
So John, are you gonna like stay with her then after the dinner? What's the plan?
Yeah, I've been spending the night at her place. We're like in a very romantic relationship.
The bald guy is getting some action tonight. Wow, Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem.
Yeah, Ribbon Shalom. Ombubuvas vahat hatsavitor varenyam bargo devas adima hinil yona prachadaya.
Yes, sir.
That's
the
way.
Gayatri Mantra.
That is the way. El Normo has left us. Our minion is dissipating.
I hope he doesn't leave the world because his age is on the farther side, but as long as he's hopping in and out of Clubhouse, I'm fine with it.
Listen, a virile Jewish man can live to 105.
The guy who has a computer, has a YouTube channel, has a Clubhouse account, is always around on Shabbat. This guy, you can play tabla on his head. He's the coolest guy I've ever met on Clubhouse. Rabbi Shalom.
Yeah, I was just talking with this. Her name is Aruti, and I was calling her Rutu, but her name is pronounced Ruti.
Ruti, R-U-T-I.
R-U-T-U is how she spells it, but she says it's pronounced Rutu.
Ritu or Rutu?
Rutu.
Is she a Bengali by any chance?
Rutu. She's a Patel.
Rutu. Is she a Punjabi, a Bengali? What is she?
She's Gujarati. She's Patel.
Oh, Gujus are very, very horny chicks, man. Okay, amazing.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I think it's true. But anyways, yeah, I mean, so I got to go to the gym. I'm just telling you what I got to do today. I got to go to the gym. I got to take the garbage out. I got to set up some furniture and maybe pick out some recipes. I already got her a book, and I wrote a lovely little love note inside the book. And then drive to her house, cook the dinner, enjoy the nice dinner with her, maybe light a candle, light 2 candles. Should I bring some Shabbos candles? Yeah, I'll bring some Shabbos candle. And have the dinner, make some passionate love, go to sleep, wake up, make some more passionate love, take a hot shower. Maybe take a hot shower after the first passionate love. Anyways, Rabboni Shalom. So how did you meet your angel? Did you find her in the Indian marriage arrangement newspaper, or did you meet her online, or how did it go down?
Alright, and I did the Indian matrimony app, and then we met, then I found her good, then I found that God says that she's good, and when it's good, then it's good to go. So then I said, let's go. And then our parents met, and now things are moving forward, and it's the great grand scheme of things, and Venus is favorable, and here we are.
That's it. Venus. Venus!
Ceiling chauffeur, the blast of the chauffeur. So John, I want to ask you, what's your wish list right now?
الرحمين وياسر الحوت لأدوني إلهين الرحمين وياسر الحوت.
What'd you say?
I was saying, which location are you at now?
I live in Chicago.
Oh, nice, amazing. And what is your education background? What have you done in studies?
I have a bachelor's in business.
Okay, nice. But you never did a master's?
I started a master's program. I mean, I could tell you about it, but I don't even think it was worth finishing based on like if they give you the most difficult stuff up front, which I don't know, you could call it's basically a mathematics class. Um, it was just the worst experience, and I happened to get mugged. I got
And
mugged.
what master's was that? What kind of subject did you pursuing a master's in?
It's MBA. It's just a general MBA from DePaul University.
Yeah,
in
yeah,
Chicago.
general MBA. You need to do. I did the general MBA masters. It's important, but yeah, that's fine.
I don't
Am I
know.
live on YouTube right here?
Oh yeah. I'm filming a fireplace.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I wanted to check. So, are you open for government jobs as well?
Yeah, I'm currently technically an employee of the United States Treasury, but I have a dispute with my employer who called me a whore. So, yeah, I filed a complaint against her. She's fully zapped, weighs about 300 pounds. I wasn't going to get managed by somebody who calls me a whore when I was nothing but polite and, worked very hard. Most rude person you could possibly imagine. She would tell white people that they have white privilege. And, she wouldn't respond to emails, asked you to do things, you do it. Wouldn't even respond to all the hard work you put in. It was like just totally oblivious, but whatever. Everybody's got issues.
This was a government. This was a government role, or this was a private role?
It's government.
Crazy, man. Okay.
Yeah, crazy. I'm still technically employed as far as I'm concerned. But I know if I go back, I'll probably be terminated. So I'm not going to go back until I make a final decision. Whether do I want to go back and see what happens, or do I want to just?
Is this when you complain against her? Is this an internal departmental complaint or is this a legal complaint?
Just a text message. That's it. I haven't. I see that.
You can even join other government organizations because there is no legal case pending on you, right?
No, yeah, I can apply for other places, and the problem is
Then you are fucking government job in the Trump administration, my friend. There's a lot of work. They need good people, and
yeah, that's
you're
what.
in Chicago, my friend.
Yeah, I would love to do that, and there's a lot. I haven't spent the time to start applying, but the thing is, on a government laptop, you can't actually take files off of the computer. It's impossible. Like you can't USB out. You can email yourself out documents, but I'm pretty sure I probably don't have access to my email anymore. So I can't actually email.
Do you have a CV of yours?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. And we have an Indian organization which helps you making a CV, amazing CV. It costs only maybe $40-$50 because it makes a professional CV. And what else? I think once the CV is ready and it's a good one, then we can get your ball rolling. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, the thing is.
We will work on that for you. Don't worry. But I would like to tell you that I think sky's the limit. You have a lot of
juice in you, and you'll do good. Don't worry.
Yeah, I think I've always interviewed well, and I've always been way ahead of the curve. So we'll see how this all plays out. I mean, I look at, I haven't looked at any positions, but I have a judgment against me for $300,000 because of a foreclosure, and they garnished my wages, and they even seized one of my checking accounts. So they debanked me, but I get a pension from the military because I used to be in the army, and my pension covers my mortgage. Um, but basically, not having an income, limits your ability to have fun, and you just keep digging into your pocket. But I have to essentially, if I get a new job, or even if I keep my job, if I was smart, I would technically file Chapter 13 bankruptcy because that would take 3 to 5 years to pay back the 300,000, as opposed to like paying it back in full over 30 years. And I didn't know this was going to happen. This was like, it doesn't show up on my credit report. But, anyways, this is what I have to deal with. So it's annoying, and it's not going to take a lot of work. I just have to get an attorney to do the filing. But if I get a new job, that employer is going to get hit with a garnishment request. And then, anyways, this is just like a legal problem that I have in my life, which sucks. Because guess what? I decided to rent my house to my friend who is an Indian, and he decided to squat on me, and I lost the house to foreclosure.
So you're saying that you lost a house to an Indian?
Yeah, I bought the house from an Indian, and I gave the house to my best friend who's Indian, and he went belly up, and then he squatted on me, and then I lost the house to foreclosure.
That's bad. That's bad. Okay. Okay. I think that's a problem area where no other employer wants to take your liability on that. And let's figure out. Yeah.
It's not a liability on the employer; it's a garnishment on my wage, and they get all
When
these
you
corp.
say garnishment, no, no, I don't understand. We don't have a concept of garnishment in India. What does it actually mean?
Like, let's say you went to the emergency room and you had to have open heart surgery, but you didn't have insurance. The hospital would sue you for the $500,000 because you didn't have insurance, and you'd have to file bankruptcy and pay them back what the law entitles them to collect. So I have an attorney up my asshole downtown, sitting on whacker in a skyscraper, just pulling at my rectum hairs. It's like, where did you come from? Anyways, I'm just saying, this is just law. Just it's all about mortgages. When you take out a mortgage, you got no idea what you're getting yourself into. Like, you're opening yourself up to future liabilities, indubitably, unless you really close it and seal it, or pay it off. I mean, it's just banks and lawyers. There's no such thing as a bank. There's just these things called lawyers and judges.
Okay, and do you have a passport?
It's expired. I need to get a new one.
I
But
think you need to get a new one. I think you should look for a job in Dubai. You are legally allowed to work in Dubai. The jobs there in Dubai and in Middle East are brilliantly amazing. They pay you big, and if you are a white guy with some skills, they pay you even more. Especially areas like Neo, which is the new line project coming by the Prince of Saudi.
yeah.
So we need to look at those options as well. So I think for you, we'll have to sit, connect, understand. I'll give you some thoughts and directions. There is a lot of financial challenges that you are facing, which is fine, but there's always a way out. So I think we'll have to work through that, my friend.
But what about my girlfriend here? My dentist, my Ruthie, my heart, my soul. She says we have to live in Chicago. We can't move for money. But listen to those fire trucks. Listen to the pensions and and the property taxes. Chicago's falling into the marsh, into the waste.
Chicago has become like a roadside colony in Uttar Pradesh in near New Delhi. So don't worry about that. The quality is decreased, and you're above 40. So what do you mean by my girlfriend? You will get a new girlfriend and Dubai and she'll be your mistress maybe, so you can keep the emotion back for some other day, my friend.
Wait, are you projecting your own future concubines? I thought you're getting married, Kalo.
No, I am, but my fantasies are mine.
Oh, I see. See, Jewish people don't have fantasies because we protect our eyes. We don't look at a beautiful Instagram, you know, at woman flexing,
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
peacocking,
No, so I think
curving.
with due respect to my girlfriend, but yeah, we'll work it around. We will find something. Let's see how things move ahead. Chicago, you need to have some hard skills if you want to go into Accenture because they really hire for specific skills.
You know, I have already interviewed. You can probably look me up because I'm pretty sure I'm in your database for people that have already interviewed with
No, yeah,
Accenture.
I don't. I have only access to Indian database. US database is separate. I'll have to ask my fellow folks there. But yeah,
Yeah.
but I'm saying that the best thing is that yeah, you are available. Get your LinkedIn, get your profile, a CV, and you are
I
good to
I
go.
had LinkedIn. I had LinkedIn under Adrian Dittman, and they just deleted it. I couldn't believe it. And I was adding all the employees at X, and it said Adrian Dittman, art director at X. You know, and what's so funny is a lot of the employees know that it's probably Elon as Adrian each night, but because I'm like connecting all the dots, I'm
Sorry, what are you? Wait. You were saying your LinkedIn got deleted?
yeah, it wasn't my legal name. It was Adrian Dittman, which is Elon Musk. It's his burner account on X.
Okay.
So, anyways, I'm
Why
just
would
saying.
you are pretty crazy, John Kitover, my friend. You do stupid stuff and then you regret for it later, but that's okay. That's how people are. We'll manage it.
No. This isn't crazy. I am. You have to view this as I used to live in Los Angeles. Like I've been creating videos, my whole life since I was a little kid. The point is, I'm filming Elon Musk every night. He has a show on X. It's unrecorded. Replays are on here. In Elon's room, replays are not on, but I've been filming it. So I have a Christmas special. I have a New Year's Eve special. It's my podcast, and I'm the only one recording Elon Musk. I've been doing it since August. And when I heard his voice in August, I was like, that's fucking Elon Musk. I was like, who is this fucking guy? Nobody sounds like this. So I kept listening, and then I started saying, I was like, is this Elon Musk's burner account? And then he blocked me. The fact that he blocked me, I was like, okay, this is Elon. Because he doesn't want people knowing the inside joke. Or he wants, at this point, I don't think he cares anymore because there's so many people out there that are filming him and claiming it's him. So the joke is out there in the open. But the truth is, how on his Elon account, he's got 200 million followers. On his Adrian Dittman, he's got 200,000 followers. So the thing is, like, people are following Elon, but they're not listening to him. If you go to Adrian, you could really listen to hear what Elon sounds like on a Friday night at 10 o'clock when he's screaming. He's taking Adderall, he's taking ketamine. He says he doesn't drink, but he goes hyperverbal and he goes it's you realize that he's essentially like fucked up. Like he claims he claims he can control his brain, and that he says that what did he say yesterday? He said that intellect or integrative, huh?
Let me see this account, Adrian Dittman.
Just go to adriandittman.com. I'll post the link. And I have, if you go to the archive, I have many YouTube accounts that are filming him. But the insight, and also if from like a blackmail perspective or like an embarrassment perspective or even a behavior modification perspective, like he knows who I am. He hates me. He's blocked 10 of my accounts, suspended 5 of my accounts. Just go to adriandittman.com. Like that is my blog, which is essentially mostly recordings of Elon Musk playing the fool. Hence my PTR as Elon Musk as the fool.
Wow.
I mean, and I post all my videos to the Tesla Reddit, to the Elon Musk Reddit, and like he controls the Elon Musk Reddit and the Tesla Reddit, like, but I still get my videos in there with new accounts, and it drives everybody crazy. It's like throwing a rock at a hive's nest. Many people know the inside joke, but the fact that the New York Times, New York Post recently reported on it, but as a journalist, like I am recording psychology, I am recording the inner thoughts, and like over a timeline with these unrecorded recordings, it's like a really good uh, it's just incredible analysis, but more incredible that like he keeps doing these unrecorded recordings. He could die in
Like you fucking created an archive for him. It's not gonna go anywhere unless and until he deletes it. You have it all. I'm just seeing the website. It's crazy. I've not yet heard on it or listened to it, but bro, I like hats off to your efforts on this one.
Yeah, because I record everything. So like I've recorded a lot of people on Clubhouse, doing this whole Democrat Kamala Harris waltz dance, and as soon as Trump gets elected, they all turn Trump, or not all of them, but like the point is like I've done a lot of like research into identity and self here on Clubhouse by doing all these recordings and doing like signature recognition or character or identity or profile like analysis. But the point is when you're recording Elon Musk, if the numbers are correct, on net worth, and the way he lives, the way he acts, his interaction with his family or his lack thereof, there's so many ways to like hyper analyze a person. But when you put all your focus, all your cameras, all your bugs on one person, especially the person who it is, it's like I'm like creating the Adrian Dittman show, or I'm recording the Adrian Dittman show, or the Elon Musk podcast. So to me, this is like finding a golden egg in a stack of hay and being like, hey, I've recorded everybody else, but to record this guy is like unique because it's unrecorded. That's the special thing. It's like it's unrecorded. I mean, I have recordings of him that no one else has going back all the way to August. So August, September, October, November, December. Like 6 months of Elon Musk exclusive podcast footage. It's got to be worth something. Recordings are like records. They're just like Motown and Michael Jackson's Beatles records. Like the Elon Musk recordings are very interesting because people rise and fall. People get into accidents. People die. Businesses get sued. His compensation gets denied in the Delaware courts. Like there's so many things about him that just never end, and he just keeps going live every night at 7 p.m. and I've been recording it. So that's what I've been doing for the past 6 months instead of going to work. Oops.
He's crazy, and you are crazier, my friend. Amazing.
I mean, I'm just a guy, in my apartment who happened to say that is not who the fuck is Adrian Dittman, because I came across his live room and I'm like, what's this guy talking about? And it was all Tesla, SpaceX stuff, and him giggling like a little schoolgirl. And I was like, this is fucking Elon Musk. And then I started saying, is this Elon Musk? And like writing and tagging and hashtag. And then he started blocking me. I was like, the fuck? And it just kept going back and back and back. And then I have built a huge. And the worst thing is, it was probably somebody on this app, but they got my main YouTube account deleted, which had about 2,000 subscribers, 4,500 videos. 5 years worth of work. I mean, maybe more. It's gone. So like, you lose some, you win some, but I have enough cell phones and enough recordings to like still have enough. But I did lose like my master copy, which sucks. My masters.
4,500 videos on what? What was this?
Mostly, almost all Clubhouse. And then at the later end, like 10% Elon Musk. So I lost a lot of the Elon Musk recordings.
And YouTube just out of nowhere one Friday deleted your account.
Yeah, there's who knows who did it. It could have been anybody on this app because I've recorded so many people on this app onto that account, and that's pretty much what.
Nobody can delete your account. It's your account.
No, YouTube deleted it for community guideline violations, and they never even gave me an email. I can't even appeal the suspension. I should probably spend some more time trying to see if I can appeal it, but it doesn't matter. The point is, I'm not making money. The point is, I'm not.
LinkedIn also linked account went away thin air out of nowhere. The entertainment account.
Yeah, that got deleted out of thin air too. somebody reported it.
Okay,
I'm
then
sure.
we'll make your original account on LinkedIn eventually.
Eventually, I'm going to use my legal name again. Yeah, but yeah. At one point, my LinkedIn account under my legal name had about 12,000 connections. And then I posted some pictures of like the Vegas terrorist shooting from the Mandalay Bay, like inside the hotel, and they deleted my account when I posted those photos. I don't know why, but anyways, they deleted it. Yeah, LinkedIn is super ridiculous. Do you spend a lot of? I mean, yeah, you work in HR. You're always looking at people's profiles.
Yeah, that's my food. That's my bread and butter, and it's important and it's effective, and you connect with a lot of people, and it's a skill of how you connect with them and talk to them and kind of engage with them and see how they can help you in whatever way they can, or if you can help them. So it's a professional networking website. It's the Facebook for adults, I would say,
Yeah.
and it's good. And but nothing beats real networking, like physical networking. So
Hmm. Yeah, I used to work in ad tech. I worked for Google, for Microsoft, um, and for Cox Communications. And the point is, like, I've been going to these ad tech, advertising, marketing technology conferences for many years, and I have binders and binders of business cards. So when I create my LinkedIn account under my legal name, or even under, Adrian Dittman or other fake aliases, I want to hire somebody to go through my binders of business cards from all these events and reconnect with them and see where they're at now and see what companies they're
yeah,
at.
nice.
Yeah.
No, that's good work. That's good work. That's important because then you already have a ready network to talk to eventually.
Yeah. But the funnest thing about having a network is like how do you piece it together? Because a lot of companies have offers or partnerships that other companies don't have, but they have distribution that would be perfect for those offers or partners. So by having the network in the Rolodex, you can do more synchronicities, because you have that you have that network. So doing that kind of work, which is really business development, is a lot of fun. David, welcome to the room. Because really what you're doing is being social. And it's like doing work without doing work. Like all you're doing is introducing a new flower to the bees, and a new bee to the different flowers. Like you're just trying to be natural about it. David, do you want to say anything? Is that the Bobadilla? Oh, that's the Hoffman. I think it's just a nothing account.
Did you see Oppenheimer?
No, I didn't see it.
Oh, and did you see the Dune?
I saw clips on YouTube, but I didn't go to the theater.
Oh, okay.
Um, why? What about Oppenheimer and Dune seem?
Generally, they're very amazing movies, very amazing, well celebrated movies, have a lot of juice in it. Everybody's been watching one. But
Why? You think there's going to be World War III, or are we already in World War III?
we are in some places, our feet are at least dipped in the icy waters of World War III. There is shit happening, and FEMA issued guidelines in America about bomb shelters and how to utilize bunkers in crazy situations. Russia is already becoming opaque where they're not disclosing their nuclear armament. I have a lot of hopes from Donald Trump that he at least brings in some sanity because he understands people will die and he is realistic about it. So I feel that yeah, US should bring in some sanity because they are the ones who spread the insanity across the globe and fucked people which were not supposed to be fucked, like Ukraine putting missiles into Russian ass, which is not desirable at all. So I think that eventually things are not good. Middle East is always in bullshit situations. So I feel that the world really needs a correction, key to be pressed, and then it can reset itself to better life. It really needs some healing, some correction, some fixation after this virus, which is not getting contained and people are dying. HMPV or HMV virus, some fucking virus again they have produced. So I don't know, man. Like I think the first priority for a rich man should be to have a bunker to
create a bunker so in case if death comes blazing, then he can hide inside and save his ass.
Well, I just want to read. You know, I know you're getting married, so the whole point is marriage. Um, let me
For
see.
me, it's a very big decision. Now it's happening, and I'm happy because the girl is amazing, and I'm very lucky, and this is for life. So yeah, I'm sorted.
Just sorted, huh?
Are you planning to marry the Gucci girl?
Maybe. Um, there's some hesitation, but like that's the thing. It's like I've only gone out with her 4 times. I mean, you don't know what's gonna happen. You don't know her intent. You don't know, if she really wants to be with me or if she just wants to have, fun time in the bed and nothing more. She's
So
already
it's
been
something
married.
of yours. You have a lot of Indian networks. You have Indian friends, Indian colleagues, Indians who fucked you, Indian girlfriend, consultant from India. Wow, man, so many Indians around you, John. You're a fucking Indian magnet.
I know it's because I know yoga. I know. Okay, so let me read to you. I'm trying to get you something special for a wedding gift.
As in, you are giving me some gift. I think the best gift you can give me is that come to India, my friend.
Um, okay, let me read to you Higher Grades of Law. This will be our meditation for the day. Then I'm going to go to the gym. Listen to this.
Sure.
Okay, this is called Higher Grades of Love. Take the deepest breath of the day. There is a third grade of love, higher still, that all people share. This love is hinted at in the verse, "My soul, I desire you at night." About this the Zohar says, "Since you, God, are my true nature and life, I desire you with the intensity of the dying who yet desperately cling to life." There is a fourth grade of love, higher still, that also resides in everyone. This love is like a child whose love for her parents surpasses her love of self, and who acts for their sake alone. Since we all have one Father, we all have this love hidden deep within. Anyone can access this love. It is not beyond reach, nor is it far off, but it is very close to you, in your mouth and heart. All 4 kinds of love should be cultivated. This is the reason why you were created. How is such love released? Speak to one another in a manner that arouses your heart and mind to yearn for God. For it is written, a good thought is joined by God to a deed. This is the subnote. No one is excluded from spiritual awakening. While not everyone is ready for the practice of self-emptying awe or open to the guidance of a spiritual teacher, everyone has the innate capacity to be transformed through love. How is this done? Through the power of loving speech. Speak in such a manner that promotes harmony rather than discord, peace rather than conflict. Use your words to recognize the unity embracing all diversity. Since words are linked to thoughts and both are linked to deeds, together forming the 3 garments of the intellect, habituating your speech to love rouses both mind and heart to love, and together they will align your actions with love as well. You may not be able to directly control your thoughts and feelings, and your actions may be driven by habits too deep to dispel, but the words that come out of your mouth, these are controllable. Begin with what is in your mouth to arouse what is in your heart and mind, and in time your actions will be in tune with God and godliness. Rabbeinu Shalom. Amen. Okay, so I leave you in peace and joy. God bless you on your engagement. I pray your wedding and your marriage go well, and all the money in the world that you desire comes to you. Raboyna Shalorlim, use it for good. Use your speech good. You know, that's the thing, is good thoughts, good speech, good actions, good outcomes. And that's about it. Everybody on this app is a fucktard for the most part. You know, they have I don't know, they're just not doing a deep dive into what they're thinking and what they're saying on this app. They're just dopamine addicts. זה יכול קצת מדהים. Oh, Brian. Oh, Brian. I'm treating. I'm treating you. I'm treating you. I'm treating you.
לאדוני אלוהינו הרחמים והסליחות לאדוני אלוהינו הרחמים והסליחות אל נא תשת עלינו חטאת חטאנו צורנו סלח לנו יוצרנו שמע ישראל אדוני אלוהינו אדוני
Imagine a financial app that lets you spend, save, and invest like never before.
Oh, Scott's here. We're going on Shaloyloim. You finally made it to my Shabbos services. Thanks for coming. This is now.
Nice to see you.
This is the live stream we've been all waiting for. Scott Jones. It's Scott Kent Jones on Instagram and X. Welcome to the room, Scott.
It is very nice to be here. My taint is golden.
They say to have a golden taint, someone with the golden finger must touch the taint. Is that true?
You gotta get the Midas touch, the Midas Goldberg.
Well, I want to say that the Rabbi Adrian Dittman Shabbos services has begun. And it's great to be here with you, Scott. Thanks for coming. What are you doing the rest of your day, sir?
I'm meeting a young lady for a nice Shabbos drink.
What do you plan on drinking, and where do you plan on taking this lovely young woman?
I'm gonna have a tonic water with lime.
Tonic? You need to have yourself a glass of wine on Shabbos. How do you expect the Shekhinah to come out of her pants and wrestle with Yakub?
I love the Shekhinah. I hope that Shekhinah comes and claps me.
Well, you don't want to get the clap. What you really want is a little smack on the tuchus. And I just want to quote our great president when I say, grab him by the pussy. Okay, I'm going to read to you a meditation hypnosis. This is page 77, chapter 24. It's called The Interplay of Opposites. Oh, hi, Jane.
Oh, look, we have Jane for Shabbos.
Your Shabbos Goy is arrived. Welcome to the Rabbi Adrian Dittman Shabbos services. We're about to do a meditation, and then I'm about to go to the gym, and I'm about to go lift some weights and sweat like a man. Here we go. This is called The Interplay of Opposites. This is for you, Jane. Take the deepest breath of the day through your nose. Hold it for 10 seconds. Creation is the interplay of opposites. The highest realm of godliness is balanced by the other side of selfishness. And just as the first reveals unity and latter reveals diversity, do not mistake opposites for enemies. The self is not in rebellion against God, but actually serves God. Just as Bilam says, I cannot violate the word of God, so the self cannot violate the will of God. Yet human ignorance can be so great as to allow for the illusion of rebellion against God, rooted in the folly of separation from God. This is why our sages say, no one commits any sin unless a spirit of folly enters into him. These are the subnotes. For this thing is very near to you. Deuteronomy 30:14. In this reading of the text, the Alter Rebbe defines this thing as the innate love of God resting in your heart, just as he earlier spoke of God's love surrounding your heart. By arousing this love, you recall your divine nature, Penamiyut, and achieve realization of your continual union with God, Da'at Devekut. Anyone can do this, because no one is beyond redemption. Yet some might object and point to the sages who taught, one who says, I will sin and then sin and repent again is not given the opportunity to do so. Talmud Yoma 85b, yet the Alter Rebbe refuses to write off anyone and insists that even the habit of sin can be broken if you wish to break it. Thus he reminds us, nothing can stand in the way of repentance. Jerusalem Talmud Pe'ah 1. The Hebrew for repentance, tshuva, teshuvah, means to turn. The in-betweener turns from evil to do good, turns from selfishness to selflessness, turns from the folly of separation to the wisdom of union, and then turns again. The turning isn't once and for all, but over and again, for the spirit of folly continually haunts the neshama, and you must continually turn toward godliness. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kedeshanu b'mitzvotav v'tzivanu lecha liknei shel Shabbat b'nei pri.
Did you know you can learn Hebrew without getting stuck over grammar again and again and
Will you spend time with a nice Jewish woman this weekend?
El Normo consulted with me on my decision to make, start a relationship with an Indian girl, and he said, "You're now a Hindu." Yes, El Normo is my secret Rebbe. He is the hidden tzaddik.
I think I'm going out with a Gentile tonight. I don't know that. She could be a Gentile. I don't know what she is.
Okay, so I want to read something special to you on this beautiful Shabbos. It's called Arrest and Liberation of Rabbi Shneur Zalman of Liadi. We are going to go to page 10 where it says, "These sayings emphasize the essential nature of the soul, its holiness and purity, and its being completely divorced from anything material and physical. The soul itself, by its very nature, is not subject to any material desires or temptations, which arise only from the physical body and animal soul. Nevertheless, it was the Creator's will that the soul, which is truly a part of the divine above, should descend into the physical and coarse world and be confined within and united with a physical body for scores of years in a state which is absolutely repulsive to its very nature." A.K. Steve of Hell. All this for the purpose of a divine mission which the soul has to fulfill, to purify and spiritualize the physical body and the related physical environment by permeating them with the light of God, so as to make this world an abode for the Shekhinah. This can be done only through a life of Torah and mitzvot. When the soul fulfills this mission, all the transient pain and suffering connected with the soul's descent and life on this earth are not only justified, but infinitely outweighed by the great reward and everlasting bliss which the soul enjoys thereafter. From the above, one can easily appreciate the extent of the tragedy of disregarding the soul's mission on earth. For in doing so, one condemns the soul to a term of useless suffering, not compensated for, nor nullified by that everlasting happiness which God has intended for it. Even where there are brief moments of religious activity in the study of the Torah and the practice of the mitzvot, it is sad to contemplate how often such activity is tinted by the lack of real enthusiasm and inner joy, not realizing that these are the activities which justify existence. Aside from missing the vital point through failure of taking advantage of the opportunity to fill God's will, thus forfeiting the everlasting benefits to be derived therefrom, it is contrary to sound reason to choose that side of life which accentuates the enslavement and degradation of the soul, while rejecting the good that is inherent in it, namely the great ascent that is to come from the soul's descent. It will now become eminently clear what our sages meant when they said, "No man commits a sin unless he was stricken with temporary insanity." No profound thinking is required to realize that since life is compulsory, and since the soul, which is a part of the divine above, is compelled to descend into a frame of dust and ashes, the proper thing to do is to make the most of the soul's sojourn on earth. Only a life in which every aspect is permeated by the Torah and mitzvot makes this possible. It is also abundantly clear that since God, who is the essence of goodness, compels the soul to descend from its sublime heights to its lowest depths, here on Clubhouse, for the purpose of the study of the Torah and the fulfillment of the mitzvot, how great is the value of Torah and mitzvot. Furthermore, the descent of the soul for the purpose of the ascent shows that there is no way to obtain the objective except through the soul's descent to live on this earth. If there were an easier way, God would not compel the soul to descend from the sublime heights of the seat of glory down to this nether world, the lowest of all worlds. For only here, in the lowest depths, can the soul attain its highest ascent, higher even than the angels, and as our sages say, the righteous precede the foremost angels. Reflecting upon the greatness of the Torah and mitzvot, specifically pertaining to this life, reflecting also that the Torah and mitzvot are the only means to attain the soul's perfection and the fulfillment of the divine purpose, one will experience a sense of real joy at this fate and destiny, despite the many difficulties and handicaps, from within and without, which are inevitable on this earth. Only in this way can one live up to the injunction, serve God with joy, which the Baal Shem Tov made one of the foundations of his teachings, and which is expounded at length in Chabad, and pointed out by its founder, whose liberation we commemorate on the 19th day of Kislev in his monumental work, the Tanya. With blessing, Menachem Schneerson. Okay, that's a reading from Arrest and Liberation of Rabbi Shneur Zalman of Liadi. The history...
That was not off the top of your head?
The history of Yud Teth Kislev. No, it's a new book. I just got it in the mail today. I bought it on Amazon. I mean, on eBay.
Can I challenge you to something because you're quite good at it?
Mm-hmm.
String together a whole mess of multi-syllabic words into a sentence that really means nothing but sounds very impressive.
Sure, all communication is hypnosis.
Longer than that. You have to go on for at least, what do you say, guys? 30 seconds?
Okay. So, take the deepest breath of the day through your nose. Hold that ruach for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Rabbona Shalom Yashiko. Here we go. Let it all go and say after me. Rabbona Shalom. Gekachen luchtig in dein Augen. Fusta. Aquí el Cordero de Dios. Poquitos pescados del mundo. Que Dios te bendiga, muchachos. Rabbona Shalom, we have Soren in the room. Soren, welcome to the Jewish Music Good Shabbos Rebbe Dibna room. Rabbona Shalom. Okay, so I'm going to do another reading from Arrest and Liberation of Reb Shneur Zalman of Liadi. My last name is Kitover, and I am related to the Baal Shem Tov through marriage. Apparently, Rabbi Zalman Kitover is my great-great-great uncle or grandfather of some extent. Probably grandfather, who knows. Either way, we married into Chabad through the Baal Shem Tov. Now, there are many famous rabbinic dynasties, but Rabbi Adrian Dittman, oh, he left. He couldn't take the heresy. Getting
This is like the hour of Jewish power.
This is close enough. You ever been? You know, I've been to the Middle East, and we went to this Bedouin village in the middle of this, just in a mountain, and somebody said, you know, to this little kid, "What's 2 plus 2?" He's like, 3. He's like, "Close enough." Something like that. Like, what's 10 times 10? He's like, you know, 20. Close enough. Close enough. Okay, we're gonna go to a page 100 and see what it says.
What's the book? Can you?
Yeah, it's called Arrest and Liberation of Rabbi Shneur Zalman of Liadi. When the Rebbe approached the steps of the podium, he sang the melody to the words Keli ata ve'odecha. He seated himself at the table, and so did his entourage. He now sang his famous tune of the 4 motions. The inner fervor grew with every moment, and the quietness evoked an inward feeling of awe. The Rebbe then said to the Ma'amah, based on the text Podo Besholom Nafshi, printed in Torah or, under the heading Vaye Abek Ish Imo. When the Rebbe had concluded, the Ma'amah Reb Naphtali Semer, a capable Hasidic musician, started singing a merry tune, while Reb Shmuel called out that the assembled should join in the singing, though in orderly fashion, in the Beth Hamedrash, in which the Rebbe received people in audience. A Thanksgiving meal had been prepared, at which the Rebbe, his brother's sons, and a select group of the elder Hasidim attended. After much entreaty, Reb Moshe, the Rebbe's son, consented to repeat before a few people the Rebbe's talks during that Thanksgiving meal. All we heard from Reb Moshe was kept a secret. That was our agreement. But, continued Reb Isaac, I will relate to you one thing which has a bearing on Hasidic behavior. The Rebbe said, I heard from my grandfather, our master, the Baal Shem, that foolishness, not just stupidity, but foolishness, what people refer to as a non-clever person, and sadness, and feelings of conceit, these are 2 Hasidim cardinal sins of the Torah. Wisdom, what people refer to as a clever person, and joy, caused by perceiving in everything its inherent cheering goodness and moderate eagerness, are 2 Hasidim cardinal commandments of the Torah. By merit of the Tanya, Reb Joseph Isaac related in one of his talks, it has been noted that the number of days of the Alter Rebbe's imprisonment, nearly 53, corresponds to the number of chapters in the Tanya. 1 day for every chapter. On Yud Tet Kislev 5592, Reb Nachum Mendel, the Zmak Zadik, said, Our forefather Abraham knew that he was to beget a son, the descendants of which would be the chosen people. He also knew of Nimrod's power, that Nimrod was a powerful hunter, capable of ensnaring people and making them rebel against the Almighty. Abraham was aware of the danger that Nimrod, supported by Satan and his band, could overpower and kill him. Nevertheless, with conscious self-sacrifice, he endangered himself. Abraham did not do so by force of his faith in God, but with true self-sacrifice, with complete disregard for his own life, exposing it to the threatening dangers in order to spread the knowledge of God throughout the world, without rationalizing about the potential future. So, too, it was with my grandfather, the Alter Rebbe. He very well knew the strength of the Satan, obstructing his path and opposing the ways and modes of the Baal Shem Tov and the Majid. He knew that from the time he first began publicly to deliver those Ma'amarim, which formed the contents of the Tanya, from the years 5542 onwards, the opposition became ever stronger. When he did so again in 5550, the resistance became ever more intense and continued until 3 years later my mother, Deborah Leah, gave her life for his and passed away on the 3rd of Tishrei. Nevertheless, the Rebbe disregarded himself, exposed himself to great dangers, and prepared the Tanya, the written Torah, the Chabad Chassidim. Under this threat of danger, he remained until the year 55-59, when even his physical body was endangered. For 53 days, corresponding to the 53 chapters of the Tanya, he suffered excruciating pain. But thanks to his sacred work, he merited that the Tanya, the letters of which also spell Eitan, was to arouse the Eitan, firmness, original condition in the soul of everyone learning that holy book, leading one to a firmer, more intensified worship of God. In one of his letters, Rabbi Joseph Isaac mentioned something he had heard from the Chassid Reb Hanach Handel, who in turn had heard it from Rab Jacob Shmeliana. The Alter Rebbe strongly desired that the Tanya be in print and published early in Kislev 5557 so that Chassidim would be able to learn from it on Yud Tet Kislev of that year on the anniversary of the passing of his master, the Maggid of Mezerich. In the middle of Sheshvan, however, it became clear that publication was not possible for that appointed time, which caused the Rebbe a great deal of grief. On the day of Yud Tet Kislev, one could discern in the face of the Alter Rebbe a feeling of deep agony. The second day of Hanukkah, 26th of Kislev, a special messenger arrived from Slavita, where the first edition of the Tanya was printed, and brought with him the first 200 copies of the Tanya, which had been completed on the previous Tuesday, 20th of Kislev. When one of the copies was brought to the Rebbe, he looked into it for a while and said, "There are many thoughts in the heart of man. I had wanted this book to be completed early in Kislev so that it could be learned on the anniversary day of my master's passing, but the plan of God shall prevail." The printing was completed on the 20th. Several times the Rebbe repeated the 20th of Kislev, 20th of Kislev, and he concluded, "Whatever the Lord does is for the best." No one, not even the Rebbe's children, understood the Rebbe's agony caused by the delay in publication, or the reason why he repeated that date of the book's completion. In 5559, however, when the Rebbe left prison on Tuesday, the 19th of Kislev, and by mistake entered the dwelling of the Myth Nagid, and was freed from this enemy only late that night, the night preceding Wednesday, 20th of Kislev. I can't read anymore. Okay, I'm going to skip. I don't know. So it's interesting. There's called Merits and Afflictions, and then there's the conclusion. This book is called Arrest and Liberation of Rabbi Shneur Zalman of Liadi. History of the Yud Tet Kislev. Woo! So I'll read to you something from Tanya, and then that will conclude my Torah study. Oh, Rabbi Matt wanted to say something. I don't think Rabbi Matt, he's probably tripping. He's like, "What are you reading?" Because, Scott, there's so much stuff in Judaism. I mean, maybe people can claim they've read, everything under the sun, but I've seen people's libraries, and it's like there's so much stuff, from Brooklyn from the 60s and 50s and 70s that, like, American Jewish publications, there's nothing quite like it. Most of the Jewish books that I own here came from bookstores out of Brooklyn. Also, I just want to say I'm not an actual rabbi in any way, shape, or form. I am just actually just reading books. And if a rabbi hears what I'm reading and I inspired him, or he got angry, whichever the outcome is, Rabbeinu Shalom. That's all I gotta say. Okay, so we're gonna read one chapter from the Tanya. Scott, give me a positive word other than taint. Give me a word that I can search for that will bring us to the right passage for us this evening. What's the magic word you want to share with the room? Rabbeinu Shalom.
The fire marshals want this lightsaber flashlight banned, but they're powerless to stop it. There's a new flashlight out there.
Okay, this is called Illuminating the World. This is on page 117. This will be my last reading, and then I really got to get out of here. The messianic perfection and the resurrection of the dead, which are the revelation of the infinite in the heart of the finite, depend entirely upon you and your spiritual practice. When physically engaged in spiritual practice, the shells of separation are made transparent, and the light of God illumines the darkness of self. You are not here to elevate the spiritual, but to illumine the material. Illumination happens when you eat, drink, and do all you do in a state of holiness. The greatest illumination comes through generosity, which is called the quintessential practice. Generosity is giving from the fruits of your labor and requires all of your energy. Your entire body gives and uplifts it. This is why generosity hastens redemption. The Shema, the hearing, is the central affirmation of Judaism. Hear, O Israel, Yahweh is our God, Yahweh is one, Deuteronomy 6:4. The Shema is recited at least twice daily, and is to be the final words you utter upon death. Purpose of prayer is to rouse you to action. If your prayer remains only in your mind, it has no impact on your actions, but if prayer is said aloud, the body is engaged and motivated to act. Kavanah, concentration of the mind, with the intention of illuminating God in all dimensions. Rabbi Shneur Zalman is concerned lest the in-betweener become preoccupied with self-transcendence and neglect the physical dimensions of life. It is all too easy to place spiritual in opposition to material and then to neglect the latter in favor of the former. Tanya is clear. Complete awakening happens in and through all five worlds. The true work of the spiritual person is to infuse the material world with spiritual light, and thus illumine the divine in, with, and as all reality. There is no distinction between matter and spirit and God. There is only God. Thus, contemplative practices must include the body rather than exclude it, even when reciting the Shema. The affirmation of God's non-duality, the body must be engaged at least through the act of speech, but the words must not be empty. On the contrary, they must be infused with kavanah, an intense focus on the intellect cycle that uses the act of prayer as a means for engaging the body, heart, mind, and soul in illuminating all worlds. Okay, that's called Illuminating the World, chapter 37. That's Tanya, the masterpiece of Hasidic wisdom. It's amazing, the book that I have here, The Arrest and Liberation of Rabbi Shneur Zalman, because this is the guy that wrote Tanya. He wrote it in jail. Can't believe it. I didn't know. Interesting pairing. See, this is why I believe that Rabbeinu Shalom, I support those that support Torah, and when you support Torah, Rabbeinu Shalom Yeshikoah, the miracle is that Torah supports you. Okay, we're going to read we'll go with page 80. The arrest and liberation of Rabbi Shneur Zalman of Liadi. Okay, this is the Rabbi Adrian Dittman Shabbos services. You know, I tried to pull this shtick in Los Angeles and Hollywood, Scott, under Rabbi Hollywood on Twitter. You can look me up. But I used to pull a shtick in LA where I called myself Rabbi Hollywood when I lived there. It didn't take off. But, you know, censorship is real. But anyways, you can see it. It's called Rabbi Hollywood. Okay, this is page 80. On another occasion, he also said, the 10th of Kislev, the day on which the Mittela Rebbe was liberated, is the day of birth of a Chassid, while Yud Tet Kislev is the day of entering the covenant. From the 10th to the 19th of Kislev is the birth. Beginning with the 10th, the Chassidic Farbrengen is the birth of a Chassid. It is customary among Chassidim that on the day of Yud Tet Kislev they wish each other good Yom Tov. May you be inscribed and sealed for a good year in the learning of Chassidism and the ways of Chassidism. At the first anniversary of the Festival of Liberation, Yud Tet Kislev 5560, a great number of Chassidim, many of whom were former Mithnagdim, gathered in Liozna, and the Alter Rebbe delivered a discourse on Baruch She'asa Nisam La'avothenu. There is a more precise version that at the beginning of the dissertation that the Rebbe said, Baruch, blessed is he who performed miracles unto our ancestors, the Baal Shem Tov and our master, the Maggid, in those days, Purim and Hanukkah in this time, Yud Tet Kislev. In this discourse, the Rebbe exalted the mode of intellectual avodah and criticizes the type of avodah which is based on emotion and ecstasy. This was, however, a directive for the time being only because during the whole preceding year the Chassidim had been in a state of great emotion and ecstasy on account of the merciful grace which God had openly bestowed them in the saving of the teachings of the Baal Shem Tov. The second arrest, the day after Sukkot, 5561, the Alter Rebbe was again summoned to Petersburg and arrested on the basis of new accusations invented by the opponents of Hasidism. Once more, the Rebbe replied to all questions calmly and clearly on the charges concerned a concept expounded in Hasidism, that the worship of God requires self-sacrifice and self-abnegation. It would seem, so it was claimed, that self-sacrifice is quite obviously contradictory to loyal citizenship, while self-abnegation is opposed to social progress and industry. The Rebbe gave the officials to understand that not only is there no contradiction at all, but just the other way around, for the earthly realm is but a reflection of the heavenly realm. Thus he who is possessed of a sense of self-sacrifice to God will also show this trait of self-sacrifice for his king and country, especially so since strict observance of Torah is innately related to the observance of all matters concerning the state. Indeed, the latter itself comes within the law of the Torah, as the sages say expressly, the law of the state is binding. Pray for the welfare of the state, fear the Lord, my child, and the king, and many other like statements. In like manner, self-abnegation does not imply withdrawals from all earthly associations, but the restraint of passion for luxuries, which in final analysis would mean preventing theft and robbery, as well as consideration for the needs of others. The Rebbe explained this matter according to the profound concepts of the Kabbalah. Tsar Alexander first was a good and just person. At the beginning of his reign in 1801 to 1825, he was kind to the Jews. Later, however, he changed for the worse. Even so, he was of a better nature than his brother Nicholas, reigned 1825 to 1855, who, though pious in his faith, was a corrupt tyrant. Towards the end of the Rebbe's detention in the prison of Petropavlov, he was led as usual from the interrogation room to his cell Young Nicholas, Alexander's brother, used to play in the courtyard with his friends, the children of the imperial household. Typical of his vicious nature, he always carried with him a whip. Once seeing the Rebbe led through the yard, he held up the whip, thinking to scare the prisoner. The Rebbe just stared at him with a piercing look, which caused such a great fright in the tyrannical boy that the whip fell out of his hand. The boy dropped his eyes and lowered his head. He later told his teacher that his heart had stopped in terror from the look directed at him by the prisoner. Years later, when Nicholas was crowned Tsar, Reb Menachem Mendel, the Tzemach Zedek, said that the Alter Rebbe could accomplish through his look what his saintly colleagues would with speech. Furthermore, the former was yet of higher level, just as sight is of a higher level than speech. The principle that God, through his particular providence, creates the remedy before the disease is one that can factually be noted in just about every general and particular matter. It was by divine providence that the child Nicholas was playing in the courtyard when my grandfather was led from the interrogation to his cell that Nicholas saw my grandfather raise the whip, scared, thus making my grandfather look at him, which in turn caused that very great fear, so that the whip fell out of Nicholas's hand. This look broke the force of wickedness, and it is all a matter of the remedy preceding the disease. Were it not for that, we could not, God forbid, bear the severe decrees of Nicholas. My grandfather, through his gaze, succeeded in breaking the whip of Nicholas's sovereignty, just as Joseph managed to break the kilapa of Pharaoh's sovereignty through speech by mentioning God's name. In his diary, Reb Joseph Isaac recorded the following on the 18th of Tishrei, 5561, in the year 1800, the second day of Kol Hamoed Sukkot. Imperial order was received on that day, Monday the 24th of Tishrei. The Rebbe was to travel to the capital by post-chaise at the expense of the government. He was allowed to take along 2 people of his choice as servants. 3 officers in plain clothes would accompany them. Moshe, the Rebbe's youngest son, implored his father to take him along. The Alter Rebbe was very fond of his youngest son. He used to say that by the grace of God, Moshe had tenfold the abilities of him after whom he was named, and that his wondrous memory would never forsake him. But the second trip compares favorably with the first. 155-59 is well known. The first arrest was most severe right from the start, when the Rebbe was put into the strongly fortified Black Mary, named the Hersey, guarded by soldiers with drawn swords. Heavily armed soldiers rode in front, led by their commander, dispersing by force the great mass of people, men, women, children, running about with bitter cries and wails. The second time it was an honorable journey in a comfortable post-chaise. At every stopover, the Alter Rebbe was given a special room to rest, and wherever the wagon passed, hundreds of people, men and women, came to welcome the Rebbe and to bless him. Friday the 28th of Tishrei, the Rebbe arrived in Petersburg. A high official from the Ministry for Interior Affairs welcomed him and led him to the companions to a house in the court of the Taney Soviet. Signed to them a Jewish servant as well as a non-Jewish one. Moshe informed the official that the Rebbe is accustomed to pray with a minyan, Korum, 3 times daily, the morning, afternoon, evening prayers. Fisher replied that to his great regret he was unable to grant this request, whereas all of them, the Rebbe, Rebbe Moshe, and the second companion, were to be separated from other Jews. Rebbe Moshe suggested that services could be held with a quorum in an adjacent room separated by a wall. The wall could be punctured from above with holes so that the prayers and the readings could be heard. A few hours later, this was arranged. For 2 months, from the 28th of Tishrei to the 27th of Kislev, over 20 committees were formed with the participation of various people, professionals of various different sciences, many of whom were interested in the study of religion, Kabbalah, and Jewish history of the time of the Sanhedrin. The committees met in a house in the court of Taney Soviet, and every committee had its special secretary who recorded all questions and answers. The Alter Rebbe replied times in Yiddish and sometimes in Hebrew. Okay, I can't read anymore. I'm exhausted. Okay, that's my Torah study for the day. Hope you liked it.
Avoid these phrases. That's crazy. It's good. I guess so.
Okay, I'm gonna reset the room, and we're gonna move to the Dao De Jing. Scott, stick with us. Invite people to the room. We're gonna give you the full Zen services you've been looking for. Here we go.
signed up for Robinhood Gold for these 3 reasons. You can start earning 4% APY with high yield cash. With Gold, your uninvested cash is FDIC insured up to $2.5 million at partner banks. You can also get a 3% match on eligible contributions into your IRA. Get all these perks and more when you sign up for Robinhood Gold today. It's just $5 a month, and you get the first 30 days free.
Translate entire websites in one tap. Get Chrome with Google Translate built in.
save $700 with Liberty Mutual. Crazy what you can get with those savings.
Card for your holiday shopping. You can apply on your iPhone in minutes and start using it right away. You'll earn up to 3% daily cash back on every purchase, including products at Apple like a new iPhone 16 or Apple Watch Ultra. Start holiday shopping for your friends and family today with Apple Card. Subject to credit approval. Apple Card issued by Goldman Sachs Bank USA, Salt Lake City branch. Terms and more at applecard.com.
投保保障健康。报名投保保障家人健康，新的法律让健保现在更易负担，每5位客户就有4位能得到每月低于$10的健保计划，请致电1800-318-2596。
She's been so here, right?
Yes.
pay win all your dreams?
Oh yeah, only pay for what you need.
Zionists to leave Syria, so obviously they're controlling.
So he wants. He wants whatever he wants.
Yeah, I mean, he said first thing first, we asked you to leave nicely. Then if you don't leave nicely, obviously, you know.
Yeah, but do you think we care about what he says?
No, just saying, I'm giving you the idea.
Listen, guys,
The bottom line is,
by the way,
they need a ceasefire in Gaza, and then everything could be built up.
You lost lands forever. You lost lands forever.
Ceasefire in Gaza will be a free
Northern Gaza is ours forever. You lost it. It's happening. It's done.
We're getting it. No, I feel like this is
coming from a country that's known for war crimes and pedophilia. What is the crime?
This is
Jeffrey
Epstein. Yeah, I feel like this is going to be a lot.
Why are you setting off Swifty? I'm trying to keep him quiet as much as possible.
I feel like it's going to be like Reagan getting to power, the hostage situation going on. It's going to be.
Who cares about Reagan?
I just said that 5 minutes ago. I said that.
We are.
Okay, can we hear Yakov? Yakov, what you trying to say about the Reagan situation in comparison?
Reagan's situation was he essentially said to them through backdoor channels, release these people because you're not gonna like it when I'm coming to power. You know, Carter was the softie, unfortunately, and I think the same deal is, I think they're gonna be afraid of what he's gonna do, and I hope it winds down really quickly. This is no good for anybody to continue. So hopefully it is like Reagan 2.0, 1981, when, the day he was inaugurated, all those people flew out of Tehran.
So when it comes to Gaza, though, is Trump actually attacking Gaza?
No, I never said that.
No, that's what I'm trying to understand.
He's threatening them. He's made several bellicose statements. All hell will break loose. I can't remember his exact words, but he essentially hey, return them or else. Yeah, but look, you said the President Carter was very soft, but I have to remind you. Reagan. I understand, but you understand about the Operation Eagle Claw. I don't know if you know. Yeah. He tried his best. He tried, operation, but he tried. Our military was gun shy after Vietnam. We were very poor. Reagan built it back up. It was poorly planned. In the middle of the desert, you try to land two C-130s plus 2 helicopters in a sandstorm. Like I'm not a general, and I would never even think about doing that. It was bungled from the beginning. I mean, it was bound to fail, and that's what all the books that I've read said about that operation. Nice idea, but didn't work. But they didn't expect the storms coming to them. The act of God. They had enough intelligence on the weather that they could have predicted. Plus that time of year, there's more than enough information about the landing site that they just.
That happened
they're a little reckless.
Yakov, 2003 in Iraq. Remember the
it happens at the wrong times. No, what I'm saying is that he was not soft. He was soft in his sense of his language. He wasn't bellicose. He was just like, can we have him back? Quite contrary, I don't want to push you back, but look, what happened in Lebanon during the Reagan administration, that we had literally hundreds of Americans were killed. I am well aware of what happened. What Americans did. They left Lebanon. This is what happened. I understand. Reagan was about projecting power. Carter was about, diplomacy. And that's the same thing. The same parallels are with Biden and Trump. Biden's all about, we can talk to them and we can get deals done, and we can talk them into nuclear program. And Trump is the complete opposite. It's just the parallels are uncanny, in my opinion.
You're talking about Iran or Gaza or both?
Just both. Right, you have kind of leftist, inwardly focused, let's focus on diplomacy, Democrats, followed by sort of hawkish, or very focused, depending on which one it is.
That's the divide. I don't think that's the divide. Sorry,
what's the divide? You're not talking your mother, Callum, relax. What do you think the divide is? You're not talking to your beloved deceased father, Kitover.
Don't talk about my dead
Don't
father.
talk about his father.
Okay.
Or anyone.
Since your side next week, I never get personal with you.
So,
Sorry,
well,
but
you
you're-
just did. You just did.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I asked you to let me speak for a minute. Thank you. So I think the divide is in foreign policy philosophy. One that says, these are enemies are rational actors and self-interested rational actors. Right? That's been a mistake in the 21st century. To say, right?
We agree completely.
Right. I'm not sure it's a Republican-Democrat divide, but I think it's between the people who think that they're rationally self-interested and those who see that they're not rationally self-interested.
Let me put it this way. Those that believe ends to a mean can be done through non-military means, and there are those who will do the like, if that doesn't work, we're going to do the
No, I'm saying something different. Which is a misunderstanding of the second party. In other words, one of the things I thought the JCPOA was a good deal, but one of the critiques of the JCPOA, and I have this critique too, is that it assumed that Iran was a rational, self-interested actor instead of a nihilistic, megalomaniacal regime. That was a miscalculation on Obama's part.
And that's why you had a Democrat. You had a Democrat who was a lot of verification.
You had a Democrat who thought he could negotiate his way to a peaceful settlement, and Trump came in and threw it all out. So, he didn't believe in that, and I agree with you completely. They didn't,
But he threw it all out. But
the Clinton-Obama-Biden sort of trend was people will react to diplomacy and will get what we want through diplomacy.
But
I think it's been on our side.
Jacob Reagan did the same thing. During the second term, he come up with a backdoor called Iran-Contra. I mean, he did exactly the same thing.
No.
But he didn't
Oliver North did that. Hold on. You don't know the history. Oliver North did it without him even understanding it.
That's the same narratives in Iran too, by the way. I mean, come on. Tell that to the Turks.
Look, I don't have to tell you anything. That's what historians say.
I mean, that's what in Iran says too. We were not aware of it.
Yes, you were. You know how it was found out? This is a really funny, interesting story. You know how Iran-Contra was cracked?
The drug dealers probably?
No. Who produces some of the finest and best pistachios in the world?
Iran. Oh, Rafsanjani. Okay.
Well, hold on. So here's what happened. So all of a sudden, the pistachio market in Lebanon was just overflowing. And the prices plummeted. So a reporter looked into it. And of course, at the time, arms were going to Iran, and you never send boats back empty. It's just unheard of. You have to fill them with cargo. So what did they fill them with? They bought pistachios in so much more quantity than the market demanded. And then where were they going? They're going back to Lebanon to get more weapons, right? And the pistachio market just was flooded. And this guy figured it out. And he's the one who, I can't remember his name, but that was the thing. It wasn't a grand master plan of Reagan. It was a grand master plan of Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North.
Now, Yakov, going back to Gaza, you're thinking that Trump would come in, threaten Hamas. I think he would.
He's already threatened them before coming in.
I think he would bribe them, actually, to be honest with you, behind closed doors. But either way, so what? So that happens, and they release the hostages. Then what? I mean, Hamas.
I don't know. I don't.
Then you have to figure out how to rebuild Gaza.
No. Before that, Hamas is not going to release hostages without assurances that Israel isn't going to attack again.
Okay. Look, so long as there's the threat on the border, right, and Hamas still has rockets, there will be Israeli defense apparatus. There just will be, right? I'm not advocating for this. I'm trying to describe what I think is a realistic possibility, right? Israel, I don't see Israel in its current moment saying, we've done enough. We've hurt them enough, right? I don't see that happening in the administration these days.
But what's the incentive of releasing the hostages then? That's the thing.
What's the incentive for
Hamas to release the hostages if Israel is going to stay fighting in Gaza?
It's a great question. I don't know what their incentive are because what was single rocket after the ceasefire, flies across the border, ceasefire done, right?
Well, no.
So
And listen, I don't like warmongering, but if you listen to what Katz had to say yesterday, you'll understand the so what.
Look, if Israel comes out and says something like, "We have accomplished our goal of eliminating whatever that means, Hamas. Now we're on to the second goal." That would be something. But I don't. You have more saber rattling here. You have more chatter about that, right? What more is there to accomplish in terms of, right? What is to be accomplished is get the hostages home. In my view, that is what could be. I would sign it tomorrow if it was me. And because I think the Israeli military will always be there, right? Make the ceasefire, get the deal, get the hostages back, if tensions flare up again, got the army.
Yeah, which I agree. I mean, I think if Hamas starts launching rockets, then it's reasonable to assume that Israel would start bombing, wherever the source is, whatever the intelligence tells them. And that's reasonable. It's just with this particular war end, and that's what what I think Israel wants to continue with the war, and it doesn't even sound reasonable to even say it this way because and it makes it sound like
You're saying that.
Well, yeah, well, that's it. Say it again.
I'm surprised you even said that.
What?
It sounds reasonable.
No, I think it's no. What I'm saying is it doesn't sound reasonable. What Netanyahu is saying is, well, give us the hostages, we'll sign the ceasefire temporarily, and once the hostages are in Israel, then we'll resume the war. Why? I mean, Netanyahu must know that Hamas will never go for such a deal. Like that's a ridiculous offer.
You got to understand the psychology here of Israel in some ways. And there's two things that I would point to. One is every couple of years for the last 15 years or so, there was this little minor war, right? There was a little thing. It was short, right? Every couple of years.
This is a lot of work.
What's that?
I'll read to the rest.
It was like bing bang boom done.
Yes, and it was let's just
This is
keep
a lot
it
of
on a
work.
low
I'll read
burn.
through the rest
We can
of these.
handle that. I think the mask has been pulled off of that and say we can't handle a low burn every 2 years because look what they did. They used that time to plan, the October 7th attacks. The second psychological piece is, wow, our security apparatus failed us. So you have these two things on the page in Israelis' minds, right? A weariness about this every couple of years back and forth, and a desperate attempt to start to retrust the military and security apparatus again.
Maybe that's why some Israelis say that there's going to be a change in the.
But you saw that the Jerusalem Post article, Edward, about the numbers of the Hamas fighters actually being almost 25,000 reported yesterday. But many people got surprised, even in Israel. But we talked about this several months ago. Yeah. Recruiting people, putting arms in them, and training them, and making them a cohesive fighting unit are two different things. It doesn't mean anything until you can field a coordinated group of people. Even just, even without orders, to say, hey, go take out as many Israelis as you can. They have to understand tactics. They have to be trained. I'm sure there's a lot of kids raising their hands because a lot of people have said you kill one Hamas soldier, two pop up. That was very similar to Vietnam and other guerrilla wars. So that's bound to happen. But can they turn those numbers into effective people? Remains to be seen. How many people do you think are literally orphans now? After let's say the war is over tomorrow. I have no idea. Okay. But it's not a question I can answer. Okay, it's reasonable to assume there are tens of thousands, and the lots of parents, and I'm just curious to know what would be the future look like to them, and isn't it much more easier for many groups to recruit them because obviously
two ways. It can go, wow, look what our leaders did to us, and look at the results that I paid. Maybe
for Israel did to us.
None of these are
the leaders. There's two. I said it could go two ways. One is it increases their hatred of Israel. The other is increases their hatred of the leaders that brought on this destruction.
I blame the leadership.
And it's a spectrum, someplace in between for each individual.
Like, I put myself in a situation of a 10-year-old kid living with my parents in an apartment in Gaza. All of a sudden, the bombs, dropped from the planes and fighters, and all of a sudden, I see right in front of my eyes, my parents just vanished. So how can I blame that on Hamas? I don't know. Maybe you say that because of the decision that they made on the 7th of October? Yeah, there's an argument to make there, but I'm pretty sure
I see videos of women saying, we hate Hamas, look what they've done to us, like little old women saying that, is that like what percent of the population? No idea.
Look,
all I'm saying is there's a spectrum. You can't argue with that.
There's a spectrum of the people. I look at the Israelis, even though not many of them lost the love one. I only see some people did 1,200 on the 7th of October. I see the people, the interview that I sent you, the people says it's okay even to kill the children. I can understand why they say what they say. So it's the same thing. Imagine how the Palestinians think about the Israelis. If you lost 1,200 people and it gives this impression to some people in the 60s and 70s, after this question, what do you feel like about the deaths of children in Gaza? They said, I'm not feeling anything. I don't care. You saw the video program. To me, I understand. I don't obviously condone, but I understand why they say what they say because they some of the attack us. But just imagine 1,200.
You don't have to sell me on it. I understand your point of view. All I'm saying is there's a spectrum from 0 to 100, 50 being ambivalent, 0 being hating Israel, and 100 being, and I'm just picking numbers, 100 being hating Hamas for the death and destruction that it caused. Different people are going to fall in different places. Remains to be seen over the long term where everyone falls. You can't argue with that logic. The question is, we don't know the distribution.
Yeah, but I think it's heavily weighed.
I'm just saying. He asked me, and I said I don't know. I don't know.
I understand. It's just we just need to move forward from this. This is not sustainable for Israel. It's not sustainable, obviously, for Hamas and Gaza as a Gazans. And it will come to a point when Gazans are going to say, and people in the region are going to say, it looks like Israel wants to kill everybody in Gaza. Do we really want to move to like a zero-sum event where it's either Palestinians live and all of either there's only going to be one peoples that are going to be living, either Israelis or Palestinians.
But surprisingly, there was a poll coming out that Hamas is actually more popular in West Bank than in Gaza. So it seems that the popularity across all Palestine, even West Bank, we wouldn't expect them to support Hamas, but they do at the moment, apparently.
Why wouldn't you not expect them to support Hamas?
Because of, again, the decision based on your logic, because of what they did on the 7th of October.
No, it doesn't surprise me.
They support West Bank Palestinians support Hamas because the PA is nothing.
Right, because if they feel that they're more effective at creating disturbance with Israel than the PA is, they'll vote for Hamas. It's like simple logic, even though I can still argue the other point within Gaza.
Yeah, people often forget that Hamas did not win the election by a majority. They won by a plurality.
It was like
43, 46%, something like that, right? And then
That's a lot of work if we do the rest of it.
So this is not a mandate, right? It was a takeover.
I like to say Nelson Mandela was all about one person, one vote. I would say Hamas was about one person, one vote, one time.
That's funny.
It's not meant to be funny. It's like I really.
No, I mean clever. I get it. Yeah.
It's a reality. Like we wouldn't.
Edward, let me ask you this question, right? Because I think this is only a question that a Palestinian can answer. What would you hope Palestinian civil society looks like that is interested in coexistence and a two-state solution? and I ask this in this particular way because I know that most Palestinians surveyed are more interested in a one-state solution. So let's say that so what do you think it looks like? What's the education system like? What's the
first? I think the last surveys done a couple of months ago, I think it was around 80% were interested in a two-state solution.
Really?
Those that those that say one state are saying it more sarcastically because they know that if there was one state, then there would be no, Israel, because Jews would not be a majority, and they know, or we know, that Israel will never go for one state. So we have, basically we're saying, there's two choices: one state or two states. We're fine with either one, and Palestinians are fine with either one. But we all know, Israelis and Palestinians know, it must be a two-state solution. It must be. So.
Yeah, I agree with that. In the final analysis, it's the only possible solution. It's just we're very far apart from very far away from any feasibility or confidence building measures to even get us to be able to start talking about that. But I agree, in the final analysis, it's got to be that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the ceasefire agreement is important here. Because I also heard that they're looking at a transitional government in Gaza, which would be
made up of who?
Huh?
Made up of who?
Technocrats within the Palestinian society outside of Gaza. These are leaks, so these aren't full statements, right? This could be an opportunity to that we can take advantage of, both Israelis and Palestinians, to move from where we are today, which will inevitably lead into total annihilation of one side or the other if we don't do anything about this.
Are those technocrats part of the negotiation?
Yes, that was one of the leaks. That it was a technocratic government. Hamas agreed to it. So a technocratic government, an interim government, and keep in mind the U.S. is behind this too. And Joe Biden has said an agreed path, a credible pathway to a Palestinian nation. So not necessarily having one built right now, but a pathway where Palestinians could actually start building and starting, to start making meeting objectives, right? Objectives that have been pre-agreed upon by Palestinians and Israelis and other stakeholders, including the UN, where the nation of Palestine is built step by step, layer by layer, with all the checks and balances that a positive actor would have, right? And at the end of the day, once all those objectives have been met, then the UN would declare Palestine a nation. It sounds easy when I say it, but I know it's more difficult than that. But it all starts with this ceasefire. Everything goes back to this ceasefire, and building on top of that.
Don't you think it starts with this? I mean, if you mean by ceasefire the cessation of hostilities, that's fine. I don't know if that's what the ceasefire is, right? Because Hamas will still hate us, right? And there will still be groups existing currently or will be newly formed, right, that still want to kill Israelis, right? What's the cultural shifts? How do you shift the culture inside so that...
So culturally, up to October 7th, there were, I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of people, of Palestinians that were going into Israel and working in Israel every day. Culturally, we are already there. We've been there culturally, Palestinians and Israelis. Those on the ground without government intervention. Culturally, I don't think is the issue, even though it's, it seems like culturally, culture has been weighted heavier than everything else, and I think it's this has been used more of a scapegoat than anything.
So you think the normal person on the street, if we got them into a room, they could just bang it out, and they represent the majority. That's your thing.
Well, if the majority, I'm talking about like facts on the ground.